Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let our biology become one with Paramashiva's biology. Let macrocosm we carry become one with microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry become one with macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism become one with Paramashiva's organism. Let Paramashiva's organism become one with our organism. Let oneness become living strategy, living experience of all of us. Amda Mahavagya, do it intensely. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 With my love and respects, let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Welcome all the Paramashivoham participants to the first session of the day, Nityananda Yoga. Let us now all settle down on our yoga mats in a cross-legged position with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Now join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we open the session with the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum tam namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra, invoking Paramashiva's presence by chanting Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tadvachavanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Make sure you have your Panchapatra and Udani ready, a cup with a spoon with some water. As you keep your right hand in the Gokarana Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear, take an Udani of water, pour it into your right palm, and each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatra and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as you chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above and below your lips. Wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand once more. And clasp your right hand over the left and place your hands on your right thigh. As you set your sankalpa, your conscious resolution, your declaration, what you want to manifest, through today's ritual of Nityananda Yoga, as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishisthayam Asyam Shubhadito Purna Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nityananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Wash your hand once more.
Om Mapa Upasprishya.
And keep your Panchapatram and Udani aside, out of harm's way, so we can enter into the practice of yoga. Let us first cover the components of KAILASA's Nityananda Yoga. As Nityananda Yoga is designed for you to prepare yourself to experience the truth of Paramashivoham, Paramashivatva, that you are indeed Paramashiva, the ultimate, divine, universal consciousness. We prepare ourselves by performing asanas, physical postures, pranayamas, breathing techniques, where we align our breathing to Paramashiva, mudras, performing certain gestures with your hands, your limbs, and other body parts, aligning your energy circuits so you can manifest the higher realities, activate the non-mechanical parts of the brain, bandhas, energy locks, which you perform by contracting certain muscles and diaphragms in your body, preventing the prana from seeping out at the bottom of your spine and leading it along your spine to the higher energy centers and holding it there. Bandhas also align your physical organs to Paramashiva, leading to supreme health. Next up is Kalana, the sacred dance postures. Moving your limbs in synchronicity leads to intense awareness in every part of your body and makes your breathing subtle but intense, increasing the prana uptake for every breath. The next component is visualization, holding the visualization, which is projected in the top right corner of the screen. You manifest the essence of the asanas, aligning your thinking to Paramashivam, manifesting Mano Shakti, the power of thinking. The next component is japa, the internal repetition of mantras. As you visualize the japa rotating around your throat in a circular way, you intensely activate the Vishuddhi chakra, cleanse it, and activate Vak Shakti, the power of speech. Next up is the external chanting of mantras. Our Acharya here is going to chant the scriptural references for all the various asanas, the words of Mahadeva himself, providing you with a high energy field, as Sanskrit has a phonetic significance. Just by listening to the mantra, energy will be infused into your body and certain non-mechanical parts of your brain, subtle brain grooves, will be awakened. The next component is weightlifting. Nityananda Yoga emphasizes on the importance on building your body as a spiritual practice, strongly building your nervous system to hold the intense energy that is poured over you during the darshans and the night. As you lift weights, your Kundalini Shakti will be awakened. We are going to point out which of the asanas it is advisable to implement weights. The next component is mandala. As you can see in the background of our acharyas, there are geometric forms and figures, lines, a specific yantra, which is called the Shri Yantra or Shri Chakra, which is representing all the gods and goddesses, mimicking the universal energies in a two-dimensional form. If you visualize or gaze at this yantra, the energies will be reflected in your being, reproduced in your body. So gaze at the Shri Yantra as much as possible. The next component is Avarana, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. Rudraksha jewelries, they function like spiritual batteries, holding on to spiritual energy and slowly giving it off to your body, holding you in a high energy state. So wear Rudraksha beads at any given time, especially the Kantamala energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism around your neck. The next component is Aushadha, the sacred Siddha alchemy medicine. Applied on your skin or ingested, it infuses intense prana into your system. These medicines include, but are not limited to, vibhuti and kumkum and sandalwood paste with some turmeric. You can apply the vibhuti on your forehead. If you're a male body, please remove your upper cloth at this point and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places all over your body. As yoga is a ritual, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth. Apply the kumkum on your third eye, and the mixture of sandalwood, turmeric and water you can apply on your temples. If you have any other aushadhas from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, surely you can apply them as well during the yoga practice. With this, we covered all the components of Nityananda Yoga. Let us now get ready for the first asana of the sequence.
The first is the Sukhasana. Being seated in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra, which is bringing the index and thumbs together and placing them on top of the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas, starting with the Mula Bandha, engaging your perineal muscles. Engage your Uddiyana Bandha, which is the abdominal muscles, and then the Jalandhara Bandha, that is tucking your chin into your chest. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you perform the japa of Soham. Tat sukhasanam ityuktam ashaktastat samacharet asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Next is the Parvatasana. Bringing your legs into the Padmasana, which is a cross-legged position, bring your palms together in the Anjali Mudra and raise them above your heads with your elbows straight. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash as you perform the Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale deeply, hold your breath visualizing flames rising from your navel center through your spine in Parvatasana. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Next, entering into Halipavasana, bring the soles of your foot together in the front. Hold the left hand by your right hand and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव विधियाहू में जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो पिष्ट पछेदो वो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो. Next, entering into Nagipavasana, maintaining the same position as Halipavasana, stretch your hands out in the front of the feet and cup the palms, making a halo. Visualize yourself as a snake as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Engage all the three bandhas in Nagipavasana. पूरव विधि परियागाने नीचौ हौवी कहू निभनास्यौ लगाजी हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे. Next, we'll be entering into the Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight and out, upwards. Then cross them into Padmasana. Visualize yourself as a bird as you lean forward and down onto your elbows. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next, we'll be entering into the Nityasana. Place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows. Rotate the arms in a circular motion as you engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose. गोड़ा बावा पादकी आशमाहिली सोज दक्ष चरण को वारलौता परिगुल्फ समोज. Next, we'll be entering into Gajasana. Coming into a tall plank position, press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up and high. Lower the head and then the chest, scooping your body down towards the ground again and again. Visualize yourself as an elephant as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha, engaging the abdominal muscles. न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय. Next, entering into Rikshasana, maintaining the same position as Gajasana, alternate pressing the heels of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again as you visualize yourself as a bear. एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् Rikshāsanam bhavati. Coming into a tall standing position in Vaishasana, stand on the tips of your toes with all the other toes raised off the ground. Bring your hands in the Hridaya Mudra, that is your middle, index and ring fingers together, touching your heart center as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji. केशेण पादयुगलं बद्ध्वादिष्टे तथोमुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Next, we'll be entering into the Urdhvajanukarana. Coming into the Arimandi position, that is, standing with the heels touching and toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, keeping the knees bent. Keep both your hands at the chest with elbows parallel to the ground. Now, twist one knee towards the center and bring it in a rotatory motion around your body. Simultaneously, bring your hand along with the leg. Repeat this at the other side. Next, we'll be entering into the Balalingasana. Now, interlace the fingers from outside in the Sarvabhashankari Mudra, holding onto the knee and pull it up towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, taking your right foot back towards your buttock, pull it behind, holding it with your both hands. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Padapidanasana. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of your right foot Kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Extend your opposite hand forward in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja as you engage the Mula Bandha. Uttanabadam Kroncham cha Bharichim Veerabhadragam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we'll be repeating the Valalingasana on the opposite side. Interlace your fingers in the Sarvava Shankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee and pull it up towards your chest. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urati alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, bringing your left foot back, holding it with both your hands. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in the Padapidanasana on the opposite side. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next, holding on to your left foot with your left hand, kick the foot back and up while leaning forward. Extend your right hand forward in keeping your hand in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Uttanabadam Kroncham cha Marichim Veerabhadragam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we will be entering into the second karna, which is Ardharechita karna. Now, bringing your legs again into the Araimandi position. Bring the right foot behind the left toe, the left foot. Keep the left hand at the chest and extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards the chest. Repeat the same the other side. Next, we'll be performing the skeleton dance. Shake your body intensely without any proper motion. Shake your body intensely, visualizing yourself as a skeleton. Relax. Now, we'll be entering into the Kadichinna Karana. Bringing your legs into the Araimandi position. Bring your hands above the head with your arms crossed and the palms facing backwards. Move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Repeat the same the other side. Now, entering into the Tadasana, stand tall on the tips of your toes with your hands above, up and above beside the ears. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a palm tree. Continue to perform the japa of Shivoham internally. Mahamudra baddha kono tadasana vibhedakan vinotanam sada kuryad antarvatni patipriya. Next, we'll be entering into the Uttanasana. From the standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat onto the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and bring your forehead towards your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudra baddha kono tadasana vibhedakan vinotanam sada kuryad antarvatni patipriya. Next, entering into the Tarakshasana, which is a tall plank position. Tuck the chin to the chest in the Jalandhar Bandha and rotate the head from side to side. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasanavastitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kukshim savya kukshim nayete tarakshvasanam bhavati. Now, lower your entire body onto the ground. Keep your toes pointed backwards. Keep your hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat in the Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra. अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमो विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. Next, we'll be entering into Shashasana. Coming back into tall plank position. Alternate, bringing one hand between one knee towards the chest, back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasana samstito janudvayamakuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Next, Entering into the Rathasana, simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other in between the two hands, alternating again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot in your inner space. गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति. Next, entering into the Virabhadrasana, keep your right foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and bend your knee at a 90-degree angle while your left foot is behind, facing sideways. Bring your hands up straight next to your, beside your ears. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, that is engaging the abdominal muscles. Visualize yourself as Virabhadra as you gaze into your third eye. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding your breath slowly and exhaling. Vasishtamatha kaundinyam urdhakukkutameva cha ashtavakramathotanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Now, repeating the Virabhadrasana on the opposite side, flip over your legs, bring your left leg forward into a 45-degree angle with your right leg facing sideways. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Vasishtamatha kaundinyam urdhakukkutameva cha ashtavakramathotanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Next, we will be entering into the Rikshasana. Stand tall and bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring the palms together and raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree. Vamorumula deshe cha yamyam padam nidhayato tishthetu vrikshavad bhumo vrikshasanamidam viduhu. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Bring your right foot to the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garuda asanama vakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshadvinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. We'll be repeating the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now bring your left foot to your right thigh. Bring your palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space. Vamorumula deshe cha yamyam padam nidhayato tishthetu vrikshavad bhumo vrikshasanamidam viduhu. Now bring your left foot to the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garuda asanama vakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshatvinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. Next, we'll be entering into the Trikonasana. Now, stand and step your left foot back and your right foot front. Bring your hands parallel to the ground and bend your front hand forward towards the feet with your left hand facing the ceiling. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space in Trikonasana. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim virabhadragam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Repeat the Trikonasana on the opposite side, flipping your legs over, bending forward with your right hand facing the ceiling. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim virabhadragam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Next, we'll be entering into the Nikuttaka Karana, bringing your hands in the Araimandi position. Bringing your legs into the Arimandi position. Bring your hands into a parallel position in front of your chest. Lift your right heel up and stamp it down while raising the left heel up. As you perform this, Bring your hands into a rotatory motion simultaneously. Next, we'll be entering into the Angushtasana. Lower on to the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of the heels. Keep the knees and palms together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling like the buzzing of a bee. Perform the japa Sadashivoham internally. Kabandhasanam ityahuhu gorakshasanam evacha angushtamushtikam nyayam brahma prasaditam tatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Saurasana. Extend your one leg straight out with the heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in the Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapetveka padakam. Now, with the respective hand, reach forward and hold on to the big toes. With the index and middle fingers, keep the opposite hand on the back heel. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Gulphastito padam ekam prasarya tat padagaram samsprishya tatkarena. We'll be repeating the Saurasana on the opposite side. Bring your left foot front, extend it out with your hands, with your fingers by the sides with the palm facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapetveka padakam. Now we'll be repeating the Vidhunanasana on the opposite side. Extend the respective hand forward and reach on to hold the big toes. Keep the opposite hand back on the heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulphastito padam ekam prasarya tat padagaram samsprishya tatkarena. Next, we'll be entering into the Brahmajarankushasana. Keep the toes on the ground and place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep some gap between the legs and the back of the hands resting on the knees. Tilt your head down. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze through the gap between the palms. दो भणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबग दल्या की माहिली आई समाहेरा शेमिली. Next, entering into the Kapilasana. Drop your knees onto the ground with the toes tucked behind. Sitting with perineum down on the heels. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Kapila Muni as you gaze to the tip of your nose. उभय पगतली समटहरावे तिनको माहिले कोर मिलावे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadragorakhasana. Maintaining the same position as Kapilasana, shift your gaze into your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपर इधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे. Now, we'll be entering into the Suryasana. Sit with your toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels, bringing your knees off the ground. Bring your hands into the Padma Mudra and raise them up in the sky, visualizing Lord Surya in your inner space as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Edi do buguda tariyane phana pani baithak punithane. Next, we'll be entering into the Mandukasana. Again, drop your knees down. Sit with your toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep your hands on top of the knees and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding your breath and exhaling. Pada talo prishta deshe angushte dvecha samsprishe jano yugbam puraskritya sadhayen Mandukasanam. Next, we'll be entering into the Uttana Mandukasana. Maintaining the same position as Mandukasana, bring your hands up, holding your back, holding the head with your elbows. perform the Manduki Mudra. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etad bhekavaduttanam etaduttana mandukam. Next, we'll be entering into the Simhasana. Cross your ankles and sit on the feet. Keep your knees wide, fingers spread on top. Open your mouth wide and stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose and repeat this several times, visualizing yourself as a lion. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ च जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुली च प्रसार्य च. Now we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana. Sit on your heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross your hands behind your back and hold to the big toes. Apply Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulphau Javrashanasyaadho Vyutkramena Samahitaha Padangushtav Karabhyam cha Dhritva cha Prashtadeshataha. Next, we'll be entering into the Kaka Bhusandhyasana. Come into a squatting position with the feet flat on the ground and the knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as a crow. Prathame Vesakau Katathane Dovu Hatapagam Vich Ane. Next, entering into the Kani Pavasana. Place your hands on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees and back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down and gaze ahead as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Asana ko guna ashidashta hoi to achi hoi. Next, entering into the Kapalyasana, which is an inverted posture. We request all the participants who are either pregnant or have any chronic diseases to please avoid any inverted postures in the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Now, entering into the Kapalyasana, bring the top of the head on the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bring the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulder and straighten the legs up. Gazing to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Sisha Sisha Dharti Tegi Pagadobu Miliba Ucha Kukare. Next, we'll be entering into the Parshvamayurasana. Squat on the toes with the legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend your legs to the side and gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam. We'll be repeating the Parshvamayurasana on the opposite side. Before we get into the asana, we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka during the Parshvamayurasana. That is inhaling, holding your breath and focusing on a slow, deep exhale. Now, twisting your body and place both your hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance, extending your legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam. Now we'll be entering into the Bhairaganathasana. Now place both the hands onto the ground. Come into a plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Asana Koguna Biti Jayi. Next, we will be repeating the Bhairaganathasana on the opposite side. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring the foot in between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Kala Bhairava. Asana Koguna Piti Jayi. Next, we will be entering into the Unmukha Pithasana. From Tarakshvasana, place your forearms on the ground and walk the feet forward, bringing the hips up. Gaze to the third eye and visualize yourself as Swamiji. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatushpadama vangmukham utthapitanghri ugala katistalam abhiruka. Now, we'll be entering into the Vasishthasana. Roll your body onto one hand, raise the opposite hand up. Keep balancing the hand directly beneath the shoulders. Raise the hips and gaze toward the sky. Visualize yourself as sage Vashishta. ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुट वासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्य कंबरि वृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम. Now we'll be repeating the Vasishthasana on the opposite side. Roll on to the other side of the hand. Bring the other side up towards the sky. Raise the hips and gaze towards the sky, visualizing yourself as sage Vashishtha. ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुट वासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्य कंबरि वृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम. Now, coming into the Anjani Asana, that is a seated posture. Bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and elbows close to the body. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you gaze to the nose. Dobo karki ubhay hateli koravareli maile bheli.
The next asana of the sequence is Paschimottanasana. With your leg extended forward, lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhale all the way and hold your breath in this position as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. Engage all three bandhas internally chanting Mahasadashivoham.
जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुगन्धार्यं च जायते. Now, entering into the Ugrasana. Maintain the same position as Paschimottanasana. Clasp your hands behind the head and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Visualize Kali in your inner space as you perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham internally. स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोऽग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Marichi Asana. Now sit. Now bring one heel to the groin with your knees raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now drop down your knee to the side and reach and hold to the front foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. We'll be entering into the Marichi Asana on the opposite side. Now, stretching your legs forward, bring your left foot towards your groin and reach your arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest down to the thigh, head to the knee. Visualize yourself as sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Nityanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. We will be repeating from the Mahamudrasana. Now sit with your legs stretched and toes up. Bring your one heel close to the perineum and let the knee fall to the side on the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the leg straight, and bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana 2. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्भौत वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्. Next, entering into the Gawalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body, toes touching together and the heels apart, with the knees open. Place the hands on the respective knees and engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव चरपट चौक कख्यो सोयी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोयी. Now, entering into the Joniasana. Keep the soles of your feet together and heels close to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down, bringing the forehead to the feet and gaze to the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. दो पकतली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्धहाथ को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकथलियां ऊपर दाशे. Now, entering into the Midaki Pavasana. Sit and keep your heels together and toes apart and the knees wide. Lean forward and down. Extend your hands out and wide with the palms on the ground. Bring your forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Purava Vidhi Paripagathali Sambodashol Edi Mili Rashe. Now we'll be entering into the Siddha Samadhi Asana. Sit and keep your toes together and heels apart. Bring your arms below the shins. Extend them out and keep the palms facing up. Bring the forehead to the ground above the feet, bring the toes near the throat. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. दोबू पगदली संबुट करे, सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे, अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे, एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे. Next we'll be entering into the Chinaki Pavasana. Sit and keep the heels together and the toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the soles towards the sky. Press the elbows onto the thighs and towards the knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Do paga ki edi dharti magiva medh lagave. Next, we'll be entering into the Charpata Chokasana. Bring the soles of your feet together with the heels of the perineum in knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Pulling the stomach in and up towards the spine. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दोबू पकदली संपुट धारे, आगा ने करे जारे पसारे, गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे, हाथ दोबू गोड़ा परिदाशे. Next we'll be entering into the Bhairavasana. Sit and bring the soles of your feet facing together and the knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees to the ground and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and place the hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. गुल्भौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्. Next is the Samasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Samana asanama vakshe siddha mantradi sadhanate. Next, bring your right foot over your shoulder. Raise the other foot up and straight into the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Apanasana. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charope yatnataha. We'll be repeating the Samanasana on the opposite side. Now, sit with your right foot at the perineum. Lift and hold the left foot towards your chest and gaze to the third eye. Hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samana asanama vakshe siddha mantradi sadhanat. Next, we'll be entering the Apanasana. Place your left leg on top of the left shoulder and raise your right foot up towards the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charope yatnataha. Now, you can relax. We'll be entering into the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka. Visualize the face of a cow. Perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham internally. Savye Dakshina Gulbhamto Prishtaparsheni Jojaye Dakshine Epitata Savyam Gomukham Yatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. From the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावों तागे ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनि दे संधि पसारी. Next is the Anusuyasana 2. From the Gomukhasana position, interlace your fingers behind the back. In Parashamudra, lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi, Uprida Vagoda ki sandhi. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall and chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopakamodi edi mahila gulbhamula dwarini chaide. Next, we'll be entering the Naradasana. Sit and place the perineum on top of the heels. With the top of the foot flat on the ground, place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as sage Narada. Pishtu javama pagdali keri bhuparita hilagave pheri. Next, we'll be performing the Matsyapitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to opposite shin. Extend opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu. Vamena vamangushtanto grihitam Matsyapitakam yoni vamena sampidya medhradupari dakshinam. Now we'll be repeating the Gomukhasana on the opposite side. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself. Visualize the face of a cow in your inner space. Savye dakshina gulbhamto prishtaparshe niyojaye dakshine epitata savyam gomukham yatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. Now, from the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya as you gaze to the nose. Dachina godo nicho thane vavon tage upar aane. Next is Anusuyasana 2. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground as you interlace your fingers behind your back. In the Parashamudra, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi, Uprida Vagoda ki sandhi. Next is the Garudasana 2. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopakamodi edi mahilo gulbha mula dwarini chaide. We'll be repeating the Naradasana on the opposite side. Now sit and place a perineum on top of one heel, with the top of foot flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as sage Narada. पिष्टजवाम बगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी घोड़ा सुपना है जोजी दछिपाशती राशे सोजी. Will be performing the Matsyapitakasana on the opposite side. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Visualize Matsya, the avatar of Vishnu, as you gaze to the nose. Vamena vamangushtanto grihitam Matsyapitakam yoni vamena sampidya medhradupari dakshinam. We'll be entering into the Matsyendrasana now. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath, a great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now bringing your left hand down to the holding it on to the toes. Bring your right hand up to the ear in Kubasana. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Then placing your right hand back on the ground, twist your spine intensely. Visualize Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga, near inner space. Matsyendra Bidham Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Next, we'll be repeating the Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn your head back and gaze towards the third eye. In Matsyendrasana. Udaram paschimabhasam kritva tishtati yattataha namrangam vamapadam hi dakshajanu. Now, bring your right hand to the toes, holding the toes with the index and middle fingers. Bring your left hand to the ear. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Dropping your left hand back down. Twist your spine intensely in Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Bidham Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Next, we'll be entering into the Padmasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva as you engage the Mahamudra Bandha and perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally. Asanam dvividham proktam padmam vajrasanam tata urdhor pariched dharte ubhe padatare yatha. Next, we'll be performing the Padmasana 2. Sit and cross your arms and hold on to the toes with your index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Paramashiva. उत्तानो चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्ततः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानो पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ. Next, we will be entering into the Kukkutasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs in Padmasana. Place the palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Padmasanam samsthapya nanvorau rantare karo. Now, dropping your body back down on the ground. Sit. Rise up onto the knees and place the palms on the ground with the fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel, then lean forward and find balance, extending the knees up and off the ground in Baddhakekyasana. Dharamoshtabhakaradvayena tatkur paristhapitanabhiparshvaha. Next, we'll be entering into the Mayurasana. While on your knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance. Extend the legs up and off the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Atha vakshe mahadeva Mayurasana uttamam. Now, relaxing, laying down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind the neck and hold them in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a crocodile. Adhyasashete hridayam nidhaya bhumau cha padau cha prasaryamano. Next, place your hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्. Next, entering into the Ustrasana, laying down on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet, pull the feet down towards the ground, outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel. अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्. Now, kick your legs back and up and simultaneously pull the feet towards the sky. Lift the chest off the ground and raise the head up. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Prasarya padau bhuvitanda rupau karau cha prishte dhrita pada yugmam. Now, entering into the Bhagasana, sit on both the knees with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place the palms down on top of the thighs and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ulta modi pada vaise bahuro jugati kare ek aise. Now we'll be entering into the inverted postures of Gohyasana and Shirasasana. Another gentle reminder for all the participants who either have any chronic diseases like back pain or high blood pressure, or the participants who are pregnant, to avoid these inverted postures. Now, entering into the Gohyasana, from the knees, place your forearms onto the ground with your fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head onto the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk the toes forward until hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up and keeping the knees bent together, lift against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dovo hath ki kahuni joji punih kalai jane doji. Now, raise your legs straight up into the sky, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Shirasasana. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva viditam hinaha. You can slowly come down now. Coming into a seated position. Sit with your hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up and straight. Bring the forehead to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Podhyasana. Dovu hath pag bahar aane, goda tare kakasi thane. Next, in the Parighasana, perform the Bastrika Pranayama. Next, in the Parighasana, perform the Bastrika Pranayama, which is rapid inhalations and rapid exhalations. Now, sit and extend the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright and legs straight with the toes pointed. Visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze into your third eye. Uttana shayanam kritva padau militva prasarya. Now, sit and extend the legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down onto the ground beside the hips. Keep the chest upright and legs straight and toes pointed in Naukasana. Uttana shayanam kurparabhyam bhumim vaschabhya hastau nitammam nidhaya. Now, next is the Rudrasana. Sit and lift the feet up. Scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagathali samputakari hatasya upaka uchaji. Next, lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up and high, pressing the feet into the ground. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Urdhve chajanuni kritva shavitvordhva mukham tatha. Next, finally, entering into the Shavasana. Lay down on your back with the palms facing upwards. Completely unclutch from any micro movements in your body. Let the body remain dead. Visualize the body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is liberating you in Shavasana. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shrantiharam चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्।
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side, slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, 108 asana sequence. With this, we're going to conclude today's Nityananda Yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining. The next Acharya is going to continue with the next session very soon. For the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, we are now going to continue with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, so get ready.
Nityanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes. Now let us get ready for the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine, as long as it's comfortable for you. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji, breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach, hold your breath and visualize the fire being kindled in your navel as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yathasamstam yathastitihi.
Next up is Samasana. From a cross-leg position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, visualize Swamiji and start inhaling and exhaling deeply again and again as you perform Samana Kumbhakam.
Idanim garbhininaam yogabhyaso yatha laghu sukha prasavalaabhaya prochate praktane pathi.
Next up is Muktasana. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and the right foot stacked on top of the left foot. Keep your hands flat on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Nibedhyase vinim sukshmam dakshinetara gulpataha vamam yam jena gulphena muktasanamidam bhavet.
Next up is Siddhasana from the same posture. Now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Thano samyamitendriyo chaladrisha pashyan bhruvorantaram chaitan mokshakapata bhedajanakam siddhasanam prochyate.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the posture but shift your gaze down to the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Vamapadake idijano sivani madhitasako thano.
We move on to Rudrasana 2. As you keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Maintain the posture, shift your gaze down through your nose, and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, cup one palm over the other, and visualize Swamiji as you keep your hands in Samputta Mudra, the lotus mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now set the Sankalpa to manifest the womb of creation. As you inhale all the way, hold your breath, and then lock your five senses with your hands. Bring your little fingers to the mouth, the ring fingers closing the nostrils, middle and index fingers closing your eyes, and the thumbs closing your ears in Bandha Yoni Asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. As you place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh, keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
From the same posture, now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana.
दावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your hands flat on the knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगतली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture, but gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize the Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Vajrasana 3. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body, heels close to your perineum. Interlock the fingers around the feet as you pull your knees down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Vidabhadra.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Aghodasana. Now keep your left hand on the left knee and cover your mouth with the right hand. Close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then close your right nostril. Hold your breath. After holding the breath, exhale through the left and then inhale through the left again. Hold the breath. Exhale through the right in Abhyantara Kumbhaka as you push your tongue up in Khechari Mudra. Eat the tongue along the nasal tract if you can. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोजी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now separate your heels and place your elbows down on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to your nose. Pull your stomach in and up. Exhale all the way. Hold your breath in Nirechaka Kumbhaka. And visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
वाली पाव आसन का क्यों है जैसे याहू में जाने विदिते से.
Next up is Padasana. Raise your knees, bring your arms in between the legs and interlock them in front as you lift your feet off the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now hold on to the feet and lift them against your chest as you keep your fingers interlocked. Gaze to your nose and rest your chin on the hands as you embody the state and space of a king.
पूरब विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकू पुराशे.
Next up is Udarasana. Now bring your hands, scoop your hands underneath the feet and interlock them around the toes as you lift your feet against your chest. Gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
पूरब विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकू पुराशे.
Now lift your feet even higher in front of your face as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दोवु पगदली संपुटठाने उभय हस्तकरयोर्दहिताने.
Next up is Pujasana. Now lift your feet over top of the respective shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Now bend your elbows down, keep your legs over your shoulders and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दोवु हाथ पगमी च आने तिनको घोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Now place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over the left heel by the outside of the left hip. Your hands on opposite knees. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on anything external. Focus only on the object within. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चिदेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टजेद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the left foot outside the hip, sit on the ground, engage Uddiyana Bandha, keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now slide the right foot on top of the left thigh and bring the left foot onto the right knee. Bring the left arm behind your back, twist your back to hold onto opposite thighs with your hands. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपीष्टे स आने.
Untwist your spine, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोजोयि वामजंग परिराखे सोयि.
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all Tribandhas as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now bring the top of the right foot on the mat as you repeat Sankatasana. Sit on the right heel, stack your knees, keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चिदेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टजेद्वामपादकम्.
Now repeat Dhenukasana. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Bring the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot onto the left knee. Twist your right arm behind your back, hold on to your thighs and gaze up as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिणठाने वामहस्तपीष्टे स आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto your feet and place your forehead on the ground in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोजोयि वामजंग परिराखे सोयि.
Next up is Guru Asana on the other side. Interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee, and visualize Swamiji, your Guru.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य
We move on to Pashasana. Now place your feet on the ground and raise your knees against your chest. Hold onto the knees with your hands as you press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Swamiji.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानन्योरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यां गुरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodhasukasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Place your chin on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss in Bodhasukasana.
दोबू पगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your hands below the knees, hold on to opposite elbows, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji.
दोबू पगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Now, keep your hands underneath the knees, holding onto the elbows. Cross the right ankle over top of the left, toes pointing up as you gaze to the nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati and Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पगवृद छबद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs out in front and raise your arms up above your head. Interlock your fingers with the wrists pointing outwards as you engage all Tribandhas. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes, the Prana Mudra. As you bring your head to the knees, breathe in Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other, alternatingly without the support of your hands, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Adambasana.
दोबू पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लटकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Pidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your arms underneath the shins and hold onto the soles of your feet from the outside. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कचक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Join the soles of your feet and bring your arms underneath the shins. Keep your palms facing up, elbows on the ground, and rest your face on the heels. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you keep your legs extended, bring one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that the prana within your body is flowing upwards through the 9 points as revealed by Mahadeva.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot with the opposite hand. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the side of the hand, holding onto the foot as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Durushasana. Lay on your back and pull your knees towards your chest as you encircle your legs with your hands. Rock your body from side to side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदये पष्टम्भ जङ्घासहित उरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now lean forward and down with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the front foot. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Focus on the prana flowing through the 9 points of your body which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the brahmaranda, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the foot behind your neck. Hold onto the foot as you gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side with a hand holding onto the foot. Gaze to the nose as you feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your legs up behind your neck and then interlock your fingers behind your back. If you can't lift your feet behind your neck, you can cross them in front of your body, pull them towards your chest or bring them over your shoulder. Then gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Now bend your elbows upwards and interlock them around your neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu in Atmanamasana.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back, extend your arms out at the side at shoulder level. Keep the knees at the chest with the soles of the feet pointing up towards the sky.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तेन सो उबे सपा करे.
Next up is Jatara Parivriti 1, 2, and 3. Lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees against your chest. From that position, drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Now bend both knees to the side. Extend both legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze away from the feet. Visualize Swamiji, perform the Mula Bandha, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama as you return to the center position. Then drop the other knee down to the side, extend the opposite leg. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend them to the side and hold onto the feet as you gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणम् अथापि च.
Next up is the Dviparapita. As you lay on your back, with your feet flat, knees raised, hold onto your ankles and raise your hips up. As you gaze through your nose, lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Paryankasana. From the same posture, now bring your hands over top of your shoulders, fingers pointing towards your feet. And then lift your entire body off the ground. Push your hips up high. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Lower yourself back down and pull your knees towards your chest as you place your hands on the respective shoulders and move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शवत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवानीय.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now place your arms flat on the ground and then raise your legs up high. Point your toes towards the sky. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged and move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Point your toes up. Be stable and sturdy in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop your toes down over top of your head. touching the ground as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Push your hands into the mat and visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now, raise your arms over top of your head and hold on to the feet. As you breathe in Jalandhara Bandha, visualize Lord Paramashivam and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimatanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. From the same position, now separate your feet. Bring your hips over top of the shoulder level for balance as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे धृता हि परिकीर्तितः.
We move on to Chakradasana. Bring your feet back together, hold onto your ankles, and then roll onto your back as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान् मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण तत् शीघ्रम् एतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now extend your legs vertically and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama as you separate your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together. Hold onto the big toes above your body, arms and legs straight as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From the same position, cross your legs into Padmasana and then lay on your back with your knees on the ground. Bring your arms over your head. Hold on to opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now place the right hand over top of the left with the palms facing up over your head as you keep your legs in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in Parasharamasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
Now raise your knees up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support. Raise your hips up above your body. Balance on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. Lay on your back, place one foot onto the opposite thigh, and lift the opposite knee towards your chest. Extend your arms above your head, hook the fingers forward, lift your chin to the chest as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषि शिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Repeat Vrishikasana.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषि शिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishabhadakshipasana. Interlock your fingers around your neck and lay flat as you lift both your legs up and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest. Breathe through your nose as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिक्कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
Now place your hands next to your hips and lift your knees towards your ears again and again as you visualize Swamiji in Marutanasana.
स्वोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. Lay on your back and then place your feet flat. Stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay on your back, kick your legs over your body and roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, end in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
Next up is Sadatasana. As you lay on your stomach with your hands by the shoulders. Contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
नित्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Now push your body into a plank position and jump your feet forward and backward as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Deha Ulanganasa.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय
From a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat, and walk around on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जात्यासनं पक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Roitika Karana. Now stand in Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees bent, raise your elbows to the shoulder level, and rotate your arms around your body as you move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarvasana. Now tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available, and then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, elbows close to your waist. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं पक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
Next up is Ushtrasadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and step your toes onto your fingers as you clench your hands into fists. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same position, hold your toes from the outside. Walk around, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Stand with your heels touching, interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra behind your back as you pull your hands down towards your calves. Open your chest. Tilt your head back. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nityanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with Kapota Nitakasana. Stand with your heels touching and interlock your fingers behind your back. Pull them down towards your calves. Open your chest, tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in rapid speed. Breathe calmly through your nose.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next up is Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. From Arimandi position, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bow down to one side. Open your hands and raise the respective heel as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now stand, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose as you lay down on your stomach. Then jump your feet towards your hand and stand. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold weights and squat down and stand back up again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is the Musalasana. Now raise your arms above your head and jump continuously as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुनयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा.
We move on to Utshirshakasana. As you hold on to one foot with both hands, pull it towards your chest, sit down and stand back up, alternating on both sides again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand with the toes of one foot pointing out to the side and lift the other knee up towards your chest and circle it with your arm and hold the hand in a fist as you place the other hand on the respective inner thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. Next up is Tandavasana. Now hold on to weights and extend your arms out in front as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Lift one leg and sit down and stand back up on the other leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you lift the left foot against the inner right thigh, keep the heel at the perineum and your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. As you bring the left leg over and around the right knee, tuck the toes behind and keep the left arm below the right, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठश्च संयमस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Next up is Dhuruvasana, the pulsar posture. Now hold on to the left big toe as you stand tall on the mat. Then extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. As you lift one leg behind your neck, stand tall, sit down and stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now lift the other leg towards your chest and circle with your hand. Place the other hand on the inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend your arms and the other leg forward. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana on the other side. Pull the right knee up with the right foot against the left thigh. Your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side. Bring the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind and bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वाताजनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Place the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep your hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the post-up posture on the other side. As you hold onto the right big toe, extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly as you visualize yourself as at the north post-up.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the leg behind your neck, stand tall, sit down, stand back up. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand with your heels touching, toes pointing outwards, and your hands slightly extended away from your hips. Breathe calmly. Point your fingers one by one. After this intense sequence of asanas, let us now get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Next up is Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down and bring your hands from the outside in between the two legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, which is inhaling deeply, and then holding the breath, moving the prana freely along with your will.
प्रथमहि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीच पुनिहोवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind your back and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वमध्यात्हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. As you squat down with your heels together, look towards your navel and interlock your fingers around your lower back as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली को मिलाई.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham
to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
Gudam niyamya gulbhabhyam yutkarmena samahitah.
Now rise up onto your knees and cross your feet behind. Hold on.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
Nityanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now move on to the next asana, which is Varahasana. From a squatting position, heels together, toes separated. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra. Place them behind your neck with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
Pagatali ki mahili kor milai phana pani ukad mod vaise.
Next up is Pripittasana. Hold on to the big toes and raise your hips to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Parshidvaya sammilya sittvanitamam jnana pradesha anija.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the ground and place your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lift your feet up as you visualize yourself as a crow.
Parshidvaya sammilya sittvanitamam jnana pradesha anija.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapalayasana. Keep your hands on the mat, place your head on the ground and lift your legs up. Cross them into Padmasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Asana ko guna kapala acho hoi.
Next up is Guptasana. From a kneeling position with your heels outside the hips, keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
Janur vorantare pado krutva pado cha gopajete.
Nityanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands on the ground and lift your body up into a handstand. You can lean against the wall or ask a partner to assist you in the performance of this asana as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
Sapta chakrakshalanaya vrikshasana visheshakan.
Next up is Shiva Asana. From the handstand position, gaze to your third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
Dovu pagajodi mahi gulpha milaye.
Next up is Matsyasana 2. Place your hands on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
Nibjam shenam kurparo parshvabhagaya murdagritya.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from left to right as you visualize and move your body like a snake in Sarapasana 2.
Nibjam shenam kritva hasto nitamam samsthapya.
The next asana is Nidhalambanasana. As you keep your elbows on the ground in front of you, keep your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, and rest your chin on your hands as you point your toes back, feel self-supported and completely independent.
Karabhyam bangajam kritva tishtet kurparaya sudhihi.
Next up is Chaturasana. Now bend your knees and place your hands on the ground. Straighten your arms to bring your upper back to the raised feet. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासन स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमुष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vajrasana. Sit down on your heels. Keep the feet flat and lean forward. Place your hands on the mat and your forehead as well, as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now raise your hips up. Place your hands on the ground. Enter Gajasana and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
Next up is Ajasana. With your hands on the ground, lift your body up and lower your head down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. In a kneeling position, hold on to the big toes and pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on top of the knees, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms from left, right, up, down, in all directions. Give massage to the joints and muscles of your body as you interlock your fingers behind and repeat the movement in the Angamotanam, visualizing Swamiji.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्ये सर्वङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana 4. Now, from a kneeling position, turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side. Keep your thighs and calves on the ground, hands on the knees, and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Now, join the soles of your feet and point the feet back as you spread your knees and hold onto your ankles. Place the front of your buttocks on the ground, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Now overlap your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your hands underneath your knees as you press your tongue up flat against the top of your mouth in Mandukya Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबले आकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes, sit on raised heels, and place your hands on the mat, palms touching. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out, and exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Mahavishnu, Narasimhasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
With the toes tucked, sit on the heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth and close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril, exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishtaka Kumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi.
दो बगा की एड़ी जोजी गोड़ा फनवाने अपनी होई.
Next up is Makadasana. As you gaze to your third eye, bring the soles of your feet together, toes pointing back, sit on the heels, and imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey.
दो बगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पृष्ठ भूमि पर इठाने.
Now rise the knees up, bring the soles of the feet together, separate the knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for your Sangha in Vajrasangarasana.
प्रथम पणा पानी होए वैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Now place your knees on the ground, overlap your feet to sit on the heels, and place your hands on the ground next to you. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your nose, and visualize perfect health in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Now place your hands on the knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Visualize yourself as a turtle as you gaze to your nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितोर्जुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Now keep your hands on the knees, relax your back as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Now rise up onto your knees and cross your feet behind. Hold on to the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your nose and visualize a space of oneness with your Guru in Vijogasana.
घोड़ा वामो बोहोई, घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Now place the feet flat, hold onto your heels as you lean back, push your hips forward, and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtasana 2.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाट्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
Lean back further, place your elbows and the back of your head on the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
दोवु एडी संपुट करे, सोले मूलद्वारि धरे.
Lean back even further, place your back on the ground, rise up and lay back down again and again. Use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing of your causal body in Vidatasana.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana as you lean back. Bring your hands over top of your shoulders and hold onto your feet. Try to reach for your feet and bring your head in between the knees, in between the heels as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Varasana. Now rise back up. Hold on to opposite arms as you stand on your knees with the toes tucked. Gaze to your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now sit on raised heels as you place your forearms on the ground. Rest your head on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निगच्छते.
Next up is Mundasana. Now interlock your fingers, keep your head on the ground, support it with your hands as you raise your hips, walk your feet forward, lift your legs up into another inverted posture. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree, breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Lower your legs down, come to a kneeling position with your feet flat, sit on the heels, lean forward, place your head in between the knees, support it with your hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथमभक्तली समठहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Now lay on your stomach, hold weights, lift your hands, your chest and your legs off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalavasana.
शलभासन भेदाच नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
Now place your forehead on the ground and lift your legs up as you keep your hands at the sides. Don't lift your chest up and visualize yourself as a skull in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. Lift your legs up over top of your body and place your feet on the ground in front of you. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Now from a kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground in front of you. And visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्वरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामौष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana 2. Now place your forearms on the ground and lift your legs up over top of your body. Bend your knees and try to touch the back of your head with your feet as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छिवपुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्कृपा श्रीधत्वा स्वशीर्षचिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. As you sit on the right heel, keep the left foot outside the hip, toes pointing to the side. Place your hands in front of your body and visualize yourself as a bull as you forcefully inhale through your nose in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Hold your breath for a short while and again exhale through the nose.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Lolasana. Lift your body up on two hands. Cross the left toes over the right. Visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Now place the right foot on the ground and sit on the tucked left heel. Hands on the knees and visualize Balagunahai in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now stand up, squat down, bring your hands inside out the legs and hold on to your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये गुरुपरौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Bala Gunasana. Now sit on the right heel. Keep your left knee raised. Visualize Bala Gunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now step both feet in, sit on the heels. Hold on to weights, place them on the knees together. Visualize Swamiji in Utkatasana.
विजास विजोस दीयत ऊर्वजान यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana 2. With the soles of the feet together, hold on to opposite elbows behind your back and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथम प्राणापानि होय वैसे एडी दो गुदानि वैसे.
Now place your hands on the ground, step your heels onto your hands, arms straight, gaze to your nose. Visualize you're able to lift off of air alone in Anilasana.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी नाभि लग आने.
Stand up, lean forward and down, place the back of your hands on the ground, step your feet onto your hands and walk around as you visualize yourself wearing padukas, walking across India in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kupkutodanasana. Place your hands on the ground, kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृता पादतले चौर्धमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Parita Nityasana. With your hands on the ground, kick your legs over top of your body and move around on two hands, dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibition.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Kunjadasana. Now lean forward and down, place one hand on the ground and the other hand on your respective ear. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Now repeat Kunjadasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Now squat down and hold onto your ankles as you lift your feet and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree in Kadambasana.
पार्श्विभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now place your feet flat, knees against the chest, hands on the knees, and visualize excess vata being removed from your body in Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोः सुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा सस्सनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakrasana. Bring one leg behind your neck and lift your body off the ground. Extend the opposite leg forward as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakrasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now hold on to the big toes and pull one foot towards your ear as you keep the other leg extended forward as you visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Lift the leg over top of your shoulder. Hook the other foot over top. Extend your legs out to the side. And balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Keep one foot flat, the opposite foot on the raised thigh. Keep the shoulder underneath the knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize that you are immortal, able to exist solely on prana in Pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsindasana. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Step the foot over top of the knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindanath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Lift your body up. Extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now pull the other foot towards your ear as you hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2 on the other side.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana. Lift the other leg over top of your shoulder and balance as you extend your arms, your legs out to the side. Lean forward and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana. Now place the other foot flat. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise your knee over your shoulder. Gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal, able to exist on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsindasana. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Step the foot over top of the knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोर्मूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now extend one leg, keep the other heel against the perineum in Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीमनि सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kranchasana. Bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face with the knee straight as you visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana. Bring the other heel against the perineum and lean forward and down.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीमनि सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the right foot outside of the hip and lift the left foot in front of your face, visualizing yourself as a crane in Kranchasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. As you gaze to your nose, embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space. Keep your hands on the knees.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. From the same posture, cover your heels with your hands, suck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize the great sage Goraknath.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now, keep the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Inhale all the way, gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta as you close all your senses with your hands in Shanmukhi Mudra.
वामपार्श्वौ गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्गिरिवामजगणे.
Now place your feet on opposite knees, your hands on the ground next to your body, palms facing up in Yogasana 2. As you gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka with your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through your nostrils.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्य उपरि जानुनोः.
Now rotate your hands, place your palms on the ground, lift your body up. With the legs in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. Now bring your legs, keep your legs in Padmasana, hands in between the legs, palms on the ground without lifting your body up. Visualize Swamiji as you gaze to your nose.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, हस्तदो भूगोडासन दिधरे.
Now push your body off the ground. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Kardmukasana. Now raise your hips up, push your hands in between the legs and interlock the fingers, placing them on the ground behind you in Parashu Mudra. Rest your forehead on the ground and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, घोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधरे.
Now raise your knees off the ground. As you keep your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves and bend your elbows upwards to hold on to the respective shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana 2.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण बामा, दाई जंग पर बाई लियावा.
Remain in the same posture, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose as you rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret mouth posture, Granti Bedasana.
अथवा क्षेनीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep holding onto the shoulders. Maintain Padmasana. Embody a turtle laying on its back as you gaze to your nose in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Now sit back up. Keep your legs in Padmasana. As you bring your hands in between the legs, place one palm on the ground and hold its wrist. Lift your body up on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Parangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now lift your body up on the other hand. Repeat Parangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Maintain Padmasana. Place your elbows on the toes. Interlock your fingers. Press your thumbs against the throat as you place your chin on the hands. Visualizing that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Gridhasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Maintain Padmasana. Bring one palm over top of the other, palms facing up in your lap. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् सख्य स्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you chant the Mahavakya in Padmasana form.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now keep the right hand, index and middle finger, interlocked around the big toe as you move the big toe round and round. Then repeat the movement on the other side. Visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's born Karmukasana 2.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Now cross your arms behind your back. Keep your legs in Padmasana. Engage all three bandhas and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's born Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Now maintain the posture, raise your chest, gaze up, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now roll onto your back, keep your arms crossed behind, holding onto the big toes as you gaze to your nose, and breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a snake in Nagrasana.
प्रथमवद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Free your arms and legs, pull your knees towards your chest, encircle them with your arms. Bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेतरासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Bhavanasana. As you interlock your fingers around your neck, keep your feet flat, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji. Breathe calmly through your nose.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your upturned palms underneath your heels and push your hips off the ground. Lock your throat, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तान सेन पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your legs. Keep your hips raised, rest your body weight on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up and point your toes towards the sky as you place your arms flat on the ground for support. Visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your body. Lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiranaukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now bring your hands back to the ground. Support your body. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन् नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your body down to the ground for the final asana of the sequence, Mritasana. Keep your hands by the side of your body and completely unclutch from any movements of your body and mind. Pull your perineum up. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up towards your Brahmananda, the crown of your head, in Shakti Charan Mudra. As you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Vidya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we come to the conclusion of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But again today, we have another Tritiya Vinyasa Krama preview, another 15 asanas of the 508 asana sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's get ready, have a sip of water, and let's enter into another sneak peek of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The first asana is Bhaira Asana 2. Now sit on your knees and place your perineum onto the right heel. Place the left heel on your navel with the toes towards your chest. Keep your hands up, interlocked, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as an alpha wolf, the head of a wolf pack.
मूलद्वारिटिक बैसे धरे वामपाद बुदसु धोकरे.
Next up is Baddha Matsyendrasana. Now sit with the right foot on top of the left thigh. Place the left foot over top of the right leg and twist your elbow around the raised knee and interlock your fingers as you bring the other arm behind your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and yogi Matsyendranath, the founder of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं चरर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Next up is Baddha Konasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together. Interlace your fingers around the toes. Keep your elbows straight. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पद्मं ब्रह्मं तथा सिद्धं स्वस्तिकं वज्रमासनम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 4. With the soles of the feet together, place your right hand on top of the heels and the left hand on top of the right. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Bidavata.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Yonyasana. Now hold onto your feet and turn the toes inwards and down as in Bhairavasana. As you move your body over top of the heels and sit down, then place your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Yoni Mandala, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe.
पादौ सम्मील्य पादाग्रे आधारे पार्श्वलिङ्गात् अधः आनीय.
From the same asana, we're going to continue to Gorakshasana, Bhadrasana. Now engage all three bandhas, gaze to your third eye, and visualize the great sage Goraknath.
Vrishanani che Sivanadaba Bhagamadaba Pagani Edi.
Next up is Kama Dahanasana. As you sit and bring the heels to your perineum, interlace the fingers and hold the feet firmly. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, burning up all your patterns with his love.
Bhadrasanam Sukam Sthapya Viparitattu Dvepade.
Next up is Supta Baddha Konasana. As you sit and bring the feet inwards towards your navel, press your feet against your stomach and hold your hands behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Mahamudra Baddha Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan.
Next up is Bekasana 2. From the same posture, bring your elbows together, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a frog.
Dhyaye Dhichit Padam Bhrantam Asanasthas Sukhaya Cha.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. With the soles of the feet together, the toes touching the navel, place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Paga Ulata Modi Bese Pagaka Mahila Gulphakula.
Next up is Siddhi Jivi Asana. As you sit and bring the soles together at the perineum, raise the toes upwards, keep the heels on the ground, hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize yourself as living the life of a perfected yogi.
Pagako Sojo Jayi.
Next up is Panipatrasana. As you keep the soles of your feet together, the toes raised, join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest, and visualize yourself as the source of water.
Nabho Samsthapya Gulbhaucha Tanmadhye Kara Patratam.
The next asana is Saptarishi Asana. Now sit and press the 2 feet into the respective armpits, form a finger lock, and place your hands on top of your head. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as one of the 7 Saptarishis.
Dovu Pagake Pagathale Tinike Lalika Jusoja.
Next up is Suktyasana. Now rise up onto the knees and bend your legs inwards, heels touching one another at the groin. As you hold the feet firmly in place, keep your hands on the ankles, and visualize yourself as a pearl born from the womb of an oyster.
Parshni Nabho Samsthapya Jangabhyam Avaripradeshena.
Next up is Sthitarasana. As you keep your legs crossed, as in Padmasana, place your hands down on the mat in front of your body, lean forward, press your hips down, and lift your head up. Stick the tongue out and gaze to your third eye. As you sit and be in the space of Advaita, oneness with Swamiji.
Jamunu Pagane Phane Dava Pagani Aganiche.
With this, we come to the final asana of this Tritya Vinyasa Krama preview. Thank you all so much for joining us today for the Nityananda Yoga session. With this, you can give yourself a round of applause. Thank you all so much for joining. Let us now conclude today's Nityananda Yoga session as you sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as you chant the Purna mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Stay tuned, as we are going to have the power manifestation session next. Manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Thank you all for joining. Nithyanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Paramashivoham
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, we welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 1, Level 2 and the Level 3 participants for today's next exciting power manifestation session. On today's day 14 of the Paramashivoham, we are entering into the second week of the entire Paramashivoham as the 2 weeks has been completed. I think all the participants here have enjoyed the various different Bhava Samadhi Darshans, the yoga sessions, power manifestation sessions, powerful cognition sessions and more on. As we had the yoga session, we had the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and the few asanas. We just practiced the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, completing the 508 asana sequence. Now let's prepare ourselves going forward with the power manifestation. So be in that very same space as we're going to move on today into manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. We're going to do seeing or manifesting images blindfolded. So it can be any random images. That's going to be today's round of the power manifestation. I think in the previous days, in the previous rounds and days of the Paramashivoham program, the first power manifestation session, we went through seeing colors blindfolded, shapes blindfolded, identifying letters, identifying selected letters and reading 3-letter words and then 4-letter words with the images. And now just coming down to just seeing an image. What is that image? Describing that image in a detail. So that's going to be today's round of the power manifestation and today's manifestation itself. And throughout the next 21 minutes, if you are participating, any of the participants are participating with us in the Zoom rooms, please switch on your cameras and please give your authentic listening and complete participation as well. And if you're watching us live on the social media platforms, it can be YouTube, it can be Facebook, or it can be Twitter, any social media platforms of Swamiji, please give your complete listening and just sit in a comfortable posture as we are manifesting Shaktis, means allowing Paramashiva Swamiji to flow through each one of us. So that's a brief introduction what we're going to do in today's power manifestation session. Before that, as a requirements, please get your IBANs, pen and paper, and please be seated. Make sure you have everything ready, all the equipments, all the alchemy products blessed by Swamiji to bring during this power manifestation session as well. In the meantime, let's here for all of you. Yet
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Yes. Nithyanandam. I welcome all the participants back after that beautiful yoga and power manifestation session which you just now had. I complete with all the participants for the technical glitch which happened. And we are now going to be entering into the sessions for today. So let's all gather back and be seated in front of our cameras. I request all the participants, make sure you're seated in front of your camera with enough lighting and you are participating and engaging as we move on to the rest of the sessions as part of today. With that, we're now going to be entering into the sessions today. So today, throughout the day, we're going to be learning about deepest sacred truths, about completion, and about my world versus the world. How we can understand how we can become in tune with the world and start existing in a higher way. So these are the sacred truths and the various powerful cognitions which we're going to be learning about today. So I request all the participants, let's be seated now and let us enter into the sessions for today. So with that, now we are going to be in first session for today, and we'll start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's all offer our gratitude to Swamiji, and let us enter into today's sessions. And today, as part of the first session, we are going to be learning about completion with others, how we see the world and my world, the world versus my world, and how we can bring completion with others in our lives. So let us now get ready as we enter into this first session. Let's come to the space of listening and let's listen about the deeper truths, about these higher sacred truths, and get the powerful cognitions and make it and start functioning our lives with these power. We manifest the reality that way. It's like a feedback system you can understand. We first receive something through ourselves, we receive something from the environment around us, that do the contemplation inside about it. We form the right, wrong, we do all of that. And we form that as our cognition. That is what is the cognition. The input, process, and output. That's what we understand it as. Input happens, processing happens, and the system absorbs what it needs to do. And that is projected as the reality outside for us to understand it. So if we understand these three ways, if we understand these three parts of our reality, the way the reality is manifested, then we'll simply be able to see how we can bring completion. How we can bring completion into the way we receive input, how we process it, and how we project it outside as the output. Just to show a small diagram you can see over here. The world versus my world. This is what we can see over here. be understanding today. So let's all come to space of listening. How understanding our completions are just relative and they are not actually the way we think they are in the reality. Everything we are perceiving, the Maya, that is what is the Maya, Swamiji says. Just to understand it, the three ways, the world, the happening of whatever is happening, it's just a set of facts, the factual reality, as you can understand. The factual reality, how it is happening. And then we say, my world, the perception which we are carrying about what is happening outside, the way we are perceiving what is happening outside, in the reality outside. Now, if there's a, like how I explained, like there's a piece, there's a table over here. Wooden table. The way you will perceive it, the way someone else will perceive it. All of these different ways is just based on the cognition which you are carrying, the way, how much you are in tune with the reality which is happening outside. The more the higher cognition is, the more the higher frequency you are carrying yourself, the more and more you are in that space of restful awareness. You are not engaged into the reality. You are carrying a more higher cognition about the world. It's in tune with the world. What you perceive of the world is in tune. When it's in completion, it's in tune. So this is how we are going to be able to understand about deeper truths about the world and my world.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So I complete with all the participants once again for the technical glitch which we just now had. I sincerely complete with all the participants. Now we'll be continuing the session. Now we should be fine from now onwards. So let us now continue with the sessions as we were learning about the world and my world. So as we understood, see, it's not wrong for us to say we have my world. Our perception is not wrong of the reality. That's what Swamiji says. But we have to have the right perception, how we can perceive the reality right. My world and the world has to be in tune. That is what Swamiji says. Then only we are seeing the whole reality. Every time we are seeing a smaller reality, when we are not able to see the whole reality, that is when we have a smaller reality, that is when our my world, what I say is my world, my perception of the world is not in tune. I'm not able to see how I am manifesting the whole reality outside. When our reality grows larger and larger, more and more in completion, when we are able to be ourselves in that state, put ourselves in that completion, then the perception of my world will be always in tune with the world. So that is why we are understanding about completion and how the world and my world is related. So beautifully Swamiji explains this. In a verse in Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Sri Krishna reveals, I'll just be chanting the verse. Ye yatha mam prapadyante tan tathaiva bhajamyaham mama vartmanu vartante manushya partha sarvashah. Bhagavan Sri Krishna very beautifully describes, whatever form in which you approach me, I appear to you in that form. You always see the world the way you are, not the way the world is. See, when we bring that complete completion, that's why you say completion. The completion of the world happens when we start understanding more and more that the world is us projecting it the way it is. Our whole perception is not a perception of the world, but it is the way we are projecting the whole world. So that is what we are understanding completely about throughout the day. Now we'll be understanding a small clipping from where how Swamiji does this space of completion, brings this space of completion between the world and my world, how we can also use it in our lives. Very simple and very easy way to be in completion. It's instant completion. Actually, if you see in the Nityananda Gurukul, any incompletion, only we give 7 seconds for it to be completed. Nothing more than that. This is a very beautiful technique, how we can all be in instant completion and be in that same blissful state of completion all the time. So let us now understand this very beautiful technique. It's a technique Swamiji says, for us to be in complete completion and to heal all our relationships. So let us now listen directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealing about this, and then we'll go deeper into these truths.
Start with a simple introduction. Only what you are going to do about that introduce. I am doing a meditation program where I am supposed to heal and complete myself and others. So you are part of my life. So I am doing the completion with you. Simple words. Then tell what is completion means. I understand all this has happened in our life, many things. So now I realize that I am responsible. What has happened outside is different, and feeling hurt, I am only responsible. I tell you, whatever happens outside, you don't need to feel hurt. I can give you one example from my own life. Let me tell you a story from my life. At the age of 5 or 4.5, my mother went and cried to my grandfather, my mother's father, her father. She went and cried, I cannot handle this guy anymore. See, my family used to tell I used to be like a Shiva Bhuta. in a body means some 1 ton weight. 1 ton means how many pounds? 1000 kg, around 2000 pounds. 1 ton weight teakwood cart, I will tumble it by one hand. Not just the psychological strength I demonstrated, the physical strength I demonstrated. My mother used to get frightened. She goes and tells my grandfather, I feel some bhuta has come inside him. 2200 pounds teakwood cart. Once my mother told me, call your uncle. He was sleeping in that cart. I went and called him, uncle, uncle, mama, mama in Tamil. He did not wake up. I just tumbled the cart. He's rolling. Actually, he got up and ran thinking that some earthquake has happened. You see, you can never imagine a car tumbling. A chair tumbling is okay. A car tumbling and now still I can remember the scene. He thought some earthquake happened and he ran. Like this, many of my adventures, very powerful physically, she could not handle. She went and told my grandfather that I am not able to handle this fellow anymore. You put him in the school. And they took me to the school. My grandfather, one fine morning, took me to the school. And that school half was built by my grandfather. Means he donated the money. So he took me to school, and the whole school is literally respects him and under him. In the front itself there will be a big stone wall. Money donated by my grandfather's name and all will be there. The stone plaque. So he walked into the school and told the school, admit this fellow. The headmaster said, no, age is not there. You have to have a minimum age. My grandfather said, no, whatever age you want, you put. No, that is the way in my certificate I am older than original. Originally I am born in 1978, January 1st. The certificate, 1 year before I am born. And anyway, we don't have a problem in India, it is normal. How many of you have the same problem in India? In India it is normal. So, my grandfather said, you put whatever date you want. So I was finally got into the school. Then headmaster told, go to that classroom where I am supposed to go, the first level or whatever. I don't know whether it's a kindergarten or remember, class 1, whatever. The moment I went, the teacher, even as a kid, my grandfather nicely put up all the sacred ash. If you see our Gurukul kids, how they are, exactly the same makeup. I am going and standing, but in white dress. This fellow could not handle. He said, what is this? Like a whitewashing, how they do whitewashing for the wall and the house. Like a whitewashing you have done and came. Tomorrow you should come without all this whitewashing. I did not answer. I just looked him up. Just by my look, I have killed him. This exactly. I put my hand, both the hands like this. And went away. I just walked out. Went away. Next day again my grandfather brings me and puts me in the school with all the same full makeup. My makeup. And cosmetics. My grandfather is very orthodox, Shaivite family. He brought me up with so much of orthodoxy, and even after all my enlightenment, incarnationhood, still my personal life is a highly orthodox life. Still I will keep up all the traditional orthodoxy. Anything which I touch before taking bath, I will not touch after taking bath. whether it is a cot or bed or cloth, anything, I'll sprinkle water on all of them. If I have to touch them again, by mistake, if that touches my body, I'll again go and take bath once more and come back. Any of you South Indian Brahmin family? So then whatever I am saying, you will all know. Your grandmother would have lived. I don't think you guys are living like that. Your grandmother would have lived, your grandfather would have lived all this. But still in my personal life, I keep all this. And Manu is the definer of orthodoxy. How many times you have to brush, how many times you have to wash. I'll do exactly everything literally. Literally I will do all that. Anyhow. So second day I went to the school, again with that whole makeup. I am giving you a little background introduction so that you understand the whole situation. Again, this teacher got completely shaken. Because I didn't care. I just, second day with the full makeup I am coming. He called me, "Hey, I told you not to come with this whitewash. Again you came?" Me same response. No agitation, no perturbed, no desperation. Completely ignoring him, not caring, not bothered. That only irritated him. Immediately threw the chalk piece in the hand. That chalk piece they will have to write on the blackboard. He threw that and said, "Come to the teacher's room." In every school there will be one small room where these teachers will sit and have tea and smoke and flirt with the lady teachers. There will be one room. And this fellow said, "Come to the teacher's room." And he went away to the teacher's room. I didn't bother. I slowly walked. When I reached the teacher's room, I am supposed to stand outside and ask, "Excuse me, sir, take the permission and go inside." That's class leader, he told me, this is the way you have to do and all that. I went, but I straight walked into the room. The moment he saw me, he got up and he rushed towards me to hit. Or to tell, how dare I walked inside the room without asking, "Excuse me, sir. May I come in, sir?" He got up actually to hit me. How I responded, I was responding as if he got up seeing me. I said, "Please be seated." உட்காருங்க. That's it, that fellow's Kundalini has gone up. And he caught hold of my one hand and started twisting and started wiping my vibhuti. The moment his hand touched my vibhuti, that's all, my Kundalini has gone up. And I just held his one hand with one hand, that's all. At least my 10 teeth has gone into his hands. And he is screaming, "Hey, leave me! Hey, leave me! Hey, leave me!" And real bite. Not ordinary. Real bite. And it took at least 2-3 minutes for him to get released. I bit him in the right hand. And nicely. And finally when he released his hand, he saw it's bleeding. And all 5-6 teeth mark. And I was nicely wiping my mouth and cleaning with my hand key. I had a small hand key in my trouser. With that I was cleaning and all that. And this fellow started screaming, "Hey, I will go and tell the headmaster and throw you out of the school." I just looked up and told him, "If you go," in Tamil I said, "வாத்தியார் headmaster போய் சொன்னா உன் மானம் தான் போகும், ஒரு சின்ன பையன் உனக்கு அடிச்சு வச்சிட்டான்னு." I told him, if you go and tell the headmaster, it is only shy for you, shame on you, because a small kid has bitten you. And that fellow was so angry. He said, even if it is shame on me, it's okay, I'll go and tell the headmaster. And the next word which I uttered only, I shook him. He had an extramarital affair with another one teacher. And both of them will come to the temple every day and sit under the banyan tree. And that usually I used to sit on that tree only. So I've heard about them, but I never thought I will go to the same school and same teacher. And they will come and sit and flirt there only. It's a remote area in the temple. I usually used to sit on that banyan tree. I'll sit on the banyan tree playing, and we will be playing around in that area only. Because we were kids and these two will never bother about us. And they would have never expected I will come to the same school and under them. And I told him, okay, I told in Tamil, வாங்க headmaster போலாம். நீங்களும் லக்ஷ்மி டீச்சரும் டெய்லி ஸ்கூலுக்கு வந்து என்ன பண்றீங்களோ, கோயிலில் வந்து என்ன பண்றீங்களோ நானும் சொல்றேன், நீங்களும் சொல்லுங்க நானும் சொல்றேன், ரெண்டு பேரும் வாங்க போலாம். In Tamil I said, let's go to the headmaster and you tell what I did and I'll tell what you and Lakshmi teacher do every day in the temple after the school hours. Come on, let's go to the headmaster. That's all. That's all. That fellow took his kerchief and wiped his hand and he told me in Tamil, Sari po, nee sollada nanu sollala. Means, alright, go. You also don't tell, I also won't tell. That's all. After that, he never bothered about my vibhuti. My sakradash, he never interfered. Please understand why I want to tell this. The same situation, if any one of you, it could have become a root pattern in you. All I am trying to tell you is you don't need to develop incompletion. Developing incompletion is not mandatory. I don't have any incompletion about this incident from the beginning. Developing incompletions is not mandatory, which is not sure. See, this situation, there is every possibility I could have developed fear, incompletion, so much, which I did not. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So you need to know whether I also had a problem from him, but I did not develop incompletion. Whether the other person created problem or not is different, but developing incompletion is whose freedom? It's your freedom. Making incompletion out of that happening is your decision. So for 100% all incompletion, you are responsible. What they have done may be right or wrong, but it does not need to become incompletion. You see, what the teacher did is complete abusal. Wrong. But it never became incompletion in me. Recently, few years before when I went to Tiruvannamalai, he came and had my darshan. Later on. Because after some time the teacher became headmaster and that his wife died and he married the same teacher with whom he had an extramarital affair. He married the same teacher and that teacher also died. Now he is retired. He came and touched my feet. I picked up the same right hand and touched him. He said, "You leave me." Leave my hand. I said, okay. It never became a pattern in me, incompletion in me. Even though what he did was completely wrong, I never created an incompletion in me. So what others may do right or wrong, but that does not mean you have to develop incompletion. So any incompletion you have developed, who is responsible? You. So who is supposed to do completion? You. Make them understand about completion, the other person, then explain incident by incident and listen to their response also. Most of the time, it will be completely, it would have been misunderstood by you. Your my world is completely wrong. So listen, listen, listen. And finally, complete. Tell them clearly, whatever is right or wrong, now I am dropping it, I am completing with you. Over. With this, I am not going to carry any more powerlessness. Incompletion with you. Over. Declare completion. Do this with every relationship, whoever is alive and reachable. If they are not reachable, not alive, do it only with the mirror and the other person.
Yes. So we understood about the deeper truths, how Swamiji revealed, how we should have completion with ourselves and others. See, even when you're saying other people, it is not we have to get incomplete because of something. And even if you understand from this incident, it is not we have to do something back to them. We not have to react to them. The whole thing is, when whatever happened, it never created an incompletion in Swamiji. So whatever Swamiji did out of after that, in that same experience, if we understand, it was not out of incompletion. So it automatically brought the other person also to completion about the thing. So as we beautifully understood how Swamiji explained, it is not that we have to find out, okay, how can I take revenge now? How can I do something behind? Not that. But what you should understand rightly, the world is there, my world is there. Whatever I perceive from the world, even if it's something which is happening, wrong, right, like that, we should not get incomplete with it. The moment we allow it to come into our inner space, that means we are allowing incompletion into ourselves. Automatically, we'll start to see the reality will start to change. It's like this. Like when we were a child now, we were playing with many toys. We were playing, that time we thought that toys were our life. Like we had a toy car, we had a toy house, all of that. At that time, it was okay. But now, when we have matured from that reality with the whatever cognition we have got. Now we start seeing for a real car, real house. We do not get incomplete if a toy car or a toy house is taken away from us. When we were a child, maybe we would have gotten incomplete because of it. So, when we have this powerful cognition shift, the cognitive shift from the lower reality, we understand, okay, I do not have to create incompletion. That is why all these powerful cognitions are revealed. We do not have to get, we stop getting incomplete because of these various other cognitions. We start maturing. That's the right, like Swamiji says, we mature. The powerful cognitions help us mature from the lower reality which we have been carrying. Automatically, we start to project a higher reality in our lives. So I request all the participants now, let us come to space of listening as we go deeper into the various truths now, which Swamiji is going to continue explaining very beautifully how we understood from Swamiji himself. Actually, there's a small story I would like to narrate first to explain about how the world and my world, how we can understand it deeper. An old man went to a nearby village and was coming back to his house. From a distance, he saw that his house was on fire. He literally started boiling and burning, rolling on the ground and crying. That's all. He just like fully started crying because his house had gone on fire. And one of his sons came to him and said, "Why are you crying, father?" The old man said, "Oh, my house is on fire, my house is on fire." The son reminded him, "Don't you remember just yesterday we sold the house?" Immediately the man got up and became completely all right. He was completely okay. All his suffering, his pain, everything disappeared. Everything became all right for him. But in a few minutes, the second son came and told him, "Father, we sold the house, that is true, but the money still has not come to us. We have not yet received the money." Immediately, the old man started rolling on the ground and crying, "Oh, my house is on fire, my house is on fire, my house is on fire." It was the same house burning. After a few minutes, again, another of his sons came and told him, "Father, we just received the money. We are safe now." Immediately, the man again became fine. It was the same house which was burning. For a few minutes, it was suffering. For a few minutes, it was happiness, or it was completeness. He was complete. The moment we start to understand that it is us projecting this reality, and we do not have to hold this reality as our identity. Stop holding anything as our identity, because he was holding his house. Oh, it's my house. Immediately when it's your house, oh, it's burning now, I'm going to lose. In the same way, if he was just in completion, he would just know how to go and turn off the fire. Simple, much more simpler solution. But if we just see in our lives, because of the incompletion created, how we make such a big incompletion, and how we actually start making so many problems in the way which we are manifesting our reality itself. We are, even if we are just able to be in completion, we'll continuously, Swamiji says, when we form that incompletion, our jnana is taken away from us, our buddhi is taken away from us, the intelligence which we have is taken away from us, and we start running from that pattern, from that incompletion. Then when that buddhi is disattached from us, till we are able to have the cognitive shift and come out of that incompletion, that part of the buddhi will not again come back to us. When we are just able to be in that space of completion, not getting affected, like how we saw in Swamiji's own life, not getting affected by whatever is happening, and just being able to be unclutched. That's right. Completely unclutched from everything you're doing and doing it. Whether you have it or not, it will not be a problem. So what we are understanding, the world or my world, there is no problem in whether we, it's not wrong that we have something from the world. It is not at all wrong that we should have something from the world. We can have everything, but we are not affected by whatever happens in the world. It does not affect me, us in any way. That is what beautifully we understood. And what actually, if you can see from many great people's, great sadhus, great kings, even kings' lives, how you can understand from Janaka's life, Maharaja Janaka's life, Rajarishi. He was a great Rajarishi. Janaka, in his whole life, he was running a whole kingdom, a whole samarajya, basically. But he was completely unclutched. He was not holding anything as his identity, even though he was a king. So actually, it's a beautiful story. One of his gurus, Yajnavalkya, he'll be coming and speaking great truths every day. So once Yajnavalkya wanted to test King Janaka, whether he is, how much he is able to live these truths, how much he is living these truths. At that time, he creates a illusory fire. I mean, just in the Maya, he just creates a fire, burning the whole kingdom. All the ministers who are sitting over there and attending the class with King Janaka, all of them are running, oh, my things, my wealth, all my property, all of these things they're running for. But Janaka is just able to sit unclutched completely, because throughout the time when Janaka was ruling the kingdom, he was not clutched onto it. He was never affected by whether the kingdom is there or not. He was not affected by it. So you can even be a king, but live in complete unclutching, being in the space of enlightenment completely. When you're complete, this is what we are having completion with others, we are saying. Never getting incomplete. For that, when we do the completion, we first remove the patterns which are there, and then putting the right cognitions to get a cognitive shift from this reality. Seeing more and more how you are projecting this reality. The my world and the world. You are the one projecting the world. That is when it falls in tune and the whole reality is manifested completely. So we can understand this very beautifully in our lives. And now we're going to be understanding from Swamiji himself, understanding about how completion with others, how we should have completion with others. Completion with others is not just apologizing, or how we can create completion with others. It's not just apologizing. It is basically taking responsibility for the situation. That's what Swamiji says. Taking the responsibility to start understanding how I am projecting it. See, whatever happened had happened in the world. But it was I who decided to get incomplete from it, taking the responsibility and making other people complete. That is what we're going to be understanding now directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let us understand about this truth, and then we'll enter into the next session where we'll be doing an elaborate exercise into completion, getting complete and completing with others. So let us now bring out to the space of listening and seeing how more and more we can take completion and how more and more we can understand it. So Swamiji says, only the incompletion is what we form from the world. Anything we start to internalize as an impossibility, as something which is binding us from the world, holding something in that context, is what is the incompletion, is what is the whole Maya itself, is what is the whole delusion itself. So we're going to first understand about this, and then in the next session, we're going to be going much more deeper into the same topic. So let's come to the space of listening and understand, try to cognize what Swamiji is trying to say. I request all the participants, please make sure you're posting any questions you have, any understandings, any clicks which you get, and use the clicks to solve the incompletion which you're holding. Now, if you're holding incompletion, using the click, like how even when you're a child, suppose you are playing with some clay toys. the clay toy would have broken. It might have broken at that time. Maybe the hand broke from a clay toy which you are playing with. At that time, you'll be crying, oh, it broke, it broke, it broke. Suppose your parent have just come and they're just, it's just clay, you can just fix it back. Same way, the cognitive shift has to happen from this whole reality. This whole reality, whatever is happening is happening. It is me projecting it. I can do whatever I want to change this whole reality. Soon you'll start to see this whole reality just comes as consciousness, pure energy to you. Then simply you can play with it the way you want. This whole matter just starts becoming one more aspect of you, one more manifestation of you. Then you can start playing with it. It's just fully clay. Okay, I can decide to put it this way. I can decide to create whatever I want in this reality. This reality is no more held as something, as your identity for you, or you're not affected by it. You're not engaged into it. So you're completely unclutched and you're running your whole life. This is the way how Swamiji is explaining how we should hold the space of completion and how we can be in the space of completion. So let us all now listen directly from Swamiji and then we'll enter into the exercise.
How many of you, when you did the process yesterday, the world and my world, understood it is you who messed up everything in your life? It is you who is supposed to repair everything in the life. How many of you understood that? All right. How many of you think we should really repair it? Very seriously, sincerely, you want to repair it. I'll give you step by step. How many of you think you don't need to repair it? You are not responsible. Raise your hand. No, really, I want to see. Maybe somebody will be thinking, why should I? No, I want you to understand, unless you decide, repairing cannot be done. Unless you decide, repairing cannot be done. Repairing cannot be done. Listen. Today we start completing with others. Others means not just only your father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister. The human beings around you. We will start the completion with everything with which you are living. Your wealth, your health, your bag, your seat, your pets, your car, your house. Please understand, all these are living part of your life. They may be dead objects, but they are living part of your life. See, a house may be a dead object, but it is a living part of your life. How many of you understand what I am saying? It's a very important component of your life. First, we will start completion with all the human beings with whom we are living. First step, completion with everything. With every human being. First thing you need to do is deciding, I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. I have to bring completion with whoever I am living. Even if they don't want, I will stretch my best and I will decide I am in the space of completion. Whenever they want, I am open to have them. I am open. I am going to be in the space of completion. Whenever they are also ready, it will become completely complete. Understand? Completion with others does not mean you are going to apologize to them. No. Apologizing is not completion. Asking sorry is not. So many people were saying, I want to apologize, I am sorry. No, I am sorry is not completion. I am deciding to drop hurting pattern in my life, or any incompletion, misunderstanding, anything. I am deciding to drop, and I am deciding not to bring them, not to give life to it again. See, past, you can't say you are wrong or you are right. No one can say you are wrong, you are right. It is not apologizing. It is not feeling sorry for the past. No. Deciding, I am dropping this incompletion, hangover of the past, and I will not allow this to happen once more. Completion is actually responsibility, not apologizing. See, apologizing or feeling sorry comes out of powerlessness, but completion comes out of responsibility. Understand the difference. Please listen, see the difference. Now when I am saying you need to complete with your mother, with your father, with your brother, with others, I am not asking you to apologize. I am not asking you to call them and say, oh sorry, oh sorry, oh sorry, bus bus. No. No. Feeling sorry comes from powerlessness. That is not completion. When you call, you explain, this is what has been perceived by me. Here, I am not interested in looking into you are wrong or I am wrong. That will only create more and more anger, hatred and suppressed violence. I am only saying one thing. I am ready to drop the past and its powerlessness, incompletion. I am declaring, I am dropping the past and I am complete. I don't have incompletion. And I will not create any incompletion anymore. Your decision and declaration, when it reaches them, you will suddenly see they also open up and start coming towards completion. But first you need to be prepared. The first step, preparation for you. Sit with any one person in the hall. First invoke your mother in that person and complete. Then go to the another participant and invoke the father in the person and complete. Don't invoke everybody in one person. No. One person, and with whoever you need to complete. Here, complete. Then, without the person, sit with the mirror and invoke that person in the mirror. Invoke your mother in the mirror. Talk loudly, not silent completion. No. Talk loudly as you are talking to your mother and complete. Invoke your father. Talk loudly as you are talking to your father and complete. Listen. First step, with the participants, you will sit and do completion. Second step, with the mirror, you will sit and talk and do the completion. Third, only you are going to call them and start talking to them. How many of you understand? First, do the first step and second step. If they are dead, by invoking in the mirror, if you do completion, that's enough. And if there is a legal problem, calling them, they may record and create a problem. You don't need to call them. Yes. Huh? If you know that they are still alive and if you have the ability to reach out to them, you should reach out. First, you don't even go to that step. Let us first do these two completion. Then you will have lot of questions. I will answer them. I will help you to do these two completion first. That will take away the anger and vengeance and misunderstandings and suppressions you have. Let that come out first. Let you be healed. All that spicy, chilly anger, vengeance, Everything will come out through the words. You will be ready to complete. If you directly now call them, you will only pick up more fight and come back with more mess up and incompletion. How many of you understand that? That is why I am not going to let you call them now. You will start reasoning with them. You are wrong, you are wrong, you are wrong. End of the call, more incompletion. First, even if your relative or the person with whom you have to complete is in the hall, you will not talk to them directly. You will only sit with persons, other participants, and then you will only sit with the mirror. Then I will have one more session answering your questions, and I will also be doing a Shivoham process to heal your past. That part of the brain which records strong emotions, I will heal that part with the awakening of the Kundalini. Then your tongue will have the sweetness, honey. Then you should call on honey. Otherwise, honey! The honey itself will be so frightening. It won't be like a honey bee. Yes, go ahead. See, completion is not feeling sorry, feeling powerless. For example, you are going to call your mother. Sit with her, explain from the beginning what all incompletions you developed with her, make her understand very clearly you are responsible for it. And you are dropping it. You are not saying sorry, you are not becoming powerless about it. You are saying, yes, I am responsible. I don't want to get into who is right, who is wrong. Even if you are wrong, I am only responsible. I am dropping the past. And now I want to start the new space with completion. Understand? I am dropping the past in completion, and I am starting the new space with completion. See, when you call, before you call them, I will give you instruction. Simple introduction. You tell them, I am going through a meditation program where I am supposed to complete with myself and all the relatives. So, I am calling you. Just add 2-3 lines. You are important person, part of my life. So, only when we are complete, I can be complete. Now I am calling you. This has happened. Now I am realizing who is right or who is wrong is not the thing. I am responsible. So I am deciding to take the responsibility and bring completion. Understand? The other person should not feel you are weak. Other person should only feel you are taking responsibility for it. All of you are getting it? Getting it? Yes. Then, yes, when you talk to the volunteers, you talk in the when you talk to the participant, you talk in the language you are going to talk to that person, to your mother or to whoever. Talk in that same language. The participant need not understand. And even to the mirror, talk in the language you are going to talk. Maybe when you meet him next time, you'll have to sit and communicate. Shall we start now? Yes, any questions? Come on, answer. I'll answer. இப்போ இந்த ஒரு பர்சனோடையும் மிரரோடையும் உட்காந்து கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணுங்க. அதுக்கு அடுத்து கால் பண்ணுறது மட்டும் நான் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுக்குறேன். Now what I am saying, even if that person has done something wrong, he is the reason for the incompletion, but I am going to be responsible for the completion. So I am not bothered about you, you may be the reason or not, but I am going to take the responsibility for completion. No, I am not responsible for the abusal I went through, but I am responsible for the completion which I am going to bring now. You understand? You see, I have been attacked and abused so much. I am not reason. I am the victim of the media attack, religious persecution. I am not reason for it, but I am taking the responsibility to bring completion. Same thing. Yes. So, even if the other person is wrong, we will take the responsibility for completion. Yes. Is it independent whether we are? Yes. That person understands, accepts or not is secondary. It is you come to the completion space. It is working on you mainly.
Yes. So we understood directly how Swamiji revealed about this very powerful way of understanding how we have to bring completion in ourselves and others. It's a very beautiful way of understanding. And now we're going to be entering into a short exercise. I'm going to be explaining about, we're going to be understand this deeper when we do the power manifestation as a powerful cognition. And now let us first do the internalization exercise the way Swamiji told us to. Immediately, let's enter into that first. And actually, Swamiji says, completion with others is a spiritual practice. Completion with yourself is like Paramashiva. Completion with others is like Devi. Devi is required for life to happen. That is why in all our temples, I put Devi along with Paramashiva. I have not put Devi as a separate deity. This is directly what Swamiji says. If you understand like the static matter, Paramashiva, the dynamic activity, Devi, the way we are projecting our whole reality, that is what is Devi. All that exists is a static matter. The will which it manifests, the strategic will, is what makes it into the reality, Devi, as Devi, into this whole reality, the whole Prakriti which we are seeing. Whatever is that deep way of how we project our reality, the way from consciousness, how we collapse it to matter, and the way we project the reality. If you understand it deeper, how Swamiji is explaining about it, we'll simply be able to catch it, and we'll also be able to replicate this in our lives. So let us now enter into the exercise which we're going to be doing now. I request all the participants, you can get a pen and paper now as we enter into the exercise. Which we're going to be doing now. So as part of this exercise now, we are first going to be seeing, make a list of all of the people that are a part of our lives at some point of time, and start with the most intimate relationships. And everyone who is a part of life, make a list of all of them. We'll just be giving a few minutes for this, and then we'll move to the next step. Write down a list of all the people, pets, plants, even those people, your spouse, children, guru, God, father, mother, siblings, all of the various relationships, especially which you had. You can pen it down. And after that, we'll be entering into the process of the completion. So let's take some time and pen this down, just a few minutes to do that, and then we'll move to the next step. So now let's make 3 columns in our book and write down in 3 columns the world, and my incompletion. See, it's very important we find incidents so that we can put the right cognition, the right powerful cognition, which will make a click happen to break that incident and break that completion. See, only when we put a cognition to replace that, then it becomes complete completion, as Swamiji says. So it's very important. Write incident and make these 3 lines and describe all the relationships, all of that, all the incidents which happened with these 3 columns, and write them down and complete them. So we'll be giving some time to do it. Write the incident which happened as what the world, whatever happened, my world, what I perceived from the world which happened, and what are the incompletions which I held from it, which I'm still holding from it. See, like how anything happens in the outer world, we do not have to get incomplete for it. Like what Swamiji said was, many times Swamiji said, all the persecution which happened, even though it happened on Swamiji, complete because of it. Ahimsa, Swamiji says, is not getting incomplete for it, but doing what needs to be done to solve the problem, to complete the problem. That is what is ahimsa. So that's why actively enriching and causing to build Kailasa. That is what is the right solution. But otherwise, if we were in that same situation, what we would have done, the way we would have reacted, the way we would have taken actions, all of that would have been totally different, because the patterns which we are carrying repeat as patterns. That is why that's the natural pattern in which we repeat our life continuously. But when we complete with it, we destroy, we break that pattern, and we change the whole reality, the way it's manifested, as we'll be understanding deeper in the power manifestation segment. So I request all the participants, let's take some time now, pen these 3 down and complete with it, and then we'll move on to the power manifestation.
Paramashivoham.
the participants, you can relax now. Hope all the participants were able to finish this exercise and complete with it. And Swami says, especially right after the completion, when you do the completion, that's the best time to manifest the powers with the powerful cognition, because immediately we'll be able to see how it reflects and manifests in the reality. It's like a whiteboard. If you have so many things scribbled on that whiteboard, you'll not be able to write more on it. But the moment you complete, you wipe off some of it, you will get more space now to manifest something more in our lives. So let us all now enter into the power manifestation, where we are going to be seeing how we are going to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. As part of this power manifestation, we are going to be manifesting the power of Vak Shakti. So let us come to the space of listening now as we enter into the manifestation for this manifestation of Vak Shakti. We're going to be seeing the Shastra Pramana for the power of manifesting the Vak Shakti. So let us see the Shastra Pramana and then we'll enter into the manifestation. Yes. So for this power of Vak Shakti, this is the Shastra Pramana. I'll just be chanting the Shastra Pramana and then we'll enter into the manifestation. Anenaiva vidhanena yogindro vani mandale bhavet swachandachari cha sarvapat parivarjitaha. You can see beautifully how Bhagavan Paramashiva is revealing this Shastra Pramana over here. The Shastra Pramana says, Bhagavan Paramashiva reveals, by acting upon these ordainments by me, the great yogi becomes in the world perfectly independent, Swachandachari, and is freed from all obstacles, and he can travel anywhere, Sarvapat. So we can understand from the Shastra Pramana, just to understand, he can travel anywhere. Basically, when Bhagavan Paramashiva is revealing this, he's saying he is freed from all obstacles. He becomes freely independent. What Bhagavan Paramashiva is revealing? See, now we understand this, okay? Our whole life is like a screen, a movie, on which the whole thing is being projected. Whatever is happening, that is the world, you can understand it as. Whatever is happening, it's going on. Now, we are sitting and we are seeing the movie. The moment we start to think, I am the person acting in the movie, I am the person doing this thing in the movie, that is when we start to create the incompletion. We start to think, okay, I am doing something and then I have to start doing something. I have to, when the moment you engage into this reality, the moment you start to think this reality as the only reality, which is existing, and you stop understanding that you are projecting this reality, then that time you engage into it and you create all the incompletions you create. You start creating the Maya, the incompletions. But if you understand, I am only sitting in the theater room, I am only controlling, I am only putting everything in this movie and just sitting there in that space of completion, then whatever is happening as part of the movie, you will not get incomplete because of it. It is like this. Each person is existing. You are projecting one thing on one person. Okay, this person is angry. This person is happy. This person is nice to me. This person is wrong to me. That's all the various relationships we are creating. And then continuously you are putting, okay, anger into this person. You see what we are saying, we are projecting it. When someone tells you something and you get incomplete because of it, that is what is being projected as that person again and again telling you, because you're accepting that person making you incomplete. You're allowing that person to make you incomplete. Otherwise, even whether the person tells you something and he does not tell you something, you will always be in the space of completion, because you know your completion is not dependent on others not doing something to you. It's not dependent on others. It is your space of completion which you are deciding to project on each person. When we understand this beautiful concept that Swamiji is revealing, then we'll simply be able to see how we start to manifest the reality more and more. We are freed from all obstacles. We perfectly become independent, as Swamiji is saying, as Bhagavan Paramashiva is revealing in the Shastra Pramana over here. We become perfectly independent. So to understand this very deeply, we have to understand it very deeply and understand it completely, that how this whole reality is actually being manifested, and it is not anyone else who has power over us, but we are the people who are projecting anyone else. Because Swami says, anything which you are projecting does not have more power than you. If you understand this very beautifully, it is only because you are existing itself, anything else is happening, right? If you understand, leave everything else. Only because you are existing, anything else is happening. If you are not existing at that place, then nothing is happening. There is no incompletion, nothing is there. The moment you understand this, now if you are at one place, in some other place, what is going on is not affecting you at the present moment, at now. Nothing else is affecting you where anything else is going on, right? That's because you are not there. You are not engaged over there. So, same way, in the same place, it's not because we are associating ourselves with this body, the place, it's not just the place, but if you understand, that place is as energy. It's not collapsing into matter, into the delusion which you're saying more of. Same way, at this same place, if we are just unclutched and we are not engaging into the reality, the same thing will not collapse and will not create incompletions in the same place. We're just witnessing the reality. You're not engaging into the reality. Like how you understand. Now, suppose you're somewhere and in some other place something is going on. At that present moment, it is not affecting you because you're not engaged into that point. Same way, even at the present moment, if you're not engaged into it, it may be happening, but it will not affect you whatever way it's happening. You'll just simply know, okay, I'm just projecting it. I just need to change the way I'm projecting it. That's all. We will not collapse it into the incompletion or into the matter, as we are saying, the matter from the consciousness, being the pure consciousness. The more and more we start to create the completion, we start to see the whole reality itself changes, and the whole reality itself is in a more complete way. We start to see the whole reality as consciousness, as energy. Everyone, because you're not projecting any incompletion, you're not making anyone incomplete. No one can get incomplete because of you, or neither you get incomplete because of anyone else. Then the more and more you start to see the reality in the way the reality is really, as the consciousness. This is what Bhagavan Paramashiva is beautifully explaining in the Shastra Pramana. And let us now see how we can manifest this power of Vak Shakti, just through the words being able to manifest the reality we want to. See, when we are completely integrated, we are holding the truth only, which is I am not getting incomplete because of anything. I am not getting affected because of anything. When we hold that truth continuously, then any words which we utter, anything which we want to manifest will immediately manifest in our reality. It is just what we are able to bring into our cognition of the way we perceive the world. That's the only thing. Bringing more and more completion into our cognition. So immediately we'll start to see everything we want will immediately manifest into the reality. There'll no more be any want, because, and no more insecurities, no more incompletions will start to come, and you start to understand. That is why the power manifestation itself, if you understand, the more and more you start to do this power manifestation, the other reality starts to look little more lower. I can simply play with this whole reality. It's a Shakti. It's not a Siddhi, which makes you engage more in reality, but it's a Shakti, having power over the reality completely. The more and more you start to understand, okay, it's a little more lower way. Why do I have to get incomplete? I can just manifest it the way I want to. Okay, I manifest this power, I manifest that power. I tell this should manifest to the power of Vak Shakti. It will immediately manifest. But we have to make sure we're getting that core cognition into ourselves. So let us now enter into this power manifestation. First, connect with Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya. When you're connecting to Swamiji, connect to Swamiji, center everything around Swamiji. Let everything manifest only around Swamiji. The more and more everything starts manifesting around Swamiji, then anything happens, you'll tell, okay, only Swamiji is flowing through his body. That's what Swami is saying is Paramadvaita. It's very easy when we have the feeling connection, as we'll be learning in the next session actually. When you have that feeling connection, it's much more easier. Tying it around Swamiji. Swamiji is the only person existing. The more and more you start holding these cognitions, using these cognitions, then all the incompletions being put at you, even if that anger is boiling inside, no, it is only Swamiji manifesting. Let Swamiji decide what needs to be done. Whatever needs to be done, Swamiji will do. More and more you surrender, having that pure state of surrender. Hold that same space now. When you have that state of surrender and that space of complete completion, all the powers simply manifest. So let us hold that same space now. Chant the Mahavakya, directly connecting to Swamiji. Entangle with Swamiji. Manifest. For us to come to that space of completion, we might have to complete tons of patterns. But just by being able to connect with Swamiji, then Swamiji is already in that completion space. Automatically, thousands of patterns will be burnt when we just connect to Swamiji, much more easier than the way when we sit and try to do completion. So let us sit and scan your throat center. Swamiji says the Vak is the intra organ which resides in the throat center. Actually, it is It really is like an intra-organ which resides over there. Like how our third eye, we say the pineal gland. Same way in our throat, the Vak resides over there. There's the Vak Shakti over there. And scan the throat center for all the unfulfilled promises we have given. And all the unfulfilled promises, all the incompletions which we are holding, scan it and complete with it. Consciously decide now you are going to complete with it. Swamiji said, conscious decision is much more powerful than anything. That is where we are manifesting the whole reality from. It is only from your decision whether you want to get incomplete from it, you are deciding to get incomplete and manifesting the reality in the way it is. So holding that same cognition now, let us enter into the power manifestation, chant the Mahavakya, and connect to Swamiji completely in that oneness space. Allow Swamiji to just blast all the patterns and scan all the patterns and complete with all the patterns. And in that same space now, chant the Mahavakya few minutes and sit in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi and manifest this power of Vak Shakti.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes, you can slowly open your eyes and verify whatever has manifested. Take some time, you can post whatever has manifested, whatever you're able to see that manifested, and you are able to scan all the incompletions residing there. any incompletion. See, when we start doing the completion more and more, that is one of the most easiest ways we'll start to see how we can be unclutched. We are no more engaged into the matter of the reality. We're not just engaged into the matter. We're able to see the consciousness, the energy, how I am manifesting the matter, how I am manifesting this whole reality. So let us now take some time and pen down whatever you're able to see that manifested. The patterns, like if you understand deeper, all the patterns, if we see, are the things which are making us, even though we do not want to get incomplete, it's pushing us and telling us, no, you have to make incomplete. But we have to understand the patterns are not something else. It is our own decision to get incomplete because of it. Like Swamiji says, it is just the decision. The moment we start to decide, no, I'm not going to get pulled by the pattern, it's our own decision. It's our own decision not to get angry, not to get incomplete, not to get powerless because of something. It is not anyone else's decision. It is us who's reacting to it. It is us who's deciding to. Swami says, all the reactive patterns have to be surrendered. We have to bring more and more. See, the more and more we start to cognize the powerful cognitions, that is one of the most easiest ways for us to stop running by those patterns. Then we have another cognition in which we start running from. It's like a new line which you start running from completely, a new source from which you start running from completely. We have to directly remove it from the source. So that is why it's so important we start learning and cognizing these cognitions more and more in each of our thoughts, all the thoughts we are having, all the conversations we are having, everything aligning it more and more towards these powerful cognitions and starting to live it. And also all of these power manifestations we can start using throughout the day. That is why the power manifestation is just to make us inspired and to make us start living these powerful cognitions. When we start living these powerful cognitions, automatically the power manifestation happens. It's a side effect of the powerful cognition only. So the more and more starting to live these powerful cognitions and seeing how we are manifesting the reality more and more. Then simply we'll see the power of this vak. Actually, Swami says the vak, if we just stop polluting it, if we stop telling the lies, which are actually the incompletions which we are creating all the time, allowing something else to come rather than the pure truth. If we just stop doing that itself, the vak will start manifesting. Everything we say will start to get manifested into reality. Now, sometimes we should be happy that what we are saying is not manifesting to reality, because all the various incompletions we are holding also we are again and again putting in our heads. That is why it's not manifesting. Cosmos is actually supporting us by not letting everything which we want to manifest. But only when we completing where and all, like if we have those thoughts, no, oh, we have all the negative thoughts also, but we want only the positive thoughts to manifest as the reality. First, we have to complete with all the negative thoughts. Automatically, the positive thoughts are already manifesting as the reality. The negative thoughts is, see, Cosmos always supports the positiveness manifesting. But we add the negative thoughts continuously, then automatically if Cosmos will stop, because even those negative thoughts will start manifesting as a reality, but we do not want to manifest that, right? So automatically we'll start to see even the positive things will stop manifesting. But when we start to remove those negative things by holding more and more positive cognitions, more and more powerful cognitions, we'll simply start to see how even the positive things start manifesting, and all our whole life will start manifesting only auspiciously more and more. So I request all the participants now, let us finish the manifestation now, and you can post whatever you are able to see manifested, any good, where you are able to complete, share your experience and inspire and invite others to come and join this Paramashivoham program and also experience completion. So I request all the participants, take some time and post it in your social media platforms. And with that now, I thank all the participants for attending this session. Now we're going to be moving to the next session. In this next session, Swamiji is going to beautifully be explaining about the world and my world directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and how we should bring completion in it. See, if we understand now, it's like this. Our consciousness, what we are saying, the way we are manifesting our reality, and the world is there. The matter and this body, the body and the consciousness. Now, the script which you are putting between both of them is the mind, the incompletions which we are putting. All of that, when we are thinking only, see, the incompletions is what is binding us to only this matter. We are thinking only this matter. And we are creating incompletions because we are thinking only the matter is there. If we know even the consciousness is there, then we'll understand how it's being projected. The whole circle we'll understand. But if we understand only the matter, we are only perceiving the matter, we are only again and again engaging into the matter. When you're engaged into that, all the incompletions are formed. The incompletions are just where our awareness is. Is our awareness only on the world, or is it only on my world? Both of them are not complete, because if we are only inside my world also, we'll start to create all the fantasies, there is like where we can understand more of like where the siddhis come. But the Shakti is where my world is tuned into the world. You cannot say that there's no matter also. You cannot say there's no consciousness also. Both of them together we have to see. How is the whole world being projected? The more and more how we can come to the completion space, how our patterns are only binding us just to this matter, we have to understand by getting incomplete because of whatever is happening in this reality, and how we can understand how actually we are projecting it by completing with those patterns. This is what Swami is going to be explaining very beautifully, how we have to start taking a responsibility. When we start taking a responsibility, how we'll start to see how I'm manifesting this reality. Very beautifully, we're going to be understanding how Swami is going to be explaining about this. Swami is going to be narrating a story of Ganesha and Subramanya, Kartikeya, how the world and my world was perceived. How for Ganesha, my world was in tune with, and for Subramanya, it was not yet in tune. My world was not yet in tune with the world. Only the world, he was thinking only the world exists. Subramanya was only thinking the world exists. Not in tune. My world was not in tune with the world. So we are going to be understanding now how this whole circle happens and how we can understand, how we can stop it by having that feeling connection with the master, how we can establish ourselves on that and take responsibility for the way we are starting to manifest our reality more and more. In that space of completion, not just see the space of completion manifests. If you start to see when that space of completion happens, you'll see the completion in the reality, how you are projecting the reality will happen. You'll be able to see the consciousness more, how more and more the consciousness is manifesting the reality. More and more consciousness will start to manifest the reality rather than just us engaging into the matter and only holding the matter as our reality and again manifesting only matter in our reality. So let's all come to the space of listening now, and let's listen directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, explaining about these deeper truths, and after that we'll understand how we can apply this in our lives and manifest the powers of Paramashiva.
Once Ganesha and Subramanya, both of them have decided to have a challenge that who will quickly go around the world 3 times. Subramanya, as you all aware, has his own flight, peacock. He just sat on his peacock, started flying, crossing the continents, crossing the oceans, hills, once, twice, thrice. He completed and came back. He saw this Ganesha, heavy guy. His vehicle is a rat. But this fellow claims he won the game by going around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. He says, I won the game. I went around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. With this rat, what else can be done? Yanayai eliyiluttu kondu povum adisayam. Tamil I described, the rat is dragging the elephant. What will happen? That much is the capacity. But finally, Ganesha declares, I won the game. I went around the Shiva and Parvati 3 times. Subramanya asks, how can that be? Very beautifully Ganesha says, you went round your world, I went round my world. Understand, you went around your world, I went around my world. You went around your world, I went around my world. You need to catch this truth. The world, my world. This is the sacred secret. The world is binary, logical, arithmetic, scientific, universal. My world is emotional, based on faith, beliefs, experiences of individual perceptions, realization of individual identity's expression in its fullest form. My world is totally different from the world. When my world is completely in tune with the world, you are a Jivan Mukta. When there is no conflict between my world and the world, please understand, people who are always going around the world are caught in agitation, anger, stress, rajas. People who are completely caught in my world sometimes can miss the world. Here, Ganesha is successful not just because he was centered on my world, he was centered on my world which was in tune with the world. He was completely experiencing my world, the Ganesha's my world and the world is one and the same. Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. Understand? Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. I'll give you a clear picture. How ordinarily people are caught between my world and the world and start preferring between these two, someone. When you start preferring the world, your whole life ends in depression. You are drained in my world. When you start preferring my world, sometime you can lose your balance and get into some fantasies and whims and fancies. My world should expand and grow and completely should be in tune with the world. Ganesha. Is my world. And the world. Both are in tune because Mahadeva, Shiva, and Devi. Please understand, Shiva and Devi are really the world, and Ganesha also experienced Shiva and Devi as my world. Please understand, they were really cosmos, and he is also experienced them as cosmos. So the my world and the world has fallen in tune as the experience of Ganesha. So he going around Shiva and Devi is literally going around the world. Even though he said he went around my world, in his case the my world is the world. Usually human beings who give preference only for the world become extraordinary materialists, but end up in spiritual poverty. Spiritual poverty, depression, utter depression. Same way, people who prefer only my world sometimes end up in hallucinations without falling in tune with the world. Understand, the world can't be rejected as you think. Misunderstandings about the world should be rejected. For example, fire is the world. Your fears and misunderstandings about fire should be rejected, not fire itself. You can't reject it. Its existence cannot be denied. Maya is the ideas which are not in tune with the world, but you are carrying about the world or Maya. Maya is the illusory ideas you carry about the world, not the world itself. When you carry the right idea, when you understand the right ideas about the world, you will realize the world is made of the same stuff in which my world is made. Understand? I am giving a new twist. First statement I am making: the fire, earth, water, air, space itself cannot be denied. Your wrong concept about it is Maya. But when your wrong concepts about it is removed, it loses the identity which you are thinking it is having. One example. The fire. You have fear about fire. That fear is called Maya. But fire itself is not Maya. When the fear is completely lost in you, when you are in tune, suddenly you realize what stuff is a base material for you, same stuff is base material for that. You are in tune already. You can play with it, conquer it, go beyond it. Catch it if you can. It's one of the very, very, very subtlest truths. The discrepancy between my world and the world in ideological level is conflict. Discrepancy between my world and the world in practical level is poverty and failure. The discrepancy between the my world and the world in the emotional level is depression. The discrepancy between my world and the world in the conscious level is illusion. Next, Subramanyas. Muruga. First, he goes around the world. As usual, when you go around the world, you will get into an intense rajas. In that extraordinary rajas, when you claim the victory, he comes back to see already somebody has won the game. It is like, we have a very beautiful story about Bharata, in whose name the whole Bharat is named. He suddenly felt he should conquer the whole world and conquers, reaches the peak of the Meru hills, which is mythological basically in Hindu tradition, to establish his flag. When he goes there, suddenly he finds 10 million flags are there. Means before him 10 million people have conquered the world. All their flags are there. He felt, oh God, where did I land? Then Brahma appears and says, oh my son, do not think you are the first one to conquer the world. Before you, millions of Bharatas have come. Millions of conquerors have come. All of them have conquered this world and claimed it is theirs, it is theirs, it is theirs. For this period, you are claiming it is yours, that's all. Then Bharata realizes, wow. That realization, click, makes him go for doing tapasya. And in that tapas, he becomes enlightened. How to be in tune with the world and my world. The balancing of the world and my world happens. Please understand, if you don't balance the world and my world, even if you conquer, it will be suppression of the world, it will get back to you as tsunami. The materialistic civilization is conquering the world without balancing my world, which is leading to all ecological imbalances. All natural calamities. Here, just like Bharata, Muruga comes back after going around 3 times the world, sees Ganesha sitting contently, radiating, and that gives Muruga initiation, click. So he goes to a private place, Parani, stays there and does tapas, by becoming a sadhu. He becomes a sadhu, leaves everything, goes there and establishes himself in my world. When he is in tune with the world and my world, in the tapas in Parani, he becomes enlightened and starts radiating enlightenment to the world. Understand? The world and my world. You need to understand the whole story in right angle. Don't think he went and stood there in anger and Avai came and sang some songs and then he went away back to Shivan. It is a cinematic version. Exactly this is what has happened. Subramanya, when he sees just the success in the world is not the ultimate, you need to balance, understand, tune with my world and the world, then conquer, then go beyond. without in tune, any effort to conquer the world leads to great chaos in the world and my world. The restlessness in my world, natural calamities in the world. Extraordinary restlessness in my world reflects as natural calamities in the world. Understand? All the civilizations which is suffering with extraordinary attention to the world without balancing my world are suffering with too much of natural calamities. If you study, you will understand this truth. Natural calamity means the whole civilization is too much about the world. The balancing of my world is not happening. History should be in tune with mythology. Logic should be in tune with emotion. Facts should be in tune with truth. Binary should be in tune with zero. Understand? The binary logic, linear movement should be in tune with circular movement, logic based on zero. The Indian rishis were able to discover zero just because they were able to understand the secret connection between the world and my world. Only a person who can comprehend the deepest secrets of the world and my world can comprehend the power of zero. Zero cannot be mathematically understood. It is just a theory. If you want to experience zero, you need to make the world and my world in tune. Tuning my world into the world is the samyama you are expected to do to fall in tune with the elements, fall in tune with the nature by Patanjali. I think this is a very sharp truth, very sharp concept. If you just understand this one story, Ganesha going around and Subramanya going around, you will see, are you going around the world or my world? Are you too much centered on my world or the world? Second, is your my world is really in tune with the world? Is your my world is complete right experience of the world, and the concept you carry about the world in my world, are they your beliefs or experiences? If Ganesha was just believing Shiva and Devi is his world, he wouldn't have won the game. Not only Shiva and Devi should be the world, Ganesha should be experiencing it. Listen. Completion with yourself is more like a spiritual practice. It is with completion with others, the life itself starts. Listen. It is from the completion with others, life starts. The completion with others, I can say, this was the greatest contribution of Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda's greatest contribution to Hinduism, he brought this idea of completion with others to the front. Completion with others is a spiritual quality. That's all. It is necessary for enlightenment. Unfortunately, we always got the idea if you have incompletion with others, run away to the higher planes where less people are there. No, that is not a solution. That is not a solution. Completion with others is the basic necessity, the basic quality you need for enlightenment. Understand? People sometimes ask me, how do I know whether I am suppressing or completing? If you are able to be in the space of completion with others, you are completing inside you with you also. If you are not able to be in the space of completion with others, then inside you are not completing with yourself, you are only suppressing. So the scale to find whether you are completing or suppressing, completing or brooding over, completing or waiting for a chance to take revenge. I have seen many people. The name of completion, now I am completing, but I am not going to keep quiet. I will wait for time. When my time comes, I will tell you what to do. I will do what needs to be done. Completion with others is a spiritual practice. Completion with yourself is like Mahadeva. Completion with others is like Devi. Devi is required for the life to happen. That is why in all our temples, I have put Devi along with Mahadeva. I have not put Devi as a separate deity. Listen. Completing with others. Others means not just only your father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister. The human beings around you. We will start the completion with everything with which you are living. Your wealth, your health, your bag, your seat, your pets, your car, your house. Please understand, all these are living part of your life. They may be dead objects, but they are living part of your life. See, a house may be a dead object, but it is a living part of your life. How many of you understand what I am saying? It's a very important component of your life. First, we will start completion with all the human beings with whom we are living. First step, completion with everything. With every human being. First thing you need to do is deciding, I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. I have to bring completion with whoever I am living. Even if they don't want, I will stretch my best and I will decide I am in the space of completion. Whenever they want, I am open to have them. I am open. I am going to be in the space of completion. Whenever they are also ready, it will become completely complete. Understand? Completion with others does not mean you are going to apologize to them. No. Apologizing is not completion. Asking sorry is not. So many people were saying, I want to apologize, I am sorry. No. I am sorry is not completion. I am deciding to drop hurting pattern in my life. or any incompletion, misunderstanding, anything, I am deciding to drop, and I am deciding not to bring them, not to give life to it again. See, past, you can't say you are wrong or you are right. No one can say you are wrong, you are right. It is not apologizing. It is not feeling sorry for the past. No. Deciding, I am dropping this incompletion, hangover of the past, and I will not allow this to happen once more. Completion is actually responsibility, not apologizing. See, apologizing or feeling sorry comes out of powerlessness, but completion comes out of responsibility. Understand the difference. Please listen, see the difference. Now, when I am saying you need to complete with your mother, with your father, with your brother, with others, I am not asking you to apologize. I am not asking you to call them and say, oh sorry, oh sorry, oh sorry, bus bus. No. No. Feeling sorry comes from powerlessness. That is not completion. When you call, you explain, this is what has been perceived by me. Here, I am not interested in looking into you are wrong or I am wrong. That will only create more and more anger, hatred, and suppressed violence. I am only saying one thing. I am ready to drop the past and its powerlessness, incompletion. I am declaring I am dropping the past and I am complete. I don't have incompletion. And I will not create any incompletion anymore. Your decision and declaration, when it reaches them, you will suddenly see they also open up and start coming towards completion. But first, you need to be prepared.
Yes. So we understood how Swamiji explained about how more and more my world should be in tune with the world. See, the moment we start to either go to my world or the world, we are denying the possibility, we are denying the understanding that the cognition that we are only projecting the reality. We have to be able to cognize as a physical reality. That is why we do the power manifestation, if you understand. The power manifestation, it has to manifest as a physical reality, as cognizing the consciousness manifesting the whole reality. Not, see, the more and more, if you're saying, okay, where is the consciousness here? And trying, okay, again and again, we are saying the consciousness, we are saying the consciousness again and again. But how am I supposed to experience the consciousness? I'm not seeing it anywhere. How am I supposed to trust that this consciousness again and again like that? See, if you understand this beautiful example, it's given by Shivananda Paramahamsa. Now, you have milk. You're adding sugar to the milk. Even though you're not able to see the sugar anymore in the milk, when you taste the milk, you're able to feel it's sweet, right? Same way, because again and again, we have only been thinking about the matter, only about that sweet milk. We are forgetting that the sugar is added to the milk, that's why it's becoming sweet. Same way, because again and again, we are engaging only into the matter, materialistic reality. We are missing the consciousness. All of us, we are only putting all our conscious, all our energy, everything only into manifesting again and again this matter reality. Again, only into manifesting this reality. So we have to first unclutch, doing all of this unclutching again and again, we have to start doing it. Then more and more, when that happens, when the power manifestation starts to happen as a reality in all of us, then immediately we are free from all the incompletions. We start to more and more start going more and more into that same space of consciousness. More and more again and again seeing how we are projecting this reality. That is what is the meaning of my world becoming in tune with the world. It is not just the matter, it's not just the conscious, not just going into the fantasies like that, but seeing how the consciousness is manifesting as this whole reality. And it's like this whole body is existing. You're able to feel the hand. You're saying one hand over here. It is one part of you. Same way, the consciousness, one part of the consciousness is the matter. The matter is manifesting as the consciousness is manifesting as the matter, and we're seeing the matter. So there is much more. You're feeling like Swamiji is that consciousness to understand. You existing, that feeling of existing, that is the consciousness. The consciousness only comes as the whole reality. It only comes and it's only experiencing the whole reality, and it's only playing within the whole reality. When you start to cognize this more and more, it is only the consciousness every place which is manifesting even as this matter. The matter is also the consciousness, and more holding that as the cognition more and more. How I am projecting the reality more and more. The more and more we'll start to see how the whole reality is functioning the way we want to make it function. And no more the fear or greed, which is, we'll stop engaging just into this small reality and see the larger picture, zoom out and being able to see the larger picture. So let us now just again once see the Shastra Pramana, chant the Shastra Pramana, and let us manifest this power of Vak Shakti is the second round. And I'll be explaining the instructions after chanting the Shastra Pramana and how we should manifest this round. Anenaiva vidhanena yogindro vanimandale bhavet swachhandachari cha sarvapat parivarjitah. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by acting upon these ordainments by me, the great yogi becomes in the world perfectly independent, swachhandachari, and is freed from all obstacles. He can travel anywhere. Sarvapat. If you understand, by acting upon these ordainments, by what Paramashiva is trying to tell, by again and again holding these cognitions, by again and again receiving these cognitions, bringing our attention, bringing our awareness, bringing our listening more and more towards these cognitions, the whole world, we become perfectly independent in the whole world. In whatever we are seeing, we start to see how we are understanding it. When we go to the source only, we can say that independent, as Paramashiva is saying, understanding how we are projecting the reality, going to the source from where that reality is being projected, and how Paramashiva has given us how we can easily connect and start to manifest it. It's by just connecting to Swamiji, by chanting the Mahavakya. All of these are the ways. See, Swamiji is the representation of the whole universe, like how we understood. Ganesha went around Paramashiva and Devi. Same way, when we are able to fall in tune with Swamiji more and more, when we are able to fall in tune, for us it's so much more easier because directly we have the Guru, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. So more and more falling in tune with the Master, more and more falling in tune with the Guru, then we'll slowly start to see more and more how we start to fall in tune with the whole world. Because the whole world, that representation itself is the Master. That's why Swamiji says again and again, holding Swamiji, and from there strategizing the whole reality, from there manifesting the whole reality. When we start to do that more and more, all the various ways Swamiji has given us, continuously speaking to Swamiji, continuously doing the power manifestation, continuously unclutching, more and more visualizing Swamiji, connecting, chanting the Mahavakya, doing Ajapa Japa of the Mahavakya. All of these ways, we'll start to see how we start to manifest more and more powers. The power manifestation is the clear understanding that how we can see how we are manifesting this whole reality. This whole reality is just like a dream. The dream, when you're going to sleep, it is you who are manifesting all the people in the dream. There's no one else getting up and coming into your dream. Same way, this whole reality is the same way. There's a higher reality. When we come to this waking reality, we are able to see how this whole dream was manifested by me. Same way, when you awaken to that higher reality, you'll start to see more and more when that cognition clicks with you, when you get that cognitive shift from the Shastra Pramanas, the various powerful cognitions getting revealed in the various, that's why we sit through the whole day program. The more and more when we start to do that, we'll start to be able to see how more and more we are manifesting the reality, and we'll start to click more and more and manifest the various powers, start manifesting this reality as the power manifestation. That's why Swamiji says, throughout the day in your whole routine, continuously use power manifestation more and more. Throughout. That's why this power manifestation is not just limited to what you're doing now. You can use it even throughout the day, during your work, during each and everything you're doing, using this power manifestation more and more, starting to engage in life, starting to participate, questioning these powerful cognitions, making it more and more our powerful cognitions to start functioning from. As we understood the first session, the input, process, and the output which is happening. When the input is happening, the process, starting to process it. Now we are getting all the powerful cognitions, coming to the space of listening first, receiving the powerful cognitions, and then processing it, doing Vakyartha. There's all of these various ways. More and more, we'll start to see the power manifestation happening. So this is exactly what Paramashiva is revealing in the Shastra Pramana, as we saw. where when the yogi is acting upon the instructions, the powerful cognitions revealed by Paramashiva, how this whole thing manifests. This is the powerful cognition now. Sit with this powerful cognition, cognize all the various powerful cognitions we understood from the session. How we understood, how Swamiji beautifully explained how, like, the linear movement in the circular movement. The circular movement is a consciousness becoming the matter, all of those various ways. How more and more we can understand how it is just like a movie. You are playing a movie and you're deciding, you can choose, okay, now what I want to show in the movie. Not engaging into the movie by unclutching, completely unclutching and disengaging from this reality. Stop bringing all the thoughts in the mind. Unclutch from all those thoughts now. And now we'll be scanning the throat center for the unfulfilled promises we have given to others. At the first round, we did it for our own selves. Now in this round, we'll do it for others, all the unfulfilled promises. So let's chant the Mahavakya, allow Swamiji to flow through us. Just chant the Mahavakya intensely and connect to Swamiji, connect to that, the world, which what Swamiji explained, the world. Connect to Swamiji by visualizing Swamiji chanting the Mahavakya and start the manifestation of the power of scanning where and all we have given promises to others and we have not fulfilled it, and start completing with it. Bring more and more completion in it.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So now I request all the participants, you can slowly open your eyes now and see whatever has manifested and be in that same space of complete completion with whatever has manifested, whatever you're able to see, which has manifested. So with that now, post whatever you're able to see, whatever experience you had, how the completion happened, where you were able to scan and complete with it, post that and complete in that same space. As we are now going to move on to the next session. So I thank all the participants for participating. Make sure you're posting and sharing whatever you're able to see that's manifested, so that when you're sharing more each part of you, when you're sharing more and more, it's more and more, that is the place where you're sharing a manifestation with the world. Because when you share the manifestation with the world, that is what you are saying. You're giving a statement to yourself, telling more and more that I am manifesting the powers. I am expressing the powers. It's just for us to make it our cognition as we understood. Like how we have cognized all the various things, whatever we have cognized, same way cognizing that we can manifest the powers. Just being able to cognize, that's all. We have to be able to just see it as our reality. That's all we have to be able to do. More and more forming that as our reality we start doing when we start enriching. We go deeper into these cognitions and make it our cognition. So with that now, I hope all the participants enjoyed this session. Let us offer our gratitude to Swamiji by chanting the Purna Mantra and being in that space of complete completion. And with that, now we'll move on to the next session. We'll conclude the Purna Mantra and we'll move on to the next session. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Parameshiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. And let us all now move on to the next session, where we are going to be understanding deeper about these sacred truths, and we're going to be understanding about a very beautiful incident about how Swamiji completed with his mother, how Swamiji had completion with his own mother, with the sacred feminine energy, the mother energy, how Swamiji had the completion. Let's understand about this and let's move on to the session. Thank you all the participants. Thank you, Nithyananda.
All great things can start only with mother. Only with mother. See, all our identity, whether you are in a deep sleep or waking state or Turiya or Turiyatita, we are all from mother and we go back to mother. It's only if the mother becomes active, you can get enlightened. Understand? Sadashiva is a state. Only mother holds the key. Sadashiva is a state, but only Devi, Adi Shakti, holds the key in her hip. Key is in the hip of the Adi Shakti. Only if she opens the door, you can experience Sadashiva. Sadashiva is only a space. It's only Adi Shakti who decides who will experience that space. Understand? Any incompletion you have with Cosmic Mother only. Because she is the source. If you are incomplete about the person who is sitting next to you, it is not about the person next to you. It's about the source of that person and you. Both. Mother. Cosmic Mother. Understand your day-to-day habits, the way you respond, whether you get angry or you are always cool, what for you should get angry, what for what you react politely, how nasty you can get when you get angry, or when you are polite, how you behave, you are good, bad, all these habits. Understand the word habits are from Father. He teaches you. That stays in muscle memory. But how you cognize you, the innermost image you carry about you, comes from Mother. It stays in biomemory. Understand? Your behavior, responding patterns are from muscle memory. That stays in your muscle memory. That's from Father. Usually, He educates you about the outer world. He contributes a lot to your outer image. He contributes a lot to how you behave with the world, how you relate with the world, what you should and you should not, vidhi and nisheda, do's and don'ts. Vidhi and nisheda, do's and don'ts. That comes from your Father. That is why if you had a father who is unstable, your relationship with the outer world will be very unstable. That comes from your muscle memory. But the way you cognize you, your inner image, comes from your biomemory. That stays in your biomemory. Completion with Mother only can heal and complete your biomemory. Mother worship is the direct method. Understand? Mother worship is the direct method. That's the word I'll use. Most direct method to bring completion in your biomemory. The attitude, the bhava, which forms the basis for the way you connect with the life, with the world, the same attitude forms the basis for you to connect with yourself. Please understand. That is what we call karma in Vedic tradition. If you judge, you will be judged. Why, you know? Because the basis with which you relate with the world, the same thing will be the basis with which you will relate with yourself. Don't think when it comes to others you can utter the strong words. When it comes to you, you can just be very cute and friendly. No. The strong words which you utter towards others will be the same strong words you will be uttering towards yourself. Listen. The strong words you utter towards others will be the same strong words you will be uttering towards yourself. The attitude you build towards others will be same. That's the same way you will be relating. That will be the basis for you to relate with yourself also. That is why I insist, bring motherliness in all your relationship with others. You will bring so much of motherliness in your relationship with yourself, you will be able to heal you. You will be able to feel you. You will be able to be complete within yourself. When you bring tremendous healing energy of mother in your day-to-day attitude with everything, suddenly you will see you'll become so cool with yourself. I tell you, the best thing can happen to a human being is ability to be cool with yourself. Because you can't be cool with yourself, so much of frustration with yourself, you go on abusing left and right anybody comes in front of your eyes. You say, this fellow has cheated me, that fellow has cheated me, that fellow has cheated me, that fellow has exploited me, he has swindled me, he robbed me. Understand your inability to be with yourself, your inability to be cool with yourself is the frustration in your system. I tell you, understand? I really want to tell you, bring mother worship as part of your cognition. You will be so cool with yourself. You will be so complete with yourself. You will be so settled with yourself. The fear, frustration, because of frustration inside, how you possess objects or things or persons. Understand? When you are frustrated, suddenly you will have so much of possessiveness to the property you have, or the car you have, or the bank balance you have, or the persons in your life. You will just suffocate the objects and persons who are part of your life. I tell you. Let the car be in garage, not in you. Let things be in their place. Your inner space should have place only for completion and joy. The bliss. The moment you start cognizing frustration with yourself, the first thing you do, then I don't have anything in the life. Come on, catch. Like an octopus. The wealth you have, persons who are in your life, when that grabbing starts, understand, it feeds into your frustration. It doesn't heal your frustration. I have never seen anybody healing their frustration by grabbing and possessing. No. It doesn't. It doesn't. Understand? the mother energy, completion with mother, and connecting with life as mother, bringing motherliness in your every relationship, not only connecting with the source of life as mother, for whoever you are source of life, letting them connect with you as mother. That's what I said. Be a child to your source and be a mother to all the people to whom you are a source. For example, love is related to your heart center. You may ask how. Around the world, in all the culture, in all the language, love and heart are used as synonymous. Love and heart are used as synonymous. Not only in English language, in every language. Any of you who knows some language in which the love and heart is not synonymous? Can tell me. Because more than 50-60 language I referred. In every language it is synonymous. Love and heart, two words are used as synonymous. It is not that God has created all languages in one day, CD translation packages, and dropped in one country. No. Every language is developed, different languages are developed by different person in different place, in different country, in different situation. Then why love and the heart, these two words are synonymous in all the language, in all tradition? There is some more deep connection between these two, love and heart. If you see some of your childhood friend suddenly, surprisingly, you see him or her after 20 years with whom you have a loving memories, suddenly you will feel something is happening in this region, something will be coming up. That is what is love. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I see you, I start weeping. Many people will, oh again. Some weep out of love, that is different. When you see somebody with whom you have loving memories, cherished memories, joyful memories, just your heart overflows. You can feel exactly in this region something happening. How many of you have felt that when you meet somebody, when you see somebody after a long time, that something will be happening here? People who are attending second time, please give chance for the first time. Let them all relate with me. You can very clearly feel that something is happening in the Anahata region. I always tell, love is a peacemaker. If you have the peacemaker, you don't need pacemaker. When you don't have peacemaker, you need pacemaker. Love is a emotion which is related to the Anahata center, Heart chakra. Any root pattern you carry can be destroyed just if you have a love for people. Decide to go on enriching everybody who is happening in your life. Decide life is for others. It may be your father, mother, brother, sister, a person in the street, unknown co-passenger in the train, whoever is in your breathing space, life is for others. As long as you are stuck with your small problems, you will see poverty is sitting on your head. As long as, I tell you, there are so many people, unfortunately, is not interested in looking to the truth. Vivekananda says very beautifully, when you think and understand life is for others, all the energies are showered on you. Wealth, knowledge, energy, everything. I tell you from my own experience, when I decided any wealth comes around me is for others, cosmos showers me more than what I need and more than what I needed for even doing the work I am doing. Same way I decided, all my knowledge is for others. I am not going to keep anything secret for me. I am not going to keep anything for me. Oh, if I tell everything to my disciples, then they will grow more than me. I am very secure about that. No, I don't have that problem. So all my knowledge is for others. And I tell you, cosmos goes on showering, showering, showering. It goes on showering. Even I do not know how I am defining every principle, every concept. Just decide, life is for others. You will get back to the space you were in when you were born. house, I think it was 17 and a half. Many times I ran away from the house, and 17 and a half, once for all I ran away. And I think when I was 17, both my gurus, Raghupati Yogi, Yogi Yogananda Puri, his name, and Vibhudananda Puri, lady sannyasini, Kuppammal, her name, both of them have passed away. After they left the body, it was almost like impossible for me to live in that city. See, in that town, every stone is associated with their memories for me. The hill is the place where I spend my time. Temple is the place I spend my time. It's always with them. After their death, it was very difficult for me to live in that area, in that same town, so I decided that I will leave the place. Now only we call it as town and all. In those days it was a Pakka village. Pakka village. The whole village is only 5 street. 5 street or maximum I can say 10. 5 to 10, not more than that. Now of course the whole thing is developed and expanded and all that is. I could not live in Tiruvannamalai, so I decided to leave the house. I had the darshan of Ramakrishna suddenly, so I decided to go to Ramakrishna Mission and sannyasi. But I know very clearly I am not going to stay in their organization. I may go and receive sannyas and continue my yatra. That was my decision, my thinking, hope. So one day, it was a Sunday, Saturday night, Sunday morning, I saw very vividly Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi appearing, and they appeared and I asked Ramakrishna, please initiate me. And he smiled and said, showing Sharada Devi, she is the specialist in all this. And I told Sharada Devi, you initiate me. Then I saw very clearly she put her hand on my head and both of them entered into my body and disappeared. So I decided, it gave me a lot of courage and strength to take up sannyas, leave the house. I can say that this was the immediate reason. So I decided I am going to leave the house. And after the decision, I was in the temple thinking. After this dream, I went to temple and whole day I was sitting and thinking. Even next day I was sitting and thinking what to do. Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, third day, evening I came to my mother. I sat on the door frame. She sat one step below. If any of you talk to my mother, you will understand. Sometimes people ask her, what's the difference you find Swamiji as your son and now? Even I asked her once. She says, I don't find any difference, Swamiji, because even in those days we treated you like this only. We treated you like this only. She will never sit equal to me. And one step below she was sitting. And I was very close with her. Very loving, and I never had any hatred. Very loving. Many times, when I get time, I will go and sit in kitchen with her. She will be cooking, I will be sitting and telling some stories. Had a very friendly relationship with her. And literally, till I left the house, I'll always be sleeping next to her. I think if you are from the Western culture, it will be shocking. You will not be able to understand. In Indian tradition, we don't have even the idea of the child abuse. So always, as kids, I think now when I listen to the stories, I understand that nowadays, even at the age of 10 or 6, 7, even much earlier, the kids are made to sleep separately. Till I left the house, I will always be sleeping next to her only, holding her. And another one thing, after my enlightenment, from the age of 12, I started this pattern of bedwetting. 10 years I was bedwetting. Later on I found out what was the reason. Kids will have bedwetting, you have heard. But when I was a child, it did not happen. At the age of 12, it started. See, after the enlightenment, every night the consciousness falls into samadhi, so the message from bladder to brain does not go. That bladder is full and brain does not act. It's in some other state. So I don't get up. Every morning she has to get up and wash the sari and dry the bed in the first floor. It's a routine, but she won't complain even a single day. Single day she won't complain. So I called her and said, I was sitting and I said, I was looking away from her, not looking at her, looking away from her and said, Mom, Swami is going to become a sannyasi. I won't address as me. Only recently I started using this I and me. If you see even my earlier discourses, you will not see anywhere this I and me. It's Ramakrishna style. And only very recently only I started using I and mine. I, me, all these words. Otherwise I will tell only Swami. Even to tell about me, I will tell only Swami. So, if you talk to our Gurukul kids, even they will not say I and me. They will only tell the name. Because I am talking to people, otherwise people get confused. If I go on telling the story, Swami told, Swami did, Swami this, then finally they ask which Swami. They end up in confusion. That is why I have started using the word normally. Anyhow, I told her, in Tamil I said, Swami sannyasam போறதுன்னு முடிவு பண்ணிருச்சு. I told her that Swami has decided to go as a sannyasi. And I am looking away from her. And I don't have the courage to look at her because I am emotionally very attached with her. Very attached to her. So, I can't handle. So I was looking, my eyes were away. See, even though I was attached to her, I was complete with her. And I was complete with me. So it did not stop me going towards sannyas. But I had a very good relationship with her. I don't know how you guys will understand. Understand that attachment does not mean like the attachment you guys carry, that I will not be able to go for sannyas. It was not against my need or will for going to sannyas. But I cannot see her cry, see her suffer. So I was keeping my eyes away, looking away from her. I did not get any response from her. No words. After a few minutes, as usual, what women will do? Oh! And I am getting that slowly, that sound of she crying. Even then, I did not turn my eyes towards her. And I said, what do you mean? You mean to say I should not go? She said, no, I can't stop you. I am not able to handle, so I am crying. She said such beautifully, I can't stop you. In Tamil she said, சாமி என்னால் நிறுத்த முடியாது, என்னால் ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியல, அழறேன். எனக்கு தாங்கல, அழறேன். Then she hugged me, and usually I am a very I will be so happy and comfortable with my mother. Even while I am sitting in the kitchen, I will be only putting my hands on her shoulder and talking. I was very comfortable. So I will never miss a chance to hug her. This hugging, I think, I learned from my mother only. Now I tell you really, if you are complete with your mother, all women in your life, the relationship will be so complete. If you are complete with father, all men in your life, the relationship will be complete. I was so complete with my mother, but when she hugged me, I did not even hug her back, and before she could be complete with that hug, I moved my body. She understood, I don't want her to hug me now. She understood, I'm moving out. She just took her hands off and she moved, and she was wiping the ears and crying. Immediately my father came from behind and said, my father was actually shouting at my mother, did you disturb Swami in some way? Why is Swami suddenly telling he is leaving the house? We are after all taking care of him nicely. And he has no courage to talk to me directly. I turned back. I asked him, now to whom are you talking? He just kept quiet. No, I did not tell anything. And he went away. And then the drama started. Of course, when I pushed her away, in the half hug, I could see very clearly part of my bio-memory was incomplete. Please understand, part of me was incomplete. See, if she fought with me, I would not have had incompletion. You are fighting with me, come on, I will fight with you, over. She never fought with me. So I could have allowed her to hug me, means I could have done little more care, with a little more sensitivity, with a little more love, because she's not asking me don't go. You understand? She's not telling don't go for sannyas. But I was afraid, if I give her the love or attention or care, I may not go. I may not be able to go. So I can say that it was more, the incompletion was created with her, more because of my self-doubt about me. Then finally, next day morning, I can see the whole village is in front of my house. It's a very tight-knit community, small village, tight-knit community. I can say it's one large family, that's all. The whole village. At least that whole area. I've seen in those days, in every house in the puja room, there will be one old man's photo. I asked my grandmother, who is this Swami? She said, no, he is your grandfather. I asked, then why his photo is in every house? She said, for all the house, he is the grandfather. other entertainment. They will have 2-3 wives and no TV also those days. This is the only entertainment. Each house will have half a dozen to dozen. Zamindar means landlords. And I have seen the original house was 80,000 square feet. But when I was born and a lot was sold, they will part by part they sold. But the original house print, I saw in the town plan, still one small bit is there as it is. I am trying to buy, these fellows are not giving me, just to make like a memorial, one bit, same construction is there as it is, the stone construction and the teak wood. Any of you have seen that kind of houses? Soon you will see in Biddi, we are going to do 4-5. It's a typical old style house. It's a tight-knit family, the whole family is there. Usually if somebody dies, their body will be kept in the hall, the sofa, and the whole family will gather. See, this family is such that every month somebody will be attending age, some engagement, some marriage, some death. Every once in 2-3 months there will be some festival, some program, some function. It will be continuously going on. That day when I woke up, I saw so much of crowd. I thought, who died? Because there's no other function. I asked my mother, what happened? Anybody died? All of them have gathered? All the relatives are there? She told me, no, they all came to see you only. I said, I am alive. Then she said, no, because you said you are going to become a sannyasi, they all came to see you. And literally like a dead body, I was made to sit on the sofa in the center of this room, hall. It's called Nadu Kottadi. They call it Nadu Kottadi. And in the center I am sitting. All the group, the whole group is sitting all around. And some who doesn't have courage, they talk among themselves. Some who has a courage try to confront me. One by one comes. And first comes my father's elder brother's wife, Periyamma, means aunt. She comes. What will happen to our family prestige if you become a sannyasi? And the funny thing is, night I told my mother, by early morning the whole village knows. Before I wake up, the whole village is there. There are nearby relatives. In those days, cell phone was not that common also. All the other villages also information is gone. They are all on the way. And you need to know, 2 families sat and already saw a girl for me. Usually in this tight-knit families, if a boy is born, immediately they will tie a girl. The மாமன் பொண்ணு அத்தை பொண்ணு ஏதாவது ஒன்று டைப் பண்ணி வச்சிருவாங்க. So they already decided. They are seeing the time, right, muhurtam. And all of them have to sit and convince me. And I am a 17.5-year-old boy. And they will finish the marriage so that I cannot run away and become a sannyasi. And so all this is going on. And she comes. See what will happen to the prestige, family prestige. And I cannot live. If you run away like this and all, whole village will talk, everyone will talk about us. And now only we are having little prestige and family is all settling down. She has 2 daughters. And who will marry my 2 daughters if you run away and become a sannyasi? After all, they are my cousin sisters only. If you run away and become sannyasi, nobody will marry my daughters. I will hang with the sari on the fan. She told in Tamil. Shalai katti fan la thongiruven appadinu. I will hang myself in the sari on the fan. I slowly looked at her and said, she used to be very heavy. And I said, for your weight, the sari will tear, fan will break. you better use the rope on the Uttaram. Uttaram is the beam. You use the rope and hang yourself in the Uttaram. Surely you will die. That's it. And immediately she got angry. What? You are asking me to die? You are asking me to die? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. That's what I told you. I am going. I told her. That is what I am telling. I am leaving. I am going. Then comes the next guy. If you are from South India, you can literally enjoy the whole scene. You can visualize the whole scene and see. These fellows are so bothered about what others will talk about us. The whole life goes with that only. And then comes my uncle, means my father's sister's husband. Mama, my uncle, he comes. We are all living in the house and living a spiritual life. Are we all not living a spiritual life? Why don't you do that? Why do you want to leave the house? He's a drunkard. He's alcoholic. So, but I used to have a lot of respect for him. I just put my hands like this only and stood up from the sofa. In Tamil I said, Ada loose. That's the way I started. The loose. நீ காலைல எந்திரிச்ச உடனே சாராயிரம்னா மூஞ்சி கழுவுற, உனக்கு ஆன்மீகத்துக்கு என்னடா சம்பந்தம்? I spoke in singular. I used to be very respectful, but that day all my kundalini was up and alive. And I said, hey, fool. Loose is the, fool is not the right word. You understand as loose itself. Loose. You early morning you wash your face only with the alcohol. And what kind of spirituality you are talking about? He was so angry because in public, in front of everyone, I told he is alcoholic. Because in the village and all, even if they drink, they will be very secretly, they will drink. And they will not drink in the house and all, they will drink and come very, and they will have a backside door, they will slowly enter. And that time only that cat will fall on them. It will be very secret. It will not be known to others, especially to kids. In front of public, no one will speak. And even the relatives will not sit together and drink. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. In the alcohol shop, even if they meet each other, they will put the towel and cover the face. And because I told him that he is alcoholic in front of the whole group, that's it. Hey, you told me I am a drunkard? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. I said, that is what I am telling. And second wicket over. So like this, few more wickets came. So once I finish everything, now everyone understands if you go there, all your respect, manam, maryada, ellam poirum. They understood. I am not going to bother about anybody. The way I was answering or talking, they all are very clear that now nothing can be done. They all kept quiet. And then some more relatives, whoever need to come. 3 days, the whole house was full of these relatives. Some trying to convince me. Some from distance itself they will talk. And the way I answered, they got so frightened. Actually, my uncle's daughter only they were planning. This same guy only I said, you are a drunkard. That's it. Now I means I will not give my daughter to you. Who asked? I never asked. You planned. What can I do? And then they were planning these, that, and they tried to call my college friends and whether they will be able to give any advice to me. And nothing worked out. Finally, third day, Wednesday I told them, and Thursday, Friday. And of course, even Saturday I was there. Friday, Saturday I did not stay in the house, I went out. Sunday I left the house, that's all. Next Sunday I left the house. After that, there was no contact between me and them. They heard once I am in Ramakrishna Mutt, and when they came, I just saw them from distance and went away. That's all. And anyhow, I left the house and traveled and had different experiences, saw the different monks and sannyasis, everything, and had my realization, my life mission, everything. And when I had that experience at the age of 22, that I am an incarnation to transmit this experience, my body and mind is prepared for it. After that experience, it took 9 months for me to settle down normally. If I move the right hand, left hand will not move. If I move the left hand, right leg will not move. The coordination will not be there. If I speak, everything will be stopped. That's the way body was functioning. To settle down and become normal, it took 9 months. So when I settled into the body and became normal, the first thing I felt is I have to complete that biomemory which was left in me as incomplete. So I went back to Tiruvannamalai. Actually, that time I was staying in a place called Kanchipuram, near Kanchipuram, a place called Perukkaranai. And there they take stones for making deities. So there are artificial caves where they removed the stones, quarried the stones. I was staying in one of those caves. Then when I decided, I wanted to complete with her. When I felt I should complete with her, immediately I went back to Tiruvannamalai. I went to the house where they were staying. There I saw nobody is there. And somebody else is having shops. When I went there and asked, I wanted to see Arunachalam and Loganai, my father and mother's name. They said, no, they are not here. They went away. I asked, it is their own house? They said, no. 8 years before they sold this house. They went away. I asked them, where are they? Do you know the address? They said, we don't know where they are. We don't even know whether they are in Tiruvannamalai. We don't have any idea. When I was inquiring, they thought that I am coming there for food, because my mother had a wonderful habit, which is from my grandfather. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus and get them and give them food. My grandmother also had this pattern. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus from the temple and get them, give them food, only then she will eat. My father's mother and mother's father, both of them had this habit. So sadhus will come regularly to have food. So these guys thought I came for food. So they said, we will give you food. I said, no, I just wanted to meet them, that's why I came. So I do not know now where they are. I went to temple and sat there. It's already maybe around night 8 o'clock. I thought in the temple at least some of the friends or relatives will come. I'll see them or they will see me, then I'll ask them. When I was sitting in the temple, first time after 9 months, I felt hunger. Because I settled into the body. That was the exact day I settled into the body. It was Deepavali day. And I settled into the body. And I think next day to Deepavali, Amavasya, I went to Tiruvannamalai. First time then I thought, what is this? In the stomach something is going on. Then I realized, oh God, it's hunger. Because the 9 months, hunger, thirst, everything disappeared from the body. All human activities have disappeared from the body. No one too. Means when nothing goes inside, how anything can come out? And even if we eat little bit, I think whether it's completely gets assimilated, I don't know. So first time I felt the hunger after the 9 months. So I was sitting in Tiruvannamalai. It was funny, sitting in Tiruvannamalai, hunger and no food. But immediately, in few minutes, I could see the power of space. The Devi temple priest, he walked straight from the Devi temple and gave the food to me, Nevedyam. I asked him, no, why are you giving it to me? To whom you want to give? Maybe you wanted to give for somebody else and you are mistaking and giving. I told him in Tamil, எனக்கு எது கொடுக்குறீங்க? நீங்க வேற யாரையோ நினைச்சிட்டு எனக்கு கொடுக்குறீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Then he looked at me and said, no, eat, and went away. After I ate and washed the hands and I was sitting, from distance I saw one young man, Sami, and started running. Then I know it's my classmate. From distance I recognized. He also recognized me. He thought if he comes near me, I'll run away. So he wants to inform my parents first. He ran and told my mother and father. In 10 minutes I saw in my vision space one face coming and standing. My mother came and stood. And she was afraid to talk to me. She recognized me and she's standing. I turned my face, and the moment I recognized her, I gave my wide smile and asked her, how are you, ma? The moment she saw a smile in my face, she thought, yes, she can communicate. She can relate. And immediately, tears started rolling in her eyes, because she's seeing me maybe, 7-8 years or after that. When I left, I am a kid, now a sannyasi, shaved head, tall, shining face and sharp eyes, lean. Those days I used to be shaved head. And she was standing with tears. Actually, first I only stood up and pulled her and hugged her. And she started crying, putting her head on my shoulder. Cried, maybe for 10 minutes. I just allowed. When she felt complete and took her body out, I saw my incompletion has disappeared. The incompletion which was in me, in my biomemory, disappeared. Understand? The one hug, incomplete hug, which I separated my body, where I pulled myself out, that incompletion, which was in my biomemory, became complete when I hugged her again and allowed her to express the love. Then she said, please come and eat in the house. I said, now I am a sannyasi. If you give Purna Kumbha and offer the food in the banana leaf, like yesterday we served, I'll come and eat. She said, yes, I'll do. Next day she did all that ritual, and I went and ate and came back. The moral of the story is, even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete. Understand? Even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
Nithyanandam. So we welcome all of you, all the participants who have joined us today on this very special day of Paramashivoham Level 2, the day when we are going to experience the complete completion in our relationships. And as we are progressing from session to session, we have reached a stage where we are undergoing, in fact, we are going to undergo a process of achieving completion with our mother. And this forms the most important, one of the most strongest, most powerful completions and the completion processes which we are going to attend. So we request all the participants to go through this process and do this process sincerely and authentically, because as Swamiji also put it himself, completion with mother brings completion to our very bio-memory. It brings completion to how we hold ourselves internally, our inner image, which ultimately defines what kind of life experience we have. And it also heals our relationship with all the women in life, in our lives. So it's very, very important for us to do this process of completion with mother sincerely and authentically and very intensely. Yes. So Swamiji himself has said, he has put it, if you are complete with your mother, you complete with all women in your life. As I said a while ago, this completion with the mother, it is the completion, your completion with the very source of existence, the cosmic mother. And that's what makes this completion as the most powerful and directly connected, directly related with your biomemory level. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also shares on his biological mother. He says, and I quote, I'll give you one simple example in my life. So that's what Swamiji is telling. My guru will insist on me taking neem juice every day. Okay, so that's what this childhood experience that Swamiji is sharing. And he's telling, I still remember once my guru, Raghupati Yogi, Sri Yogananda Puri, did not let me eat almost for 5 to 6 days. As a spiritual practice, it was some process that he was doing on Swamiji when he was very young. So for 5 to 6 days, he did not let him eat anything. Maybe it was the 6th day during this whole process, he did not give me food. And whenever he says I should not eat, my mother also won't give food. My mother and he was such a wonderful nexus. So whenever Raghupati Yogi or any other guru would make Swamiji go through some process, Swamiji's biological mother was completely in tune with the gurus. She would obey whatever the gurus would say. And my mother, Swamiji says, my mother is such a sweet, compassionate person, but so dedicated to my enlightenment and the process my gurus were doing for me. So here Swamiji is sharing some experience about his personal relationship with his mother, how his mother herself also helped him getting groomed and trained by his gurus. And whatever the gurus would say, or any process, any rigorous process they would want Swamiji to go through, Swamiji's biological mother would completely cooperate with the gurus. So let's now enter into the internalization exercise that what we're going to do for you to experience completion with your mother. Okay, so it's a step-by-step process. We're going to go from step to step, and we are going to do each of these steps completely sincerely, moving from one step to another, so that we experience the full benefits of this process. So let me share the slide with you. Yes. So the first step, what you're going to do as a part of this process, is describe the relationship you have with your mother. You can take pen and paper and start writing down. Let's take maybe 5 minutes for this and completely describe fully your relationship with your mother. So let's start now. So this is the first step, and we have further steps to go. So let's take a pen and paper and do this exercise. What you have to do in this step is you have to describe your relationship with your mother. All the experience, sweet memories, some bitter experiences, everything, each and everything. Describe the relationship that you have with your mother. Can be from the very childhood itself, all the way till present. Write everything down. Describing your relationship with your mother. In case you have any questions, doubts, feel free to ask. You can put your comments, your questions, your doubts in the Zoom chat or YouTube chat.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om
Yes. So now, hopefully you have all bent down describing the relationship that you have with your mother. Now, second step, go back in life and describe all the incidents when you started judging or having incompletions with her, with your mother. So go back in life, dig deep in your memories, and describe all the incidents when you began having incompletions with your mother. It can be as small as you asked for a candy and she didn't give. And at that time, that meant a lot for you. So it would have created an incompletion, for example. So pen that kind of incident also. I was giving an example. It could be anything else for you. Start penning down all the incidents, describing them when you started judging your mother and having incompletions with her. Judgments would be something like if you wanted to play, go outside and it was raining and your mother stopped you. So the first reaction you would have had maybe is that my mother is cruel. She does not let me play. She does not want me to be happy. So those kinds of judgments also, the words which you uttered inside or even outside, describe all of these incidents where you judged your mother or had incompletions with her. When you started having all this, go back in life and start penning down. Let's start. Please make sure you all are doing this process. It's a very important process, and all the participants are requested to sincerely do this process. Please make sure you describe the incidents going back in time in life where you started having the initial incompletions with your mother and having judgments about her. Let's continue writing. Yes. And I hope all the participants are doing this exercise sincerely. Diana Carol, Lincia Ching, Satya Srinivasaya, Anja, Abindit. Requesting all of you, make sure you are doing this process intensely. So let's now move to the next step. In the next step, what you have to do is describe what actually happened, what she actually said or did, what is the world and how you experienced, which is in your my world. So in all the incidents that you have written, what you have to do is describe what actually happened. What was the actual fact which happened, the world, and how you experienced it, how you cognized it, right? Which is my world for you. For example, based on the example that I gave earlier, if you wanted to play outside and it was raining and your mother, did not allow, the fact is, in the world, she was just maybe worried about your health, or maybe a little protective, and she does not want you to, catch cold. So in her perception, from her perception, she is, because of her love, trying to protect you. But how you cognized it, that is my world for you, that she is terrible and she is against you. She does not love you. She does not want you to play and be happy. So all these words that you uttered, that is how you experienced this incident. So for any of the incidents that you have written about, write down what is the world for what actually happened and how you experienced it, the my world for that. So let's start now. Penning down for all these incidents, what actually happened, what she actually said or did, that is the world, and how you experienced it, which is in your my world. So let's start. Yes. So hopefully we all described how for all the incidents when you started developing in completion with your mother, how for each of these incidents, the world and my world were different. How you experienced it and what actually happened were not really the same. So let's now move to the next step. Step 4. In step 4, pen down all the incidents you remember. You have already penned down most of the incidents. If there are any incidents left that you want to pen down, you can do that. It will take a couple of minutes. And then we'll go through the actual completion process. When you will be sitting in front of the mirror, invoking your mother in the mirror, in your reflection, and completing. So let's take a couple of minutes and finish writing, penning down all the incidents that you remember. Yes. So now let's begin the actual completion process. So for this step, you are supposed to sit in front of a mirror, invoke the relationship in the mirror, means invoke in your reflection, you can invoke your mother and talk to your reflection as if you're talking to your mother, and complete whatever you wish to tell that is inside you, and all the unsaid words. You can talk to the reflection as if you're talking to your mother and complete with your mother. Carrying that space of completion. Invoking your mother in the mirror. Start completing. So let's do this exercise now. Take a mirror, all the participants. Sit in front of the mirror and do this completion process. Whatever incompletions are coming up, which you just pen down, all of that. Complete with all of that now. Please don't directly go and speak with your mother right now at this moment. First, let's do the completion process in front of the mirror. Let's go step by step. It will bring immense healing inside you in the first place, first of all. And then also complete your mother. So let's start the process now. Completion with your mother in the mirror. Yes. So let's now move to the next step. The process that we did right now in front of the mirror. Now in the next step, we will invoke the relationship in Swamiji's Atma Murti, in the Atma Murti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you'll start talking verbally and completing with your mother. That first stage, we did this completion in the mirror. Now in the next stage, we're going to do this completion process in front of Swamiji's Atma Murti, invoking your mother in Swamiji's Atma Murti. If you don't have an Atma Murti, you can even take a picture, a photograph of Swamiji and do this process. Let's begin. Yes. Hopefully, we've all done the completion process in front of Swamiji's Atma Murti. Now, in the next step, here comes the step when you will actually be completing directly with your mother. So now at this stage, you can talk to your mother directly and complete with her. If she's near you, you can speak with her directly, physically, and if not, you can call her. So now talk to your mother and complete with her. From the space of completion, speak with her, completing with all the incompletions, all the incidents, whatever you remembered and wrote, and anything else as well. All the incompletions sitting inside you, all the judgments sitting inside you. Complete with each and everything, all the incompletions. Completing with your mother fully. So let's now all make the calls and speak with your mother. Diana Carol, you're asking, is it only about good or bad? What exactly you have to do? What you have to talk? It's about completion. So all the incompletions that are sitting inside you when it comes to your relationship with your mother, it is about healing all those incompletions and completing that. It is not just about good or bad or right, wrong, that kind of thing. It's about what from the initial time, from when your life started, all the incompletions that are sitting inside you. Yes, the past will come up. That is what we did in the earlier steps, right? When we were trying to remember all the past incidents. And when you talk to your mother, the past will come up. And that is exactly what this exercise is all about. That's okay. See, you have to carry the complete space of completion, as Swamiji himself explained, right? Even if they're maybe they still have some resistance because of the incompletion, you declare from the space of completion, your side, no problem, I am complete and I am open. Whenever you feel that you want to hear and you want to talk, you are most welcome and you can talk to me. You will see, maybe not now, maybe after some time, maybe after a few hours, few minutes, or maybe few days, you will see the space of your mother, inner space also will start shifting because you have started carrying the space of completion. Make sure at any point of time you don't fall back into incompletion. You have to maintain and hold that space of completion for yourself and for your mother also. You have to declare strongly from your side that I am going to be in the space of completion. Whatever happened in the past, all the incompletions, I am ready to complete with anything, all of that. I'm not going to enter into arguments about who is right, who is wrong, nothing, because that will only create more incompletions. The point here is to complete. The point here is not to argue and prove that who is right and who is wrong. So carry that space of completion, and from that completion, try to talk to her. Even if she is not ready, you can make this completion-based declaration that no problem. If you are not ready now, if you don't want to talk, no problem. I will always be open and I will always be in the space of completion, ready to talk about it. Whenever you're ready, whenever you feel, you can talk and you can connect. It's all about will persistence. It's all about will persistence. You cannot force it also. It's all about carrying the space of completion. It may take some time, but you have to continue with will persistence. You have to continue with will persistence. Okay. So hopefully you've all made your call, you've all talked. If not, you can go ahead, make the calls. But make sure you finish this exercise, you complete this exercise. This completion is very, very crucial, very essential. You have to do the entire process for you to achieve completion at a very deep level. And it will impact and influence your life in general as well. Yes. So after this exercise, let's now quickly move on to the power manifestation session. In case you are not able to complete and make the calls, you can do it, but make sure you complete this process today itself. You complete with your mother, you make the call, you talk to her. and do the whole process. So we'll now be moving to the power manifestation session. Yes. So as you all know, today we are doing, as a power manifestation, we are completing with our walk. We are healing and cleansing our walk. All the promises, the words which we have given to ourselves, to others, we are completing with all that. When we complete and cleanse our walk, when we heal our walk, all the words that we have given, we fulfill them. The promises that we have given, we fulfill them or complete with them. It gives us the power of integrity. Power, when it manifests, this power, when it manifests through us, whatever words we give to ourselves or to others, it will simply start becoming reality. That is when this power will start manifesting. The power of Vak Shakti will start manifesting inside us. But for that to happen, we have to first complete with all the unfulfilled words and unfulfilled promises that we have given either to ourselves or to others. So in various rounds, we are manifesting this power of Vak Shakti today. So this is the round 3, which we are going to do. And in this round, we are going to scan your Vak and see all the diluted promises that you have given specifically to your family members. In the first round, you did about promises that you've given to yourself. Then in the second round, we did about the promises that we gave to others, right? Other people in general, when Maharaj was guiding us through the power manifestation session. Now in this round, we will scan all the promises, all the words which we have given to our family members specifically and try to complete them. Okay, so without further ado, let's enter into the power manifestation session. Let me start with the Shastra Pramana. Just give me a moment. Yes. So the Shastra Pramana for this power goes as Anenaiva vidhanena yogindro vanimandale bhave swachandachari cha sarva patparivarjitah. The translation goes, by acting upon these ordainments by me, the great yogi, Yogindra, becomes in the world perfectly independent, Swachandachari, and is freed from all obstacles. He can travel anywhere. Sarvapat. So that is the translation of this verse. Yes. So now, in this power manifestation session, we are going to look into the promises, as already discussed, that we have given to others, especially our family members. Could be your father, mother, brother, sister, grandfather, grandmother, all your family members, all the words which you have spoken to them, but not fulfilled. Scan your work for all of those words and consciously complete with all those promises. So let me project the instructions for all of you. Yes. First, put Jnananjana if you have. In case you don't, then it's okay. Bring awareness between your eyebrows. Connect with Swamiji and start chanting Mahavakya. We'll be playing the Mahavakya. Along with it, you can start chanting and connecting with Swamiji. Being in that space of oneness with Swamiji. Requesting him, surrendering to him, and requesting him to manifest through you. Giving complete completion with all our incompletions. Now scan your throat center for all the unfulfilled promises you have given to others and write it down. Let's take a couple of minutes and write down. Scan your throat center, which is the seat of your work. And for all the unfulfilled promises you have given to others, in this case, especially your family members, and write them down, pen them down. Let's do this. Let's start chanting Mahavakya and start doing this exercise.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda.
Yes. So now, as we have penned down all the promises which we have given to our family members, but not fulfilled, now decide to consciously complete with all those promises and do this completion process. Either decide to fulfill those words, those promises, or decide to complete them and drop them from the space of completion. In case someone else is expecting you to do something still and is waiting, so if you can fulfill it, you should fulfill it, fulfill that word. If not, you can talk to that person and complete with that person regarding this promise, saying that you will not be able to fulfill it. That will also be completion from your side. So consciously complete with all of these promises, words which we have given to others.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Yes. So this brings us to the end of this power manifestation session. Hopefully you have completed the completion with your mother, that powerful process, which has the power to heal your very biomemory, your inner image, and then making you manifest a beautiful life from that space of completion with your mother. And after this power manifestation session, let's now move to a very beautiful clip from Swamiji, where he makes us understand that everything that is happening in our life is our expression, our manifestation. Whatever experiences we are having, good, bad, various degrees, or various flavors, whatever we experience in our life, all kinds of people who are happening to us, who have happened to us, and all kinds of incidents, good, bad, pleasant, unpleasant. Whatever constitutes our life, everything is nothing but our expression. It's our manifestation. It's like a projection of the slide which is there on the projector, right? And on the screen, the whole thing which is there in the slide projects. Similar way, from our inner space, we are projecting the whole thing outside as our life. So let's now listen in to various beautiful truths from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this very cognition, this truth about how everything that is happening to us is our expression. We are creating it. So let's listen in.
Now listen to this thought current. Everything your life is made of is your very expression. Listen, everything your life is made of is your very expression, experientially playing with them, changing them, altering them, manipulating them is powers, siddhis. Understanding, no need to play with any of this, you are beyond, and going beyond is enlightenment. Listen now. Listen now. Now what I said is pure science. Mahadeva gives a very powerful practical methodology to experientially realize this statement. The statement which I uttered now is a sutra, pure science. Whatever you see in your life, including the walls of this hall and me sitting in front of you, this throne, your chair, the people sitting around you, everything is made of a material which is from inside you. You can alter, manipulate, extend, reduce, change everything as you want. Please understand. Everything you see in your life is made out of a stuff which comes from your very self. The wax, the material in which your waking state is made and your dream state is made, that material is from you, inside you, just like cobweb. It's from you, the material is manifested. Listen. Listen. How this can become our realization? How this can become our realization? This thought current now which I said is a pure science. Now Mahadeva comes next to applied science. How to make that into reality for you and how to use that in your day-to-day life. It's a very beautiful revelation. Listen. Mahadeva says, early morning, the period of Brahma Muhurta, where the so-called reality, waking state has not become 100% real for you, and the dream state has not yet become 100% dream state for you, where you are just moving in between. Brahma Muhurta, morning 4:30 to 6, where your inner space, some moments is in waking state, some moments in the dream state. Make use of that time to infuse some ideas into your system. Listen. For example, you are feeling life around you and inside you is very poor. You are not having enough resources. You want wealth. Try to play early morning, that 4:30 to 6, infusing yourself with the idea, let me manifest wealth. Your visualization should be more towards wealth, not towards moving away from poverty. Please understand, if you say, let me move out of poverty, you will be all the time visualizing poverty. No. Move towards wealth, visualizing wealth. The first thing will happen when you consciously play with your Brahma Muhurta consciousness. That is a unique consciousness. That's a unique time and space where you are neither fully awake, nor fully sleeping, nor fully dreaming. You are like a original material out of which you are made is available for alteration, transformation, manipulation. The material out of which you are made is available to yourself at that moment. Just few days from today to next Sunday, this 1 week, every morning, this Brahma Muhurta time, try to play with your consciousness. I gave you the example of money because that is the biggest problem everyone has. Whether you have or don't have, you have a problem. If you don't have some type of problem, if you have some type of problem, you can work on even your health. You can work on your relationships. You can work on your fulfillment, feeling alone, empty, lonely, on anything you can work. Try to visualize what you want to manifest. It will not take more than 3 or 4 days for you to realize actually you are setting the trend and thought current. You are setting the trend and thought current of what you want to express in that Brahma Muhurta time. Sleeping during that time means wasting your life. Do not entertain. Please listen. Do not entertain the thought currents which are not directly conducive for your life at those moments. Because whatever you entertain during that time will become part of you. Now play with this thought current, this Kundalini thought current. The first realization you will have is your whole life is not solid as you think. It is just liquid or semi-solid. It is liquid or semi-solid. You can manipulate it. You can manifest it. You can play around with it. Understand? Now, unfortunately, you guys have already frozen. See, after 6, you get frozen. Now, anything I tell, it takes time for it, that thought current to reach your being. But at that moment of Brahma Muhurta, anything you try to infuse into you, very easily it goes, just like a needle moves into the banana. It can just enter into your system. Meditate on this. This thought current can awaken your Kundalini. Kundalini awakening means understanding you and the stuff out of which your life is made is ultimately from you. Because of that, you can transform, manifest, manipulate, play around, do anything you want with the stuff out of which your life is made. Understand, when you work on this thought current of everything you manifest is you, just work on it this week. In 2-3 days itself, you will understand the reality, the truth of this statement. I am not saying believe this statement, what I am uttering. No. It is too much, you can't even believe. You need to work with it. You need to work with this thought current. Next 1 week, every morning, 4:30, you have to get up in that boring, frustrated mood where you curse everyone around you and inside you for waking you up at 4:30. You curse the alarm, you curse the bed, you curse the pillow, you curse the fan, you curse the AC, you curse everyone around you, outside you, inside you, you curse your bathroom, you curse the bucket, you curse the wash basin, you curse the broomstick. So in that mood, stop cursing and put this idea, sit and think, contemplate. Swamiji said, me and my life, everything around me, inside me, I am manifesting that material, that stuff. If I see love, if I see anger, if I see frustration, if I see enmity, if I see friendliness, everything I see in my life, I perceive in my life, I experience in my life, all that is manifested from me. So I will enter into the second and third verse of Jnana Paddhati. Tatsarvam gatayishyami yoga yuktya shrunupriye yatsvarupam nijam suddham vyapakam sarvatomukam sarvabhudantaravastam sarvapranishu jivanam yogagamyam durasadam dushprabam hridadambihi. Mahadeva Paramashiva is saying in the second verse, Yat Swarupam Nijam Suddham, my state is real and pure. Listen. Yesterday I was revealing an important secret, the sacred secret. You need to decide to behave with yourself as Paramashiva. You need to be convinced. Blessed are those who are able to convince themselves that they are ultimate. Means they are able to cross the last delusion of self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. I tell you, bhakti should be the expression of the gratitude and powerfulness of everything you have been given, not from the attitude that you are separate from the source. Understand? I overflow with gratitude and bhakti to my Guru, not because I am separate from him, but because he made me realize he is me. Understand? The right understanding. Listen very carefully. The identity you carry in the waking state, identity you carry in the deep sleep state, identity you carry in the dream state, identity you carry in Turiya state, and identity you experience in Turiyatita state, in all the 25 states of consciousness, each identity is independent, The moment you realize the undercurrent of all these 25 identities, your pure consciousness, which is the source of you and which is Paramashivam, all the 25 heads, 25 identities gets integrated. That is why Paramashiva is always described with the 25 heads. Means who has realized his 25 identity is in oneness with his source consciousness, pure Paramashiva, ultimate. As long as your identities play separate games, without getting integrated to the source, you continue to remain in suffering. When you are ready to cross your self-doubt, understand, courage to cross the self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred is tapas, vairagya. Ferociousness you need to cross your self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt is called tapas. It can be psychological ferociousness, it can be physical ferociousness, it can be ferociousness to detoxify your system, ferociousness to break from patterns, ferociousness to break from addictions, ferociousness to manifest the higher understandings, ferociousness to live the higher understandings. It can be anything. Understand? The ferociousness to cross the self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, to reach you are one with Paramashiva is tapas. Blessed are those who decide they are one with Paramashiva, who cognize they are one with Paramashiva, because other than him, nothing else can exist. If something else can exist other than him, then he cannot exist. He is the only Purusha. There cannot be anything other than oneness. That is why it is oneness. So if you feel you exist, you are only Paramashiva. You exist only as Paramashiva. Any other identity you assume is assumption. Understand? Nothing else can exist. And nothing else exists. Demand everything to be Paramashiva. I tell you, that is what is manifesting the state of Paramashiva. Deciding, declaring yourself as Paramashiva to yourself, intensely demanding yourself to be Paramashiva by yourself is what is manifesting the space, the state of Paramashiva. That is what is manifesting the state of Paramashiva. I really want all the Paramashivoham participants to start practicing. Declare yourself as Paramashiva to yourself and demand yourself to be Paramashiva. Talk to yourself as you are Paramashiva. Think yourself as Paramashiva. Behave with yourself as Paramashiva. Start from today. I bless you all to achieve success. From today, behave with yourself as Paramashiva. Start manifesting the state of Paramashiva. Paramashiva moves this whole universe without thoughts, being in the state of Paramashanta Swarupa. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Paramashiva manifested it. Thoughts are your feeling something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion, that generates something cranky, worms going in your brain. Parasites running in your intestine. That crankiness, the thoughts and thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful, important cognition you need to cognize. Understand, Hinduism fundamentally does not believe in belief system or faith system. It very clearly explains the methodology of powerful cognition-based functioning system. I am not going to tell you, believe, you don't need thoughts to run your life. No. I am going to say, Shravana, listen, Manana, internalize, Nididhyasana, start living this powerful cognition. So the powerful cognition I am giving you now, Paramashiva, running the whole universe, much more than what we are running in our life. He is running it from the space of Paramashanta Swarupa, without any thought currents, out of pure intelligence. When he can run, you can run. Decide. You will be in the space and state of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, and live your life. You will see thoughts and thought currents become redundant. They just fall off from you. Like an old skin getting peeled off and falling. The old hair falling. Old nail falling. Just like old things fall off from you, the ideology you need thoughts and thought currents to run your life will fall off from you. Meditate on this powerful cognition. Internalize it. Internalize it. Manifest it. Do Shravana Manana Nididhyasana of Paramashanta Swarupa. Paramashiva, who is so big, he does not need thoughts even to run this whole universe. Even to run this whole universe, he does not need thoughts. Why do you need thoughts to run your life? Too small. Decide to be in his space by listening, internalizing and manifesting this powerful cognition in your inner space. Live and experience thoughtless space. There is a space below your heart center, above the navel center, Anandagandha chakra, where all the 21 chakras, above 7, middle 7, below 7, all the 21 chakras merge in. In that Anandagandha space, remember you are Paramashiva. What you feel as Paramashiva, what you feel as I and Paramashiva is one and the same. With that decision to cognize Paramashivoham, Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivoham, He will manifest more and make you cognize you don't need thoughts and thought currents to run your life. Without thoughts and thought currents, just by directly manifesting his intuition and Paramashanta Swarupa, you become more and more efficient, more and more energetic, more and more alive, more and more spiritual, more and more strong, more and more enlightened. Your breathing and his breathing is one and the same. Please understand, this is the real good news he wants to tell you. If you are breathing, he is breathing inside you. Your breathing touches his breathing and comes back. Every time when you are inhaling, goes in and turns to come out, it touches his breathing and then comes out. So where your inhaling breath takes a turn as exhaling breath, that is where he is residing, he is available to you. His breathing and your breathing connects, only then takes a turn. That space is Paramashanta Swarupa. Because of that unfortunate thought current of irresponsibility becomes spirituality. We lost some of the most beautiful, most important contributions we have done to planet Earth. The origin and ultimate. Listen carefully. The origin and ultimate are one and the same in Vedagamic traditions. That is why the vision document is complete. The basic units, principles, tattvas with which we are asked to function is complete. Integrity is a tattva to measure your expression. The depth of integrity, the amount of integrity you cognize about each subject, that will be the expression, spontaneous expression of you. When somebody asks you, why do you pour milk on linga? The first response I gave is, hey, we pour on Sadashiva, not on linga. Because every time I pour, I know I am pouring on Sadashiva. It falls on linga. In Hindu tradition, if you don't find any linga, you can just keep a heap of sand on the floor. Just sit, try to get any stone. If you don't get any stone, just get heap of sand and start worshipping that as a linga. That's the way Sita did in Rameshwaram. One of the most important Jyotirlinga, Ramanatha Swami, is just a heap of sand touched by Sita with the great sacred sentiment, the bhava. O Mahadeva, Sadashiva, Iha Agacha, Igatishta. The power of bhava of Sita, the beach sand becomes Ramanatha. Understand? We pour on Sadashiva, not on Linga. It falls on Linga. Because we are so engrossed to whom we are pouring, sometimes we don't bother where it is falling. That is the first. This should have been a first response from any practicing Shaivite. If you are integrated to your logic, naturally you will say, oh, I think it is oiling, massage. So that the stone won't crack. You mean to say it is oil massage therapy? And I do wonder, what kind of a stone absorbs the fat and maybe I don't know about that, so let me not get into that scene. And I do not know much about stone and I know only about Sadashiva. Let me stop myself. Let me restrict myself to what I know. Understand integrity. Listen carefully, because this is one of the important pain point with many people in the Sangha are suffering. In our Sangha, many people have the pain point with integrity. The moment I utter the word integrity, you only remember morning the integrity officer standing in front of you and waking up. Hey, get up for morning yoga! Listen. Now you need to understand that principle. Integrity is basically the unit with which our expression is measured. See, your source, consciousness, when it starts operating using this body and mind, it always gets integrated to something. Even if you don't want to get up, come to morning yoga, you are highly integrated to Nidra Devi. Means sleep. You are highly integrated to your bed. And you are highly integrated to your tiredness. Understand? Then don't blame, whole day I am feeling bored and depressed and tired. That is what you are integrated in the early morning. Understand? When the sun rises, to what you are integrated, you will be integrated to that till the sun sets. When the sun sets, to what you are integrated, you will be integrated to that till again sun rises. Understand? It's a basic principle of life. So when sun rises, to what you are integrated matters, because that is the time the commands are given to your body about the whole day which you are supposed to do. The plans are delivered to your system. If your plan is turning this side and pulling the blanket, functioning with these powerful cognitions will make you experience your spiritual legitimacy. It will make you understand the best, most superconscious way to exist and relate. Understand? The most superconscious way to exist and relate. The fundamental principles, fundamental superconscious way to exist and to relate with other humans, relate with the society, relate with the humanity, relate with money. See, from the superconscious existence, with the most powerful cognition, you are Paramashiva. If you relate with money, you will bring economical legitimacy to your identity. Poverty is nothing but economical illegitimacy to your identity. If you build the spiritual identity, right identity, you will manifest economical legitimacy, means wealth. You having wealth just because of your right identity is economical legitimacy for you. You having social success because of your powerful cognitions is social legitimacy for you. Because of your powerful cognitions, the way you carry yourself is accepted by everyone. The way you live becomes a culture, is cultural legitimacy for you. Bring powerful cognitions in your life, through that bring spiritual legitimacy to your existence, to your identity. With that strength, bring social, cultural, economic legitimacy to your existence. Naturally, you will be able to manifest anything you want. Understand? This whole science, manifesting the state, manifesting the space, manifesting the powers, manifesting the being, manifesting the superconsciousness of Paramashiva, listen. If you bring spiritual, social, cultural legitimacy to you, you will understand this science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, extreme chronic capitalism or exploiting pharmaceutical industries, enslaving psychiatry field and pseudo-psychiatrists, or cheating philosophies, brainwashing ideologies, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nityananda. So after this beautiful revelation by Swamiji, where he explained in detail how the entire life that happens to us, our entire reality that we witness, that we experience around us, it is our own expression, our own manifestation, whether we realize it or we don't realize it. But ultimately, the reality as we see it is not really frozen, what Swamiji says. It's liquid. And we can alter it, we can change it, we can reshape it the way we want. That is a powerful cognition which Swamiji is giving us here. Because ultimately, everything is nothing but oneness. It's Paramashiva. It's from the same wax which Paramashiva has made us from. He has made everything around us from. From that same wax, we can just take it and remold it, reshape it, and build our reality, our life as we want. So keeping this powerful cognition in our inner space, holding in our inner space, let's now move to the internalization exercise. And in this exercise, we are going to complete with our relationship with our Father. In the previous exercise, what we did is we completed with our mother, our relationship with our mother, achieving completion in our relationship with our mother, healing that relationship. Now in this exercise, we will try to look into and dig deep into our relationship with our Father and try to achieve completion in that relationship. Because Swamiji puts it, that all our habits and how we actually move in our life, how we behave, how we, all our rights and wrongs, how we talk to others, how we deal with all the situations in the outer world, all our outer world expressions, they come from our Father, our relationship with your Father. They all sit in our muscle memory. So when we heal our relationship with our Father, our muscle memory gets healed, and all our outer expression also falls into completion. All the incompletions that we have and that we project out into the world in our day-to-day behavioral patterns, all of that fall into completion. So let's now move and start with the internalization exercise. Yes. So as you can see, Swamiji is sharing the same powerful cognition even in this slide, that whatever you see in your life, the chair, the table in front of you, the laptop, the computer, all the things, and in fact, your whole life in itself everything is made up of the material inside you. That is Paramashiva, fundamentally. You can alter, manipulate, extend, reduce, change everything as you want. You can manifest your reality as you want. So let's now start the exercise, the first step is going to be describing your relationship that you have with your father. Just take a couple of minutes and pen down, write down the relationship that you have with your father. Overall, how you feel about it, describing it, how you, the kind of relationship that you have with your father. So let's now start. Yes.
Hi, Mom.
Hello.
Start penning down
How you doing?
and describing
Hi,
your
how are you?
relationship
I'm
with
alright.
your
How are you?
father.
What's going on?
Not too much.
Not too much. Everything all right?
It's fair.
What?
It's fair. I
It's
don't really
fair.
want to talk about anything.
Okay. All right. And you went away on vacation or something?
No.
Yes. So hopefully you have all penned down the relationship with your father, describing it. Now let's move to the next stage, the next step. Go back in life and describe all the incidents where, when you started judging or having incompletions with your father. So just like you did in the case of your mother, similarly, start penning down the initial incidents and the incompletions that you started developing with your father, right from a very young age, as back as you can go in your memory. Try to dig out that first incompletions or judgments that you had that came up in your relationship with your father. So let's start. Yes. So hopefully you've all penned down the incidents and the initial incompletions and judgments that you started developing with your father. And now for these incidents, describe what actually happened, what your father actually said or did, that is the world for you, and how you perceived it, how you experienced it, how you cognized it inside you. From your perspective, what was my world for you? So write down both of these for each incident. What was the world? What was my world? Let's say the incident can be you wanted to go out with your friends or something like that, and he did not allow you. So that is the incident, right? Then write down for this, what was the word, what he actually said, what he actually did, what actually happened, the fact, and then how you perceived it, the kind of judgments that you formed, the kind of incompletions that happened inside you, right? So that would be my world for you. So write down both of these for all the incidents. Yes. Hopefully you have penned down the world and my world for all the incidents. So let's now move to the next step in this process. Penning down all the incidents that we remember. In case you haven't, let's take 1 or 2 minutes more and complete writing down all the incidents, all the incompletions, also describing the world and my world for each of the cases. And after that, we are going to do the completion process, first in the mirror, then with the Atma Murti of Swamiji, and then finally by actually speaking with your father. So again, I'm trying to bring it to your attention that we are not going to move directly to speaking with your father and completing. Before that, we will do with the mirror, the completion process, and with the Atma Murti, so that we experience that healing inside. Because all these incidents that have already come up right now, and after penning them down, if they are not really complete within us first, then talking straight away, it might exaggerate and create more problems. Maybe some anger or argument might happen. So to avoid all of that, first we do completion with mirror in front of Atmamurti of Swamiji, so that any incompletions or any anger or something that we are feeling inside right now, let that get healed first. Then from that space of completion, we will talk to the actual person, to talk to your father in this case. And that will help more in achieving completion with your father. So hopefully you have completed penning down all the incidents. Now let's sit in front of the mirror, invoking your father in the mirror, and start verbalizing, start speaking as if that reflection that you see in front of you is your father. Start speaking and start completing with your father. You can talk about all the incidents, all the incompletions that have come up, and complete all of that. Again, as Swamiji said, it's not about arguing who is right, who is wrong. No, it's all about carrying that space of completion, declaring from your side that I am going to complete. I am going to be in the space of completion. Talking from that space. Complete with your father. So let's sit in front of the mirror and start the completion process. You can do it more than once. If the load of the incompletions is too much, you can repeat the completion process for that particular incident or maybe more than one incident. But make sure you do this process authentically and intensely. So let's begin. Yes. So now let's do this completion process, sitting in front of Swamiji's Atmamurti, invoking your father in Swamiji's Atmamurti and completing with your father. If you don't have Swamiji's Atmamurti, you can also take a picture, a photograph of Swamiji. There either a physical photograph in case you have, or even a digital one on your laptop, on your computers. Invoking your father in that image, that picture, that Atmamurti of Swamiji, and talking, start verbalizing, speaking, and completing with your father. So let's now start with this step. So now let's move to the final step, that is actually speaking with your father and doing the completion. You have done completion in front of mirror, you've done completion in front of Swamiji's Atmamurti, invoking your Father in each of them. Speaking, verbalizing, completing from your side. And now is the time when you can actually go and speak with your Father. If he's physically near you, you can actually in person speak to him, or you can call your Father if he's not near you at this time. So let's do this step now. Call your Father and complete with him. So let's now begin this process. Make sure you're holding the space of completion while having this conversation. This is not about trying to prove yourself wrong or right or this and that. No. You holding the space of completion, you declaring that no matter what, you are going to be in the space of completion. And dropping all the incompletions that you have with your Father. You'll have the power to even bring completion in your Father. So let's now do this step. Yes. So hopefully you've all called your father, spoken with him, and completed. In case you haven't, you can continue doing it while we transition to the power manifestation session and start the session. Make sure, though, you complete the process intensely and authentically, achieving the space of completion in your relationship with your father. So we will now be moving to the next round of power manifestation session. As you all know, today we are manifesting the power of Vak Shakti, completing with our Vak, which is seated here at the throat center, and all the words that we have given to ourselves or to others and not fulfilled our promises, all of those words continue to sit inside in our Vak and block the powers, the inherent powers that this intra-organ of Vak has the power to manifest, which is the power of Vak Shakti. Vak Shakti is the power when whatever we utter, simply that happens. Universe makes it happen. And that power is awakened when we achieve complete integrity with our words, with our promises, fulfill them or complete with them, and be and move in the space of completion as far as the Vak is concerned. So we will now move to the next round of the power manifestation. Yes. Yes. So this is going to be the round 4 of power manifestation. Just give me a moment. I apologize for the technical glitch. Yes. So in this round, we are going to scan your Vak and see who all have given you unfulfilled promises in the past, and you're going to complete with them. Because even this affects us. If there's any other person who has given you any promise, has kept any unfulfilled word, unfulfilled promise, you start creating incompletions towards them. So let's drop even those incompletions and complete with those people, those persons. So before we continue. Let's have a look at the Shastra Pramana for this power. The Shastra Pramana, the verse in Sanskrit goes as Anenaiva vidhanena yogindro vanimandale bhave swachandachari cha sarvapat parivarjitaha. The translation is, by acting upon these ordainments by me, the great yogi, Yogindra, becomes in the world, perfectly independent, Swachandachari, and is freed from all obstacles. He can travel anywhere. Sarvapat. So here Paramashiva himself declares that by acting upon his ordainments, by achieving complete integrity with your being, which includes fulfilling and completing all the words that we utter to ourselves and to others, completion with the word itself, we gain the power of being independent, Swachandachari, and we become free from all the obstacles, and we can travel. We get the power to travel anywhere we want. Sarvapat. So all these power manifestations become possible for us when we achieve integrity, when we achieve completion with our work. Yes. So now let's start the power manifestation process. The instructions, as you can see on your screens. Apply Jnananjana in case you have. In case you don't, that's okay. On your third eye, that's where you apply the Jnananjana, and bring awareness in between your eyebrows. That is in your third eye. Because all these powers are manifesting from the third eye. That is the seat of Paramashiva. Now connect with Swamiji and start chanting Mahavakya. You can even visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Start chanting Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, invoking the space of oneness with Swamiji, requesting him to manifest through us and make this power manifestation happen as joy, simple joy and fun. We'll be starting with the Mahavakya chanting, and during this chanting, scan your throat center for all the unfulfilled promises others have given to you and write it down. Write down all these promises which others have given to you and they have not fulfilled. And when you write down all these promises, unkept promises by others, naturally the incompletions related to all those will also come up. Then in the final step, consciously complete with all of these promises which have not been fulfilled by others towards you. Okay, so let's start this process. I will be playing the Mahavakya. You can chant along with the Mahavakya that is being played. Connect with Swamiji, request him to manifest through you and heal you and complete you from within. Start penning down all the promises which others have given but not kept. And then consciously complete with all of these promises. So let's now begin.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so hopefully you have all completed this completion process. With this completion itself will come the manifestation of the powers, the power of Vak Shakti. And we will see, we will experience that the words that we give, the words that we utter towards ourselves or for others, they start becoming into reality. That is the power of Vak Shakti. And it happens when we complete with all these words, unkept promises, even from others, as we did in this round. So now is the time for you to share all the experience of this power manifestation session and the joy of this power manifestation on social media with all your friends and all the people out there who are waiting for a solution in their lives. And just by sharing this joy of power manifestation, how we all have that innate power in us to alter our reality as we want. All those people will get enriched, will get benefited immensely, and invite them also to join Paramashivoham and receive these initiations, powerful initiations from Swamiji, and get initiated and receive all these powerful cognitions and manifest powers. By this enriching activity, you are giving others also a chance, an opportunity to experience completion within you. It's a very important, very powerful experience, even for you to expand, become more authentic, and manifest Paramashiva in your life. Because even as Swamiji today said in one of the sessions, in one of the clips that we watched, deciding life is for others. Moving away from our small problems, brooding over our problems too much, deciding boldly and authentically, life is for others. That itself brings so much of completion inside us and makes us complete with all and most of the patterns, in fact. As Swamiji has also put, enriching is the one thing which will bring integrity, authenticity, responsibility, everything in your life in one shot. You don't have to separately practice integrity, separately practice authenticity, separately practice responsibility, and then separately you will practice enriching. No. For the sake of enriching, for enriching more and more people, you will automatically become more integrated. You will automatically become authentic, take responsibility, manifest the power of responsibility for that enriching to happen successfully. So this is the moment when you can enrich others, share your experience of Paramashivoham, all the powerful cognitions that you have received, all the cognitive shifts that you have experienced for yourself. Share it with others. Let them also join and invite them also to join Paramashivoham and experience completion, manifest the reality they want to manifest, which they have been waiting to manifest. And best, most importantly, have Swamiji, have the Paramavatara of Paramashiva, incarnation of Paramashiva himself in their life to guide them and to take them to the highest reality. So this brings us to the end of this segment of power manifestation, this round of power manifestation. So next we will be watching one more clip of Swamiji sharing the powerful cognitions. Today is the day of relationships. We have done the exercise. We have received the powerful cognitions related to completion with our relationship with our mother, our father, our external reality, how we manifest and how we can manipulate it, change it the way we want. Relationship with our mother, how achieving completion with mother gives us completion with our very inner image that we carry. The experience of life itself that happens internally, that comes from mother. Now we are going to move to the next segment, which is of completion with our partner, which forms one of the most important aspects of our lives for most of us. Achieving completion with our partner, our spouse, can alter our experience of life drastically, dramatically. With the powerful cognition that Swamiji is going to share, that we are going to receive about what is a Vedic marriage, what is the whole concept of marriage in Hinduism, for what marriage, and in what context should this relationship be cherished and celebrated, even entered into. So let's now, without further ado, move to the clip where Swamiji will be sharing all these higher truths about Vedic marriage with all of us. So let's now watch and enjoy.
Basically, human being has a high possibility for growth. If both decide the possibility and decide never to deny, then I will call that as life of Rishi. Both agree maturing of our taste should be the center of the relationship. Then it's an amazing marriage, I tell you. As couple people who are connected with me, they live a real life of heaven. the maturing of the taste, if there is any imbalance, that's it. And I'm not talking even about the devotees whom I'm seeing. Even in the regular life, sometimes a person, when he grows a little bit, his communist ideas may evolve into capitalist. When he has no responsibility, he will be communist. When an individual responsibility comes, he will be capitalist. When the whole responsibility comes, he will be really beyond capitalism. A kind of, I should develop a new name for Sadashiva's economy. So he will move to that. So even in the life, your taste in the field of entertainment, your taste in the field of food, or your taste in the field of thinking, strategies, economy in multiple levels, the maturing of the taste is always nullified if the other partner is not willing to raise. It is like sometimes you will have such high, profound open up. But when you come back, you are expected to be same as you left yesterday. It is mandatory. And for the sake of the other person's consumption, when you try to get back to the older state, you also forget the opening ups happened. Marriage has killed millions of discoveries because you are mandatorily expected to be the same person, and this confirmation that you are a same person and you are still in love denies multiple opening up. And both understanding, we will grow and celebrate each other in every level, will be the real marriage. It all boils down to, let us be open. See, let me very clearly put it. The Saptapati, 7 vows Agama Sadashiva gives in marriage. He beautifully describes sex is the act between two individuals who revere and celebrate each other. That act does not need to be used to confirm that love exists between each other, and that act does not need to be the scale to measure both of us are still in the same plane. Understand, it should be independent of our maturing and maturity of the taste. It should neither be bonding force nor be confirming force, but be sharing act. But so much of insecurity about the confirmation about other person's love, or our need for the other person's life. You always wanted to confirm your existence is needed in the other person's life. So this insecurity denies possibility of any opening or happening or growth. If this understanding is brought between the two persons, and me shedding more old skin and you shedding more old skins is going to make us more better related, and we both are going to celebrate our togetherness more joyfully, can make marriage the real marriage, like Meenakshi and Sundareshwara. Meenakshi and Sundareshwara. I should say that is what makes Sadashiva and Parvati. So always make sure before marriage, both of you understand the possibility of the opening up. Today your idea about money will be different, tomorrow it will be different. Today your ideas about love will be different, tomorrow it will be different. Today your idea about the entertainment will be different, tomorrow it will be different. So both of us, we will revere, not just respect, revere, reciprocate our maturities, and we will celebrate each other's maturity and respect the need for maturity to be alive. If somebody is listening to the same music for 10 years, the fellow should need to be buried as quickly as possible. No, the maturing of the taste has not happened. And that is what you are expecting from your spouse. Then you are living with a dead body, and that is going to torture you like a ghost. Understand? Maybe that understanding will, the first vow itself, let's grow everything together, share everything together. The second vow, let us do all the cultural, social, spiritual activities together and constantly mature and celebrate our maturity. The Saptapadi vows. Very beautifully, Sadashiva gives that 7 vows.
So would it be right to say that the basis of marriage should be enlightenment, a journey together towards enlightenment?
I should say, not even enlightenment, supporting each other in the growth.
So it's certainly not a legal contract as it is seen in the West. Marriages should not be seen as a contract between two people to coexist and share their life.
In Hinduism, no divorce. Till death you can't divorce.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
In Hinduism, no divorce. It is cosmic contract.
So it's a sacrosanct.
If you are afraid of legal contract, it is cosmic contract in Hinduism.
Got it.
No divorce.
Thank you so much.
Clear?
Yes.
Do you know Sanskrit does not have the equivalent word for divorce? We don't have divorce. I should say Hindu marriage does not have divorce. It has an important aspect of initiation and training before marriage, which is missing, is causing the whole mess to this country.
Right.
Premarital education which need to be done is missing. That is causing the whole mess. Otherwise, I strongly deny the very possibility of divorce. The very idea of divorce should be destroyed.
Thank you so much.
Thoroughly get educated, try once, if it fails, take sannyas.
Whenever people come and ask me, Swamiji, can I marry this person? I tell them, marriage is a failure lifestyle. But if you decide to get married, this person is a good person. Before giving any opinion about the person, I always put this caveat and then give the opinion. Because the person, both actually, before marriage, both are good people. After marriage, even they discover themselves that they have started becoming very strategic. Before marriage, they are so beautifully flowering, love, everything life positive, flowing. But after marriage, they themselves see that they have become very strategic. and manipulating each other, exploiting each other. So I want to tell you, many times people come and ask me, even recently, one of my disciples, she asked me, is this person good for me to get married? I said very clearly, son, that person is very good person. But as a lifestyle, marriage is a failure lifestyle. If you decide to get married, that person is a good person. Surely, I will not blame that person. But the lifestyle you are entering is going to make both of you as a new persons. Be very clear. You are never going to live with the person with whom you fell in love. With whom you fell in love will be absolutely new person when you start living with that person, and even you will be a new person when you are already tied in the relationship institution called marriage. Listen, in the olden days, I should say, even now in Indian villages, marriage is a relationship, not an institution. But the moment the institutions like a court, society, police, all that gets involved in your marriage, or even the possibility of all that intervention in your marriage, it is no more a relationship, it is an institution. So you should know the difference between love, marriage as a relationship, and marriage as an institution. These three different things need to be understood. So, marriage as an institution is absolutely lose strategy for both. Lose strategy for both. When you get married and start strategizing, the other person experiences different you than what he or she saw before marriage. Then he also justifies his strategizing. You see, when you cunningly manipulate, he decides to manipulate and he feels justified for his manipulation. So you do first step, he does 3 steps more, and then you do 10 steps more, then he does 20 steps more. So each one justifies their manipulation. And then, as I said, the whole system has become failure. In the Indian villages, as long as the court, police, all that did not have an involvement into the marriage. Marriage used to be a relationship. Now it is no more a relationship. It is an institution. Suvit Surendran is asking, how can I stop being manipulative with my wife? Sit with her. Tell her very clearly all the things you did in a manipulative way. Take the risk. Tell. Even if the marriage collapses, it's okay. Open up. I tell you, she will open up and both will understand manipulating makes life toxic for both, and both will collectively decide to drop the manipulation and toxic lifestyle, and naturally a beautiful life, beautiful relationship will flower. That's it. Deciding not to allow external institutions to enter into your marriage and make it as an institution is the first need. In Hindu tradition, all marriage conflicts were resolved in religious court in those days. Means The Kula Guru, the family guru. In Hindu tradition, the family guru had judicial authority, right over the family. So, it was a religious court that handled all the relationship issues. So, relationships were kept as the relationships, never relationship was converted into an institution by a third person intervening into your relationship. And understand, a Kula Guru, family guru, is part of the family. He knows you from the time you are born, or sometimes he knows you, your father, your grandfather, 3-4 generations. So, if you have your Kula Guru as the judicial authority for your relationship issues, you are free to get married. Your relationship will remain as relationship. But if your Kula Guru does not have judicial right over resolving your relationship issues, you have to go to an institution of police, court, lawyer, evidence and all that. Then marriage is institution. It's a failed lifestyle. See, the ups and downs of the life is the Navarasa and Arusuvai. If the foundation cannot be broken, in Hindu marriage, there is no divorce. You can have everything, but no divorce. It's not that the wives were obedient and our husbands were arrogant. No. You see enough stories where women claim their rights and independence, freedom, power. Hinduism is the most feministic religion, I tell you. In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the woman is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization.
Yes. So after this beautiful revelation by Swamiji on Vedic marriage, on Hindu marriage, and also on how in the present day, in the modern day, marriage has completely lost its context, its value, and has become a complete failed system. Explaining at the same time what the real context should be of the two partners being together in the relationship, marriage. So continuing and building on this, let's do an internalization exercise. The aim is to achieve completion in our relationship with our spouse, with our partner. Because as Swamiji also explained in detail, when you get married and you start strategizing, the other person experiences a completely different you, different from the person he or she fell in love with before marriage and what they saw before marriage. Now you're a completely different person. It happens when you start strategizing in the relationship after the marriage. Swamiji also puts it, and he also explains that when you cunningly manipulate, he or she decides to manipulate. He or she feels justified for the manipulation, for his or her manipulation, and each one justifies for their manipulations, and the whole system becomes toxic, and the whole system just becomes a failure, because both sides, both the partners have justifications for their manipulations, their strategizing. They feel justified to do so and continue to do so. As Swamiji said, one manipulation leads to two manipulations from other partner. That leads to four manipulations from the other. And this just keeps on building and building, and the whole thing just collapses, becomes toxic for both partners. Now, how to come out of it? How to achieve completion? This is what we are going to do as an exercise right now. Because to achieve completion in your relationships, it is very important for us to go through this cleansing process where we open up and be straight to our partner, explaining how we are being strategic, how we are being cunning in our day-to-day affairs when it comes to our partner. Only by opening up can even the possibility of completion be there. Swamiji says, take the risk. Open up to your partner. Even if the relationship collapses, it's okay, but you open up from your side. What will happen is that when you open up, your partner will also open up. And there is a completely new window, a door will open for both of you to develop a completely new, rejuvenated relationship, which would be based on completion and oneness. Yes, this is the exercise of achieving oneness in your relationships. Away from all the strategizing, all the cunningness. So let's do the exercise right now. Let me just pull up the slide for you to also take the help from. Yes. As you can see, in this exercise, the first step is pen down all the situations when you manipulated your spouse, how you manipulate, how you strategize in the relationship with your spouse, how cunningly you strategize, manipulate, exploit the other person. Pen down all the situations. Now, this is just you sitting and penning down. You have to write down all the incidents and all the ways you manipulate your partner, you strategize and even exploit your partner. So start writing, start penning down, honestly, authentically, because this is about your completion, achieving completion in your relationship. So authentically do it. And with Swamiji's blessing, you will achieve completion in your relationships, your relationship with your spouse. So start penning down. Swamiji also gives an example of the ways partners can manipulate. For example, when your in-laws are visiting you, you know your spouse wants to avoid any kind of arguments to show a happy, harmonious relationship to her parents. So at that time, you cunningly bring out all the things your spouse was not agreeing to and get her to agree, just so that there will not be any argument in front of her parents, because you know that she wants to avoid any argument. So you bring up exactly those points which you want her to agree upon, which she is not agreeing. And since she doesn't want to fight at that time, she doesn't want to argue, to show to her parents the relationship is fine, you get her to agree. And if she disagrees, you purposely start a fight and she has no choice but to back off and agree to you, and you get what you want. This is how cunningly we strategize and exploit our partner in the relationship. This is an example, and you start penning down all of these various ways will come up in which you have done something similar, in which you have also strategized cunningly and used your cunning tactics and strategies towards your partner in the relationship. So start penning down. Let's do this first step, and then we'll move to the next step. Let's start penning down. Make sure we completely open up about this and do it honestly and authentically. So hopefully you have all finished writing down. Writing down the first step, all the ways in which we cunningly manipulate our partner in the relationship, using all the strategies, the way we exploit our partner, writing down all the different ways. So now comes the next step. Next step is sit with your spouse and share openly how you do this. Do not be afraid. Do not edit. Do not cover up. Do not speak in a polished way. Just be frank and open. If you really want a fulfilling relationship, have the courage of authenticity to try this out. Even if this doesn't go well, it is okay. Even if you feel your spouse will exploit you, it is okay. You open up and share. Open up and share all your cunningness, all your manipulations, manipulative strategies, and that you use with your spouse. So this is the time for you to open up about all of this to your spouse. Have the courage to open up. Do not be afraid and do not cover anything up. Do not edit. Do not be polished when you're speaking. Just simple, straightforward honesty. Just open up and share how you do this. Share all your cunningness, manipulation strategies that you use with your spouse. Let's do this now. Let's do this authentically, and we'll be able to achieve completion in our relationships. Let's begin now. Yes. Hopefully you have done this step of this exercise. Swamiji says, you will see when you open up, your partner will also open up and share, and a beautiful relationship will flower. It is really possible. Please try it. In case you're still continuing with the completion process, we can take a couple of more minutes and finish this exercise authentically. Make sure you're completely open and honest with your partner. Don't cover up anything. Don't try to speak in a polished way. Be blunt and open up and share in all different ways that you use your cunningness, manipulation strategies with your spouse. Yes. Hopefully you have all successfully completed this exercise. You can continue in case you have more to share. You can take your time and continue. But make sure you finish this process, you complete this process, because this will form the foundation of a completely new, rejuvenated relationship, which will be based on completion, which will be based on oneness, and which will be completely devoid of all this manipulative tactics, cunningness, exploitation. And that will lead to a completely, fully fulfilled relationship with our partner, with our spouse. Because in today's world that we see, the divorce rate has literally reached the skyrocket level. Even as if you look at the statistics, for example, even in the US, for example, in the divorce rate, the level it has reached 50%, 60% in the second marriage, and even 70%, more than 70% in the third marriage. It's everything, the whole relationship, the whole institution of marriage, as Swamiji puts it, clear evidence that it has completely become a failure. So much of instability, in family life. And Swamiji also puts one very important fact about the success of the Hindus and the Hindu civilization. He puts the stable family as one of the most important pillars of the successes of the Hindu civilization. Be it even the richness of the Hindu civilization. Wherever Hindus go, they are the most affluent community, most rich community, least violent community, most contributing community. And all these things Swamiji attributes to the value of the stable Hindu family, the stable Hindu marriage, as one of the most important pillars of the Hindu civilization. So from where does it come? That's the whole concept of Vedic marriage that Swamiji was sharing with us. What context to have when we enter into the marriage, when we enter into this relationship, beautiful relationship, and how to achieve fulfillment and oneness and completion in this relationship. And Swamiji also shares some fun facts about this whole concept of Hindu marriage, the institution of Hindu marriage, which is basically a relationship. Now it has become an institution when we get law and everything into it. Swamiji says that in Hindu civilization, the spirituality, religion, Hindu economics, everything is centered around women, around mother. It's one of the very important facts that people need to know. Everything is centered around women. And one more important thing that Swamiji shares, that there is no concept of divorce in Hindu marriage. There is no such thing as divorce, and there is no Sanskrit equivalent of the word divorce in the entire Hindu literature. You will not find it because the concept itself does not arise. You cannot break a marriage. Once you get married to another person, it cannot be broken. There is no such concept. And Swamiji says one more important aspect about this thing, that everything is okay as long as you are clear. Marriage cannot be broken. The relationship cannot be broken. When you're clear about that, all ups and downs become navarasa. Because when you're clear about the base, about the foundation, that this relationship itself cannot be broken, then all the ups and downs are just become the navarasa, right? All the different tastes and the different expressions of the relationship, of the life, the taste of life. If you break the relationship, then ups and downs no more have meaning in your life. Ups and downs have no meaning in your life if the foundations can be broken. Then ups and downs have no meaning because the foundation itself can be broken at any time. But if the foundation cannot be broken, then ups and downs become a beautiful navarasa of your life, beautiful expression of various tastes, a play of your life. Then you can actually even enjoy that, all those ups and downs, because fundamentally the base is strong. The relationship cannot be broken. That is the whole foundation of the Hindu stable family. And that can be achieved. It is possible, Swamiji puts it. And that's why he has given us this exercise of achieving completion in our relationship with our partner, with our spouse, to stop using any manipulation, any strategies or exploitative tactics towards our partner. And also at the same time, not to any way hinder the evolution of your partner. Because then again, the whole relationship becomes a way to block the whole progress of another individual. As Swamiji again, he said in the clip that so many discoveries have been killed because of marriage. So many beautiful experiences and openings that an individual has, they just forget it because they have to come back to that status quo of the relationship. If the relationship between both the partners becomes a means to support each other to evolve more and more spiritually and in all aspects of life, then it can actually become a very beautiful and fulfilling aspect, part of your life. And to bring this session to a close, this particular session, let me also share a joke which Swamiji shares. Let me also project this slide for all of you. Yes. So here Swamiji shares a small story. Two girls were spending an evening together. They were catching up on each other's lives after a long gap. One of them said, "I'm getting married soon because I'm tired of watching television by myself, eating by myself, paying the bills by myself, and whatnot." The other girl calmly said, "I just divorced because of that." So you see the whole irony of the whole situation, what marriage has become. And for what the Swamiji is giving, healing and a completion technique for all the couples to achieve completion in their relationships and have a completely rejuvenated, rekindle that initial feeling that they had towards each other. And this is from a book, Don't Worry, Be Happy. And you can enjoy this gift of this free ebook also. It's available on the internet. So with this, we move to the end of this segment and we'll continue with the power manifestation session. And moving on to the next round of power manifestation. Today, we are manifesting the powers of Vak Shakti, and the next round is going to be the round 5. When we are going to scan the Vak and describe all the harsh words given to yourself, words of anger, painful words, and complete with all those words. This is specifically in relation to the harsh words that we give to ourselves. All the painful words in anger, words of anger. And we are going to complete with it. So before we proceed, let's also again revise the Shastra Pramana for this power that we are manifesting today, the power of Vak Shakti. Shastra Pramana. For this, the verse, Sanskrit verse goes as Anenaiva vidhanena yogindra vanimandale bhavetascha chandachari cha sarvapat parivarjitaha. I'll repeat once. अनेनैव विधानेन योगीन्द्रो वनिमण्डले भवेत् स्वच्छन्दचारी च सर्वापत्परिवर्जितः. The translation for this is, by acting upon these ordainments by me, the great yogi, Yogindra, becomes in the world perfectly independent, that is Swachandachari, and is freed from all obstacles. He can travel anywhere, Sarvapat. Here Paramashiva is explaining that when an individual follows his ordainment and achieves integrity and complete completion, he becomes a great yogi, Yogindra. And in this world, he becomes a perfectly independent being, Swachandachari, and is freed from all the obstacles. And he also gets the power to travel anywhere, Sarvapat. And in the same context, we are discussing the power of Vak Shakti again, which comes from completion with our words. All the unfulfilled promises, unkept promises, sitting inside us, or any words carrying any incompletions. When we achieve completion with all these words, we develop the power of Vak Shakti. So let's now begin the power manifestation session. Instructions are being projected on your screen. First, let's apply Jnananjana on our third eye, the place between the two eyebrows. If you don't have Jnananjana, that's okay. And bring awareness in between your eyebrows, that Agnya Chakra, the seat of the third eye. Let's bring our awareness to that part, that place, and connect with Swamiji and start chanting Mahavakya. I'll be playing the Mahavakya. You can chant along with the audio. Visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Invoking Swamiji in the space of oneness. Requesting him to manifest through you. Then scan your throat center for all the negative words you have used against yourself and pen down. Pen down all the negative words you have used against yourself, towards yourself. In anger, in frustration, the violence that we carry about ourselves, hate, self-hate. So many negative words we use against ourselves. Pen all of them down that you have used. And then consciously complete with all those words. Okay, so let's start. I'll be playing the Mahavakya. Let's complete this exercise. Pen down all the negative words and then consciously complete with all those words.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
Yes, so with this, we come to the end of this power manifestation session. So before we move to the next segment, let's all share the experience of this power manifestation session. In fact, this whole segment, all the powerful cognitions, clicks that we received from Swamiji, and this powerful completion process that we all did, achieving completion in our relationship with our spouse, our partner, what all you want to share, what all you received, the gifts you received from Swamiji, share it with as many people as possible so that they can also get benefited. They can also then, come to know of the possibilities of completion that exist when they attend and join Paramashivoham, and how they can move from living a very limited life full of patterns and full of sufferings to living a completely expanded life full of possibilities, full of completion, first of all, a fulfilled life, and manifesting their reality as they want. So share your experiences as much as possible on social media and other ways so that other people can get benefited. Enrich them as much as you want. It will also benefit you, making you more and more integrated, authentic, responsible, enriching more and more people, their lives. When you manifest others' reality, your reality automatically gets manifested, gets caused. That's what Swamiji says. So that's why it takes some time out, take a couple of minutes, and on social media, share your experiences as much as possible. So with this, we come to the end of this power manifestation session of achieving completion and awakening the power of Vak Shakti inside us. So we'll be continuing with more rounds as we continue with today's series of segments on achieving fulfilling relationships. And a quick announcement, we will be soon moving to the preparation for today's darshan as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will be joining us live and for today's grand darshan. And as you all know, in every darshan, you can post your prayer requests, blessing requests live, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will respond to it and bless you and shower you with all the boons. So you all have this great opportunity to attend the live darshan, and along with that, take part in that live Q&A with the avatar, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and get blessed and get showered with all the boons. And in maybe half an hour or something, some around that time, we will be starting with the darshan preparation and then moving to today's live darshan with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So till then, we will be continuing with today's Paramashivoham session. And then after the darshan, again, we will resume our sessions, power manifestation, watching the powerful cognitions, receiving them from Swamiji, all the initiations, and we'll be continuing after the darshan again. So you're all requested to be in the same Zoom room. The darshan will be broadcasted in the same Zoom room, and then again, the acharyas will come and they will resume the sessions. So we will now be moving to the next series of powerful cognition. We'll watch another beautiful video where Swamiji is sharing powerful cognitions, highest truths about relationships, how to relate with the other person. Is it through patterns or through possibilities? What are the ways in which we relate, and what is the best way to relate with other people? And so let's without any delay, let's straight away jump into it and enjoy this short clip.
Husband sent a text to his wife at night. Hi, I'll get late. Please try and wash all my dirty clothes. And make sure you prepare my favorite dish before I return for dinner. He sent another text. And I forgot to tell you that I got an increase in my salary at the end of this month. I'm getting you a new car. She immediately texts back, oh my God, really? Husband replied, no, just I wanted to make sure you got my first message. Husband texts to wife on cell. Hey, what are you doing, darling? Wife, I am dying. Husband jumps with joy, but types, sweetheart, how can I live without you? Wife texts back, you idiot, I am dyeing my hair. Husband, bloody English language. Boss hangs a poster in the office. I am the boss. Do not forget. He goes to lunch and comes back from lunch break. He finds a slip on his desk. Your wife called and she wants her poster back home. Understand, relationships can either lead to more and more imprisonment in your patterns or liberation. Pattern or possibility, it can lead you to more and more space of possibility. The first and foremost fundamental relationship that exists for you is the relationship between your pattern and your possibility. Please understand. Please come to the space of listening. ध्यान से सुनिए. Listen. I am not talking about with whom you relate, with what you relate. I am not talking about your relationship with your husband, wife, brother, sister, father, mother. I am not talking even about all that. I am talking about from which space you start relating. I tell you, if you relate from the space of possibility, even if you live with a large family, you are a great sannyasi, enlightened being. If you relate based on the patterns, even if you are living alone, you are bound, patta, fallen, grihastha. Understand? Grihastha or sannyasi, bound or liberated, is no way connected to the number of people you live with or relate with. It connects with the space from which you operate. If you see every human being as a possibility, for that you also should see you as a possibility. Understand? When you see you as possibility, you will see everyone as a possibility. When you see everyone as a possibility, life, wherever you may be living, whatever you may be doing, you will be living with Vijaya Lakshmi. Means the Lakshmi of victory. Don't say, my neighbor house is Vijay Lakshmi. My neighbor name is Vijay Lakshmi. When I said the word Vijay Lakshmi, I meant the Lord, the deity of victory, the goddess of victory. Please understand. How you see you, how you see others, how you see you and how you see others. All relationships you experience in your life can only from two space, two frames. One, listen. Please listen, because I am giving you the punch statements for your life. One, inside the frame and perception given by your pattern. Inside the frame and perception given by your possibility. When you are able to see people as possibility, you will have tremendous passions. All ashramites will understand this statement. You will have tremendous passions. You will wait, and go on reminding. I am nothing but a reminder. I am nothing but a reminder. When you see the possibilities, I can say in a way, eternal reminder. when I see the possibilities, please understand, when I see the possibilities, your cognition starts functioning based on compassion. I tell you, please understand, even if you feel suffocating, imprisoned, live with a person who sees your possibility. Even if you feel free, liberated, don't live with people who see you only from pattern. I'm defining real freedom and real bondage. Living with a person who sees your possibility, who sees yourself as a possibility, who has seen his possibility, and who sees you as possibility. Even life around him, with him, feels like suffocating or bondage. I'll expand on how the integrity and authenticity expands your relationships and enriches you to have the fulfillment. First, I wanted to make these three statements. One, relationship does not mean only the few human beings who live around you. When I use the word relationship, I mean your relationship with your health, with your money, with your life, with your success, with the nature, everything. Second, you also have a very inauthentic way of dreaming about your life, just to have few cozy relationships around you, and that is enough. You are complete with your relationships and relationship dimension, which is completely wrong and inauthentic. Third, please listen. Third, only when you expand you to the level with integrity and authenticity, anything, anybody comes in your breathing space, there is a conflict-free, complete relationship. You are going to experience fulfillment and success. Relationship is not related to the quantity, it is related to quality. Please listen. The third statement takes the concept of relationship completely to the different level altogether. When you bring integrity, you will heal all the damage you caused inside you, outside you, due to the relationships, the ignorance you had in the zone of relationships. Listen. Your ignorance in the space of relationship not only causes damage in others, it causes damage in you also. When you cause damage in your spouse, in your mother, in your father, be very clear, you cause damage in you. Because your father, mother, spouse, all the relationships you carry decides the confidence and the energy you have about you. When you bring the integrity as a space inside you, the space you perceive, you experience, you operate, suddenly so much of healing happens to you and to others who are living around you, who are relating with you, fortunately or unfortunately. Listen, one of the important healing factor in relationships is the other person feeling confident, you are transformed, you are going to be different in future. To tell you honestly, nobody is too serious about the past hurt. Everybody is expecting about what is going to be the future. If you give them the confidence, assurance, the future is going to be really transformed, authentic and responsible. There is nobody who is not ready to heal their past or drop their past. Everyone is waiting to drop their past and relate with you in a new way. Who is interested in carrying the past wounds? Just like how you are waiting to drop the past and have the new future. Everyone is waiting to drop the past. I have seen in my experience, when authenticity happens, you are ready to spontaneously relate with every new being who is coming in your presence. I have seen some people running away from society, hiding themselves in caves. Listen, sitting in cave and meditating is not wrong, but if you are doing it for wrong reason, it is wrong. If you are inauthentic and unable to handle the people who come in your space authentically, spontaneously, you just want to escape from all relationships and you go and hide in the caves, living out of completion is your birthright. Every human being, first thing they should do when you start living your life is find the root thought patterns, suffering patterns, which is causing you suffering, and complete. That completion gives you the courage to relate with human beings with integrity and authenticity. People are afraid to relate with other human beings. Even when you go to meet your friends, you prepare all the statements you have to tell him. Why can't you be spontaneous? Even to meet with your friend, why do you need so much of preparation? Why do you need so much of inauthentic strategy planning? Why do you need so much of lack of integrity verbal preparation? It is so unfortunate. The trust level between the friends is dropped because the trust between you and you is stopped. You are afraid. Even with you, you don't sit spontaneously. Even with you, you rehearse and talk. That is why you can't talk spontaneously with others. Take the responsibility for love. That is where relationship starts. Do not say to anybody, I love you, unless you are ready to take the responsibility to fulfill their expectations about you without bothering whether they are ready to fulfill your expectations or not. When they are also fulfilling your expectation, you are also fulfilling their expectation. It is called business partnership. It is partnership in the business called life. Don't call it as love. Sometimes, not only you have partners in the business, even in the life you have partners. Maybe you can use the word life business partners. You have only two possibilities. First, heal, enrich your relationship with you. Do swapurnatva, self-completion, by bringing integrity with you, authenticity with you, responsibility about you, enriching yourself. Listen, I ask you to bring these three qualities in you as a first priority. That does not mean I am asking you to do only this. You have to be doing it simultaneously with you and others also. Only then it happens in you. पहले आप स्वयं को लाभान्वित कीजिए, अपने आप को पूर्णत्व स्थिति में लाइए. पहले आप स्वयं को लाभान्वित कीजिए, अपने आप को पूर्णत्व स्थिति में लाइए. When you bring completion to you, relationship with you starts. Enriching yourself starts. If you don't have confidence, you can look at you, you can be with you, you are comfortable with you, you can raise yourself by yourself. Who can be with you? Who else can look at you? Who else will be comfortable with you? I tell you, in the cosmic constitution, the first amendment is you should be taught to be comfortable with you. That is your first amendment right. Man should be comfortable with himself. You should be able to be comfortable with you. That is the first amendment in cosmic constitution. Freedom of speech comes second. You have freedom to speak with others only if you have freedom to speak with you. Relationships gives you the feeling. It is very important in the life because through every relationship you try to have extended life. While you are living, whatever your body and mind cannot do for your interests and pleasure, you try to fulfill through the body and minds of your relationships. And same way, whatever they cannot fulfill through their body and mind, they are trying to fulfill through your body and mind. So mutually each other helping to fulfill the other's interests through body and minds of each other is relationships. If both of you understand the interests of each other and ready to support each other's fulfillment, it is called successful relationship. There comes love, compassion, sacrifice, and spiritual growth. But if both of them are not understanding the real agendas of others, interests of others, continue the relationship, maybe because one person has hidden interests, hidden agendas, which he does not want to reveal it to the other, or which he himself is not aware. When this kind of situations arise, relationship breaks or relationships continue to exist with being exploited, with exploitation. These kind of relationships lead to the most grave sin of keeping the other person as slave. Whenever the slavery happens, Cosmos strongly condemns it. So no slavery is allowed in the Cosmos. Cosmos is strictly against slavery because slavery is equivalent to the murder of partial time. In slavery, even if the other person has their body and mind, it is equivalent to they are killed, they are murdered, because that body and mind is not useful to that person anymore. So, relationship with an open, mutual interest should be encouraged, and it supports both the beings to evolve towards the fulfillment and finally the understanding how many bodies and minds you may use to fulfill your interests, that your interests are not going to lead you to your restful awareness. So that understanding may help you to renounce all the interests and even your own body and mind and settle down in restful awareness. So this understanding will naturally be leading you towards enlightenment. Going smoothly towards that understanding will be happening through the right understanding relationships. The relationships with the mood of exploiting other person with a hidden agenda without you revealing it to the other person about your interests, or you yourself may not knowing it by yourself, will lead to more and more destruction, depression. If the relationships continues, it will be the sin of slavery. If it breaks, it will be giving you a great divide, depression, feeling of emptiness. So the science of relationship is trying to have more body and minds to fulfill your interests, and trying to give the other person also your body and mind to fulfill his interests. As long as it is mutual, it is with a deep understanding, it should be encouraged, supported, and blessed. Relationships with deep understanding with each other is equivalent to the conscious birth. Relationships without mutual understanding but still not broken is equivalent to unconscious life. Relationships without mutual understanding, broken, is equivalent to death. All unconscious life will be afraid of death and end in death. Same way, all relationships which does not have mutual understanding will constantly have fear of being broken. Finally, it will break and bring tremendous suffering to both the persons who are involved in it. Understand the science of relationships. It is not just the phenomena of the mind, it's a phenomena of the body. Do not collapse relationships. Please understand. Do not illogically collapse relationships. It will directly affect some part of your body. Unless you are logically completely convinced that this relationship can't be maintained, this is going to be abusive, it is going to be disturbing and disrupting your life, don't collapse any relationship. That is why I always insist when people come to me asking they want to break their family, they want to go for divorce, I tell them, wait for some more time. They say, no, Swamiji, anyhow I have decided I can't live with her, I can't live with him, better let me break now. Why torture? I tell them, no. If you are tortured, your muscle memory and biomemory will strongly start believing this is more disruptive, this is not the way you want to live. Then if you break, you will not have any physical diseases. But before your biomemory or muscle memory is convinced, only when your head, the mind is convinced, if you break, the collapsing will simply turn into a disease inside you. That is why I insist, wait for some more time. Whether your muscle memory or biomemory changes your decision or it is going to support your decision. Let's see. Let us see how your mind is able to continue.
When a man feels insecure, his first reaction is sexual activity. When a woman feels insecure, the first reaction is frightening, terrifying, fear, and destroying everything, doubting everything around her due to that fear. Understand? In both situations, you just need little bit of unclutching and relaxing into the truth you are cosmos. Develop this one phase in you, you are cosmos. You will see tons of your reactionary assumption-based destructions will reduce. All women, if you teach your man, he is cosmos, and help him to unclutch, you will not be harassed, demanded, you won't feel exploited, you won't feel used. He will be such beautiful part of your existence. all men, listen. If you teach your women, they are cosmos and little unclutching. You don't have to shiver in your own home for that 3 days. You don't have to be shivering, terrorized, terrified. You can be relaxed. Realize this one truth.
Yes, Nityanandam, with this beautiful revelation from Swamiji, let us now move to the internalization exercise, because we are going to prepare for the darshan in a few minutes. So before that, let's finish this internalization exercise, which is based on the truth which Swamiji has just revealed to us, how we can relate with others in a more fulfilling way when we first enrich ourselves and become more and more complete and integrated within, and complete with all our patterns, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Then from that space, we relate with others, right? So that all those relationships become completely new flowering, and only completion is experienced in those relationships. So let's now begin our internalization exercise as well. Because Swamiji teaches us, he reveals that relationships can either lead to more and more imprisonment of you in your patterns, or it can lead to liberation from those patterns, more and more possibilities. It depends. It's a choice simply, what kind of a relationship you want to manifest. A relationship which will lead to more and more slavery, imprisonment, feeling of imprisonment and suffocation, a more and more imprisonment in your own patterns, or it will lead you to more and more liberation from your patterns and more possibilities. So first heal, that's what Swamiji says. First heal and enrich your relationship with you. Right? First, it is you who needs to have a relationship with yourself first. That will be based on completion and oneness and fulfillment. Do swapurnatva, self-completion, by bringing integrity with yourself, authenticity with yourself, responsibility about yourself, and enriching yourself. Just know how to unclutch, where to get the boundaries, where to put the boundaries, and where the other person needs you and where you need yourself. Put the boundaries clearly and know just how to unclutch. And completion gives you the courage to relate with human beings with integrity and authenticity. So fundamentally, what you need is first completion with yourself, bringing complete completion within, establishing yourself in integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching. Then from that space of completion, from that space, then relating with others, and then we'll see how fulfilling relationships we start manifesting. Swamiji says, When you bring integrity, you will heal all the damage you caused inside you, outside you, due to the relationships, the ignorance you had in the zone of relationships. So all that will be healed when you bring integrity to you. When authenticity happens, you are ready to spontaneously relate with every new being who is coming in your presence. Take the responsibility for love. That's what Swamiji shared. This is where relationship starts. And life happens to you, brings you excitement, where when you go on fulfilling others' expectations about you. And love is when you decide to go on fulfilling others' expectations about you, irrespective of whether they can fulfill your expectations about them or not. That is you taking responsibility for love. Yes. So now with this, let's now start the internalization exercise. Let me also project it for you. Yes. So the exercise, the first step, sit with yourself and identify your parasite patterns. That is, patterns of self-doubt, self-denial, self-rejection, self-criticism, self-hatred, being skeptical and believing it is impossible. So all these patterns, sit with yourself and identify all these patterns inside you. That is the first step. Second step, look into your life and see if you can recollect situations, incidents where you experienced the words, emotions, feelings, and experience of your parasite patterns, where you felt the presence of these patterns and the influence of these patterns. Look into your life and see if you can recollect the various incidents, various situations, different circumstances in your life that have happened when you experienced the words, emotions, feelings, and experience of your parasite patterns that you wrote in the first step. Third is write down the situation and your experience. In the second step, what the situations you've identified, write down these situations and how your patterns have influenced you in these situations, how the words and the emotions related to those patterns, the feelings, the whole experience of your parasite patterns, how they have influenced that particular incident. So write down all the situations and your experience of it. So let's begin. First, sit and identify the parasite patterns, then identify the situations and whole experience of your parasite patterns. And third, write down all these situations. So let's begin now. Yes, so hopefully you have completed these steps, penning down the situations where your parasite patterns have influenced you and the experience of those patterns through emotion, through words, how your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial operates in your life in various situations, self-criticism. And believing it is impossible, how this pattern has also affected you in various situations negatively. So now, after having done this, these steps, now sit with the Atma Murti. As the mirror, into whose listening you are completing with that situation or incident and completing with that pattern as well. Now, all these incidents that you have written, associated with and corresponding to all the different patterns that you have experienced with those and in the context of those situations, now sit with the Atmamurti in front of you as the mirror into whose listening you are completing with that situation or incident and completing with that pattern as well. So now sit with Swamiji's Atmamurti. If you don't have an Atmamurti, you can take his picture, his photograph. And as the mirror, you're going to speak into the listening of Swamiji. And complete with all those incidents, situations, and the patterns, all the parasite patterns associated with those situations or incidents. So let's begin. Yes, so hopefully you have all completed this internalization exercise, completion exercise in the Atmamurti, Swamiji's Atmamurti, and completing with all the situations and various incidents where you've experienced all these incompletions and all these patterns, powerlessness, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, self-criticism, believing in impossibilities, it is not possible. So all of these patterns and how they have influenced you in various situations, in various incidents, completing with those incidents, these situations, and these patterns as well, underlying patterns as well. That's what brings integrity within us. That's what brings completion within us. That's how, on the foundation of this completion, we establish ourselves in integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching. And from that space, we enter into relationships with others that will bring us fulfillment. So we are also about to enter into the preparation for today's live darshan by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And before we get into the darshan preparation, let's quickly enter into the power manifestation round 6, and start, enter into the power manifestation, after which we will be switching to the live darshan as soon as it starts. So round 6 of power manifestation. Today we're manifesting the power of Vak Shakti, as you all know, right? So the round 6 is about scanning your Vak to see all the spontaneous lies that you have told yourself and cherished those lies and completing with those spontaneous lies. That's what it is really about. So let me project the Shastra Pramana for all of you. So the Shastra Pramana for this power of Vak Shakti goes as Anenaiva vidhanena yogindro vanimandale bhaves